Good morning, everybody, and welcome to today's coverage. Well, actually, this weekend's coverage here from the Herts Nitro Model Car Club for the J5 Racing Memorial Meet to benefit the Carl Jackson Fund. And we'll have plenty of people in over the weekend to talk about Carl and everything that he did for this club. So thank you, everyone, for tuning in. And please, if you knew Carl or you raced in the local area or basically anywhere around Britain, did any sort of off-road racing with Carl and his friends, please be sure to share this. And don't forget to give us like and comments and all of that good stuff. We'll go into that more as we get into this 6-hour endurance race. And yes, you'll notice that these are electric 10-scale buggies. Looks like we are missing one. There's 6 teams, as you can see on the... one of them, someone's run out of stickers, so they're looking for stickers to put on the car. There's someone rushing over. So we've got Jim on camera, James in the control van behind us here. And you're listening to me, well, for most of the day, most of the broadcast today. There we are. Oh, instantly crashed and upside down. Already a cheer from the crowd. So there we go. We got 6 cars on the grid. We've got 6 hours of electric buggy racing to come up. So as you can see, we've got Team Composite Kit Racing, Team Mutts Nuts, Team J5 Racing, which is actually Carl's old racing team. Team Marmite, Team Juiced Up, Ready to Rock or Ready to Roll. Either way, they're ready to rock and roll, I'm sure. And Team Benz. So we'll find out more about all of these teams and especially more about Carl and J5 Racing and the Herts Nitro Model Club. We're here today on the electric course. We're right next to the very large bashing track, and on the other side of the track, you can see the pits in the background there. This is our moving camera. On the other side, you'll see that's the rostrum for the nitro car track, which will be on tomorrow. So today's going to be a bit quiet, but we've got lots of action coming up. We're going to kind of dribble out the details, but there's a lot of fun stuff coming up. So here we go, about to go. All right, now the actual countdown. Oh, number 1's a bit slow to get off. It's Team Composite Kit. Let's see who's out in the lead. I think it's the number 2 team. These guys already racing ahead. I'm assuming they've probably put their best drivers out, and it looks like at least the first 2 teams have. And of course, these teams, it's a 6-hour endurance race, and there's several team members for each of the teams. So there's going to be faster drivers and not so fast drivers, and some old guys and plenty of young guys too, I'm sure. So if you know anybody who's racing today or out on track, be sure to comment in the stream and cheer him on. Make sure to, a bit slow there. What's happened to that car? Already come to a stop. That's not good. Oh, no, he's off and running again. So 4 cars out in the lead. We've got 2 groups of 2 and then another group of 2 a little bit lagging further behind. And that last car is having a bit of trouble. These guys... we'll find out plenty of details on how they're actually doing this. I know I've got some information on what they're doing, but I'm curious to know exactly how they are sitting out the racing buggies. I don't think it's going to be, if it's anything similar to last year's Grand Prix, or the endurance race, not Grand Prix, sorry, that's a different event. We covered the Herts GP several weeks ago, I think it was. I'm not sure exactly when it was. But if it's anything like last year's endurance race, there's multiple cars, and they basically just swap transponders. So that makes it a bit tricky for us watching here because they're going to be different color schemes basically for each team. So they might be running different cars. I think everyone's running the same tires, and we're calling it a dry track, even though it has been rainy here in all across England and the UK the last few days because there was a very large storm that blew through. But I think that has passed us over now, and so the track started off very, very damp, and you could see some tram lines in the damper sections of track. But I think we're past that now. So let's see where we're at. So we got Team Marmite out in the lead now, and that's the car 4. Car 5, Team Juiced Up, ready to roll, or ready to rock. Team Benz, Team J5 Racing, Team Mutts Nuts, Team Composite Kit Racing is that car number 1. Possibly the one that's been having a bit of trouble getting around the track. So maybe they put one of their slower, newer drivers out. Maybe not newer, maybe just older, with some older eyes like myself. Nope. Someone stuck out there? No. Was able to get off. I'm pretty sure normal racing rules applied. No reverse allowed. Everyone's running same tires, basically. And I believe the way they have organized it is that there's one set of tires per hour of racing, or is it every 2 hours of racing? What's really cool is after 3 hours of racing, they actually reverse the track. So everyone who's been practicing on the track so far, everyone had a few minutes of practice time each. Obviously everyone's going to be very familiar with how the track is laid out now in the direction that they're running, but once they turn it completely around, it's an entirely new ball game. You see from the direction of the starting grid, this is the normal way that they run, but this is a fun team endurance race. So happy to swap it around. It's not a nationals event or anything serious. The pits are pretty full of racers and teams and cars. And like I said, today is going to be nice and quiet because it's electric only today. Tomorrow is 6 hours of nitro racing, so it's going to be a lot different. Obviously much larger cars, a lot higher tire wear, much larger and more intricate track with lots more jumps, and of course 1/8 scale and nitro as well. So there's a lot changing around tomorrow. And of course the race the racing for this weekend is meant to is going to be benefiting the Carl Jackson Memorial Fund. And we'll get some extra details from that from the organizers, Darren and Matthew and Harrison, Harrison's running the club now, but Carl used to actually he organized the club and set it up and built the track, and we're going to find out all about that. We've got, like I said, we've got 4 different tracks here because we have a crawling track behind this track here that you can see. You can see it in some of the wider shots towards the top end where the hill is. So Carl was basically the founder of the club.
6 minutes completed. Team Marmite in the lead.
And we'll get some extra details on that. And a good little history of the club. This is my second time here, and we've always been warmly welcomed here for RCTV. Did the Grand Prix the last couple of years, and like I said, we did it just a few weeks ago. And last year's endurance race. So this time they're spicing it up quite a bit. There's going to be some very random things happening. So we'll be able to get some details on that. Some really fun stuff. Some various goggles and blindfolds. 2 drivers running the car. Different different types of tires required, and it's all for fun. So it'll be very interesting to see what actually happens. So as you can see, we've got Team Marmite's dropped down the order. Something's happened with them. You see the red bar happening there. It means that the computer is expecting them to come across at any second, and they've been in 4th place for a little while now. Oh, they've just crossed the line now. So let's see. We've been following these cars going around now. I'm not sure what car we're on now because this is... my eyes are not good enough. Jim, if you know what car number we're on, just hold up a hand. You have no idea. Oh, he's going to the pits already. Okay, so we're doing a battery change. Let's see if we can follow this white and pink car that's being worked on by the gentleman in the high-vis jacket. It looks like they're swapping over. Yes, they're swapping over the tires. So the same tires have to be used throughout the racing. I said I believe they're meant to last. They only get 3 pairs of tires, and I think one team is allowed to have an extra pair on one of the random occasions. But you can see there, swapping the tires over to the next car that's going over. I'm not sure if they changed transponder. They may not have. So there's an entirely new car out there. I'm assuming a new driver as well. So we are... Do we have a timer up? So we started 180 minutes. So it was 9 minutes of racing. And that was 1 battery. So let's follow this car around a bit for a couple laps, and we'll try and get a sense of, the areas of the tracks. Okay, so we say, call it that, the sort of the uphill section. Try and find a J-shaped section as well. Got the tabletop here, a very easy one, and obviously before that was the double, and there's the bowl. And the second tabletop, scoring is right there. So we got the pits with that ramp. There's 3 tabletops. Well, still, there's the uphill drive. You can see there's a jump there that's not being used. That's the double. The jump that's not being used is just part of, they can change around the layout of the track. And most of the clubs here, if you're not familiar with British off-road 10th scale or 1/8 racing, a lot of them are laid out very similar to this sort of thing, especially if you've seen our coverage from Robin Hood Raceway, which is up in, I would say maybe north of the Midlands, I suppose. It's the closest you can get to Nottingham that does 10th scale. And they have obviously a very large area laid out with AstroTurf like this, and just various jumps kind of like permanently in place. And every now and then they just move around the track. The big white barriers, and these look like fire hoses filled with sand, very common, very sturdy, especially for 10th scale. Probably a bit too small for 1/8, but 1/8 doesn't run on this track. And a bit shaky there. Is it windy? So again, going uphill into the switchbacks. Going back down the hill over the double. Over the front tabletop here. And kind of a speedy area section going over around the bowl and over. Ooh, he's about to get past here. Challenge for the passes. Follow this white car. Let's try and swap around, Jim. Just if I'm not mentioning anybody, specifically. We'll just follow. So we've got Team Benz in the lead now. Team Marmite moving back up the order into second. They drop down to fourth. J5 Racing, again, that's Carl's old team. Moving up into third now. Team Mutts Nuts has been in the pits for a little while. Don't see anybody moving around doing anything pit-wise in the pits, but it could be somebody deeper in the paddock area. Someone's broken out on track. That might be, which car is that that's broken? Is that Mutts Nuts? It's just come off the track. Car numbers are a bit smaller than what I'd hoped. Some of them don't seem to have car numbers on them at all. Or is it just on the front windows? I think it's just on the windscreens. Right, okay. Oh, Mutts Nuts and Composite Racing, Composite Kit, no, cars number 2 and 1 have come off. I think it was a composite kit that was broken. And it looked like a, there we go, we've got some more pit action. So we got, that's car 2, that's Mutts Nuts there, and with the yellow front wheels. And so that must be car number 1. Oh no, car number 1 is that yellow just coming on, yellow and green with the yellow wing. So they've just crossed there. You can see that their green counter has the progress bar has moved along. Team Mutts Nuts is now just crossed. So everyone is out on track now. So Team J5 Racing has moved up into the lead spot. Try and find that number 3 car. Have they? Oh, it's one of these two. That's no, they're in the pits. I think car number 3. So it is a race, but we would like to follow the J5 Racing car if we can. I'd like to follow everybody. Obviously, there's only 6 cars out. 5 on the track at the moment. The car number 3 of J5 Racing. Pretty sure they're in the pit. They've just come out now. It's this blue car coming down the main straight. Yeah. And going up the hill. There we go. That's the Team J5 Racing. That's Carl's old team. They actually raced it for the first time last year at the endurance race that was here, the Nitro Endurance race. And we've got, I believe we have Carl's stepdad and Callum, who was on the team as well. Sort of very loud smack. I'm not sure who it was, but hopefully it's not a broken car. I don't think it is. We didn't pass anybody. So this is Team J5 Racing. You see it's a completely different car than it was earlier, but we see how we've shown how they are doing the driver swaps, basically. So instead of changing the battery in the car, they changed the car entirely and swapped the rear tires over. That's the way the UK racing scene generally works, from what I understand. Apologies if I have it wrong. I'm usually, well, I used to be a touring car racer. I was telling one of the organizers earlier. Never really raced off-road, but what these guys tend to do is they have a specified set of rear wheels, rear tires, I should say, glued up and ready to go. And I'm assuming these are marked, because otherwise, how are you going to know? But again, it's a fun race. It's not, there's no cash prize or anything like that. There may be a trophy, but it's mostly just for fun and for bragging rights. So they swap over the rear tires from car to car. A little bit too close there, Jim. And basically just use whatever front tire the driver prefers. Whether usually there's mostly a choice between 2, maybe 3 sets of types of tires, front tires that these guys use, depending whether it's dry or wet, or whether they want a little bit more steering or a little bit less steering, that sort of thing. But basically, one pair of rear tires is intended to last for 2 hours. But I did overhear somebody talking about getting an extra set of rear tires, but I think that's one of the random choices that these guys are going to have. So I think it's every half hour, or is it every hour? There's literally a roll of the dice to see what happens. Something will happen, and we're going to have some more details on that coming directly from the organizers. And we'll have some photos up on the RC Racing TV Instagram as well, so you can see what these guys are doing. So I'm just going to see if there's any sort of action in the chat. See if there's anything happening. If you do have someone that you want to particularly cheer on, please let us know. And we've got, so I just have a couple people in the chat. Ingrid Edmonds Prins, and Innovate Hen. Hello from Herts. I'm outside the recording van right now. So yes, I did see you earlier. Sorry I didn't give you a shout out, but yes, hello. I saw you listening to the stream, so feel free to have... we're going to have team members popping in and organizers popping in to give us some details on not just the teams and the track and the club itself and the details of how the racing is going to go roughly, but also, we want to learn more about Carl himself and J5 Racing, and learn, because it is a memorial meet. And Carl sadly passed away just over 2 months ago. And many, well, actually dozens, hundreds of people turned out for his funeral. He impacted the lives of, well, probably thousands of racers, everyone who's ever come here to attend a race meeting or check out the track. It's impacted their lives and our lives as well. So we'd like to certainly learn more about Carl and the Herts Nitro Model Club. So we're going to be doing that during not just today, but tomorrow as well a bit. For anyone who's curious. So it's really just a beautiful, touching thing for the endurance race to be sort of rebranded as a memorial meet for Carl. You're hearing some pit instructions coming. The nice thing about electric is that you can be yelling across the track to the drivers rather than requiring noise-canceling headsets and stuff to be able to communicate with them. I believe it's a buzzard hanging over here, just enjoying the thermals, and we're enjoying the sun on the track now. It's certainly drying out the unshaded portions. There's only one bit that we can really say is shaded, and that's the back side. Just at the start of the uphill section, there's that shade is provided by the back side of the racing wall of the bashing track. So you can see it just there on the screen. Yeah. So Ingrid Edmonds Prins saying Kirst Taylor and George Fairweather. Well, that's great, but I need to know what team they're on so we know what number car to follow, because we don't know who's necessarily driving in the teams yet. Don't have a list of driver names, just have a list of team names. So if you know what team they're on, let us know what team they are. Of course, we have Team Composite Kit Racing in car number 1. currently in 5th position. Obviously, these numbers are going to swap around quite a bit because there's several drivers in each team. And like I was saying earlier, there's going to be faster drivers and not so fast drivers on each team. So it depends what the team's decided, or whether if there is a manager of the team or someone who's sort of organizing things and deciding things. Depends whether they have decided amongst themselves, or someone has taken charge and decided, okay, we're going to have all our fast guys go out first, build up some sort of lead, hopefully, and then our slower guys can go out there. I'm assuming everyone who's out on the track today is going to be at least somewhat experienced in 10th off-road racing, especially on AstroTurf. It's a bit different than racing on carpet or dirt or loose dirt or clay or whatever. If you've watched any of the footage or the photos from the World Championships in Arizona a few weeks ago, those guys were running on very soft clay, so that's where they were running slick tires. Not really my brand of off-road. It's not really, I don't know. There's jumps and bumps and stuff like that. The only real benefit to that for me is that it, well, keeps the cars clean. But I like dirt. I like loose dirt. That makes an off-road track for me. But, oh, there we go. We have a new scene. There's our pit action. These guys using a powered Makita anniversary drill. That's what that white drill is. Usually sort of a Tiffany green sort of color. And that started, and then bam, just whack it in there, and off they go. Perfect. You see, obviously, that's a car swap, basically, like the early days of Formula E, if anyone's familiar with that, where they had to literally change cars. Nowadays, of course, for those full-size racing, full-size racers in Formula E, they are just swapping batteries, I think, now. But yeah, change tires, and off and away. New driver. Although we have seen this car before. He's going through the switchbacks, and you see the J5 Racing banner there at the top of the hill. Just behind that hill is part of the crawler section. Pretty good crawler drive. You see all the hillside there, populated with timbers and rock formations and bridges and all kinds of things. Really cool, actually. I'd forgotten about that because I remember seeing it last year. Took a bunch of photos. Quite cool. Even walked around a bit of it. But I didn't bring my truck this year. Oh. Stuck. That's a very tall bit of the fire hose where they're stuck.
When I cut that camera again, you might hear the audio from that camera. It's expected to then be alarm. But I'm monitoring it, so if it's wrong, I'll turn it off.
So Team Juiced Up Ready to Rock is, well, they've finished their driver swap, it looks like.
Okay, so 5-minute warning.
Team Marmite again.
First roll of the dice.
5 minutes to the first roll of the dice. So this is where we're going to see, I think it's going to be 3 teams, is it? Or is it all of them? I can't remember. But we'll find out. So we've got various things that are going to be happening. All of the teams at various points are going to be affected by this roll of the dice thing that they've got. Think of it like a wheel of doom. So some of them are going to have one of the things I remember seeing. Actually, I took a photo. Let me see if I can find it. Hi, Pete Wilson in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from, whether it's from the pits or from, from home. So where is... Right, so we've got... various things here. So, ranging from literally wearing drunk goggles, which are, that's going to be a nightmare. Running without a wing for a minimum of 5 minutes. That will be another whole set of issues. Le Mans start, which is actually more Le Mans pit, where the driver has to do their own pit stop. Very interesting. Running slick tires on the rear. There's all sorts of, there's a blindfold set that's out there. So it'll be very, very interesting. And I took a picture of the drunk goggles, the lens through the drunk goggles, and it's going to be very interesting because you're basically seeing double. Everything around where you're looking is doubled. So that's going to take some time. And I think it says 2 laps. That's not too bad. I think it should be longer. I think it should be for a whole run, because driving without a wing for 5 laps will be worse than driving for 2 minutes with the drunk goggles, I think. But it's meant to be random. So it'll be very interesting. So that's going to be kicking off in like 3 or 4 minutes' time. And we've got a car going into the pits, and actually 2 cars in the pits. So we've only got 4 cars out on track. So 2 in the pits. You can see them in action there. That pink and white car getting swapped again. So maybe the battery wasn't fully charged, or who knows? Can't imagine why. So I have to imagine it. So we are just about, 29 minutes into this. Oh yeah, we have a timer counting down, which I've been looking at, and then subtracting at from 180. But we also have a counter timing up, which is way easier to read. That's very handy. So 29 minutes and 8 seconds now into this 6-hour race here. The HNMC J5 Racing Memorial Meet to benefit the Carl Jackson Fund. 6 hours of racing, so, just about 5.5 hours left. So I think any minute now, maybe, I saw Harrison run across the track, but I didn't see him run back, so I wasn't able to get his attention. Hopefully once the wheel of doom is spun, so to speak, because there's not actually a wheel, it's a set of dice. But once that is in place, hopefully we can get one of the organizers in, and we can talk a bit about Carl and the HNMC Club. Here we go. The first dice roll is about to happen. You might be able to hear it over the microphone, but I believe that is Harrison on the mic. Harrison runs the club here. He's running the club meeting and I think the club entirely. I'm not sure. So Harrison's he's brought a remote mic out to where they're doing it. We see Marshall's swapping over. So team juiced up, ready to run. We don't have laps on this, so I don't know how many laps ahead they are. But it's car 5 out in front, and it's team juiced up. And looks like they're in the pits because their progress timer's red. And it looks like J5 Racing and Benz are also. Yeah, J5 just taking over the lead again. A little flip and roll there. Champions roll, though. Land on the wheels and keep driving. Down the main straight, going. Ooh, was that a hit? Just as that car was going into the turn, I heard something hit something. Then over the doubles.
Okay,
Over the
so
tabletop there, as you can see,
roll the
coming
dice
up
now.
into the bowl.
Got one. Team number one, Tires of Doom.
Tires of Doom. I believe that is slicks for
Team number
Team
one's got
Composite Kit. They have to run slicks.
some slick tyres. Teams 2 and 3 are going to have a 30-second sin bin at the next interval.
30-second sin bin. So it means they have a sit out for 30 seconds, I think. That's not too bad. That's about how long a pit stop takes, I think. And then the other, oh, is it just? I think it's just affecting 3 cars at a time. I think is all. There's our drivers who are out there on the track at the moment. You can see they start from right to left is cars 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So weirdly, there's 6 drivers. I think one, the young lad at the far right, left, is just waiting to take over. So they might not actually be taking over the number positions because the rostrum positions are numbered. But it looks like when a new driver comes on, they just occupy a new space. So it's possibly hard to tell who is actually driving which car. Oh, okay. So we've got some additional information. So the names we had earlier from Ingrid in the live chat. Hopefully, Pete Wilson has popped in and said George and Kirst are in Team Juiced Up. So that is the car number 5. Let me see if we can find that car number 5 out there on track. And we've got Robert Morrell watching on Facebook, watching from Dubai. Hello, Robert. I'm sure the weather in Dubai is slightly warmer than it is here right now in the UK. I think car 5 is that yellow and purple just going up the hill and going into the switchbacks. The second of the 2 cars in the switchbacks about to go over the double just now. I think that's car 5. I'm pretty sure it's car 5. Luckily, there's only the 6 cars out. There's not 10 or 15 cars. Make it very, very difficult. Unfortunately, the shock towers on these 10th scale cars really do a good job of hiding the numbers. So I believe what happens is with the Wheel of Doom is every half an hour, it is some dice are rolled and 3 cars are affected. So you have the sin bin where you sit out for 30 seconds. You have to wear some weird goggles or wear a patch over one eye, which I can only imagine is going to really, really affect your depth perception. Make it very difficult to drive. There's another one where there's 2 drivers controlling one car, so one driver controlling the throttle and another driving the steering wheels, and that is very, very difficult, I'll tell you. We used to do the same sort of thing in the HPI Challenge, and it's hard. Great fun to watch. Not so great if you're trying to do competitive laps, but then that's the idea. So basically every team is going to be affected in some way every hour or so. So we got marshals swapping around again. Every team has to provide a marshal. And it's not like large scale where they're basically just only marshaling their own vehicles. They're marshaling everybody equally. Someone's brought, I see a couple of crawler trucks about to go on the crawler course. So Team J5 and Marmite and Team Mutts Nuts, that's cars 3, 4, and 2. Looks like they're in the pits. We have more than 3 cars out there, though. No, not at the moment. We only have 2 cars out on track, so 4 cars are in the pits. 3 are definitely getting worked on. Maybe they're doing their sin bin. Basically, think of it like a time penalty in F1, where they have to wait before they have to touch anything. Team Ben's out in the lead at the moment in the car 6. So we've got 2 cars out on, well, now we got 3, but let's follow these 2 and see what happens. Ooh, a little spin off there. Over the tabletop and then up into the bowl section. Let's just follow this one. Just follow this car that we're on now, Jim. Come down off the hill. A little too close. We're going over the tabletop here. Speedy section into the bowl and over the final tabletop and this kink right in front of the pit entrance. I do love the pit entrance. It's literally a hole cut in the protective wall of the fence, and there's a set of arrows and you just drive off the track. It's pretty handy. You can see that ramp right there. That's the pit entrance. There we go. I believe we've got. There we go. Yeah, it's just plugging stuff in, isn't it? Anybody can do it.
That's my job.
All right. Okay. Darren, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, sorry. No, the other way, because this folds down that way. There we go. There you go. I can hear the mic. Let's just say a couple words.
Is that good?
Yeah, I can hear you. James, can you hear him? Yeah. Okay. All right. So, Darren, great to talk to you again.
Yep.
Let me come down to your level so I'm not standing above you like a head teacher or priest or whatever. So, we were talking earlier about the memorial meet. So first of all, it's the J5 Racing Memorial Meet to benefit the Carl Jackson. Is it the fund or foundation?
Carl Jackson Foundation.
Carl Jackson Foundation.
Yep.
And so, tell us just a bit about Carl.
Right.
I mean,
Where do I start?
Anywhere you like. We got 6 hours. No, you were telling me he's. I mean, he basically built so much of the club.
Yeah. So this club, can't remember how many years ago it started. Before my time. Yeah, Carl Jackson started this club. Started the temp side of the club with Mark Jones. Many people probably watching will know Lewis Jones. That's Jonesy Senior. And yeah, Carl started his track off. I come along a number of years later and started helping Carl out. I was about 15, 16. My dad was on a little break from racing and I was coming down. Carl was picking me up every Saturday, probably just because he wanted me to do the work down the track.
Always helps to have a young, enthusiastic racer.
Yeah, much more enthusiastic then than I probably am now. And then, I was helping Carl for a few years, probably for a year and a half, and then Carl wanted to pass it on. He wanted to concentrate on racing a little bit more, which is what I ended up doing. But I took the club over from him at the time.
Yeah.
I was only 16. he was still actually bringing me down to run meetings, and he was always about to help. So yeah, quite a lot of these jumps we built together. So his original 2 jumps was the double in the middle,
Yeah.
the two little jumps, and the rest of the jumps we kind of worked together with a few others in the club, and kind of got the track to where it is today.
So when you say you built them, is that wood underneath or metal?
No, so the old track we used to have these there was some wooden jumps that were put onto this track.
Under the bashing track.
Destroyed now,
Yeah, we
you
can't see it
probably
on screen, but yeah. It's,
and yeah, we decided that we wanted all, because they just gave way with the damp over time. We wanted all dirts to be all jumps to be dirt, and that's kind of where we got the track to today.
and then you lay the AstroTurf on top of it.
Yeah.
And like I was describing earlier, because obviously you've got where the chap in the middle sat down with the orange.
Rich Miller, that's the ski jump. We call
Yeah.
it on the ski jump.
Okay, so you come
that's
off the
sort
top
wood
of
at
it.
the front, and
Yeah.
the rest of it is dirt.
Right.
So that's just the wood to hold the dirt
Yeah.
in place.
But you move around the barriers.
Yeah, there's a lot.
And just for various.
Yeah, we
just
tried to make
whatever.
every jump so that we can take it from all angles.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that jump, you'd have a bit of a problem taking it in that angle, and because of the format today, we're doing 3 hours in reverse.
Yeah.
Halfway through, obviously we had to have that jump the way it is, avoiding going up. But yeah, me and Carl, we always had a kind of an ambition to try and get this to a national track, and there was a year where we didn't run nationals and we run something called the SUM, which is a Schumacher Masters, and it was basically the national series for the year. And we kind of had a meeting here, and then we've done a junior vets, and we're creeping closer. Hopefully, fingers crossed, next year we can apply and hopefully get a national. But we're always trying to boost the track year in year out.
Yeah.
Always looking for ways that we can make things better, just to support the club members that we have, and creating a best track for them.
And the more volunteers, and the more, obviously the funding helps, but the more volunteers you have, the more people, like, there's always going to be someone who's maybe has a plumbing business or has a builder's business, or like builds sheds, and there's just like leftover stuff that you could be used to build the track.
Yeah,
and obviously manpower to build these dirt jumps and stuff like that.
Funny enough, these 2 jumps on the right hand side, they're probably the latest to be put in, and we've on the side of one of the woods on the second jump. If you look at the woods, there's AW inscribed in it, which is my dad. And the reason we've done that is because when we replaced our patio and we had so much dirt, he does everything himself, so he didn't get a skip. There's so much dirt to take to the dump. You can only take a
Just
limit.
brought it here.
That we brought it here, and we built these 2 jumps with it.
Perfect. But yeah, that's
we've got a lot
where the
of members.
manpower and the club sort of all hands sort of the more hands you have, the more people you have helping, and like you say, you have DIY projects at home. So you have some hardcore left over. Yeah, bring it in. We can use it.
Yeah, I mean, we've got electricians as members.
Oh,
that
yeah,
help
perfect,
us with the lighting and the speakers when we have problems.
Computer networking guys that do stuff like
although I haven't found someone that does carpets yet. Because, when you're trying to lay these the Astro over the jumps, it'd be good if we could find a member that's good with carpets,
or just someone who's a member of who knows someone at a tennis club or something.
Yeah.
No, that's great. So. How big was the club? I mean, did Carl was he one of the founding people of the club?
He was the founding person. He run it week in, week out. Primarily he come from 1/8, and he kind of supported got the 1/10 to where we are, along with Mark, and he's always been around until he sadly passed. Always around, even if he doesn't kind of wants to take a step away. He was always around to give his ideas, give his opinions, come down for work parties. He always found time, just like he does with everyone. He was a guy that always found time to help people. He went about it very silently, didn't really make a fuss, and it was never a problem. And that's kind of why he was so special to everyone that knew him. And I don't think there's probably a racer in the UK that didn't know who he was. He was always the happy chap at racing. He was a mentor to a lot of people, and he did have a side of him where he would give you a sharp stare if you crashed. And he's maybe called me a few words before, but that's because he generally did care. People. I think he kind of treated me like almost a son in racing. And he had Callum, who's his stepson, who I'm sure he can come and tell you some stories later about some of the death stares that he's had, but it's just because he generally cared about so many different people and seeing people do well.
I mean, to be honest, I never had the pleasure of meeting Carl, but it sounds like he's the perfect kind of RC mentor that, a club racer or a club just in general could, really needs, especially, if you have not every kid has access to RC, cars and equipment and being able to, or a club,
Exactly that.
But if you are lucky enough to be in an area, I mean, we're in not far, very close to Stevenage, famously where Lewis Hamilton's from.
Yeah.
He's always saying about growing up in Stevenage. And
I met Lewis down this track.
Yeah. I've heard that his brother comes here and races every now and then.
He comes down. Not as much anymore, but I remember when I was a kid, there was 3 very nice Mercedes showed up in a row. And, I went over and got his autograph. And there's a funny story about that because I made him write his name underneath because I was so young. I made him write his name underneath the autograph just so I could make sure people knew it was definitely his signature.
Yeah. Because otherwise, it's like, look what you take it to school. It's like, yeah, sure, you met Lewis Hamilton at your little toy car track. It's like, no, he did. No.
Yeah, going back to the, trying to get people trying to help everyone with racing, and those that are less fortunate, younger people. People that are less fortunate for any other reason. That's kind of what we want to do with this Carl Jackson Foundation, and everyone's entries today, and along with a lot of stuff that we sell. So like we're in the process of sorting hoodies and stuff out. I've got a massive bundle of stickers to try and sell some today. All of that's going towards the Carl Jackson Foundation, and what we want to do with this foundation is help people. Carl always had ideas, and I think he arranged a few arrive and drive sessions, which unfortunately he didn't get to do. And we want to carry this on. There's a big team of us. There's a team racing today. There's 2 teams racing tomorrow. That's how many of us there are, and not just within our team, but people outside supporting the foundation. But we want to carry on his legacy and continue doing what he always wanted to do, and that's support people. And most of the team are made up of people that he has supported, and some others in the team are kind of his best friends that he had. So we want to do the best for him. We want to make this event not just a one-off. It'll never be forgotten. We want to have a yearly event. I don't know, we have ideas to potentially do it in other places as well. Carl always wanted to go to Vegas, and it unfortunately didn't get to go. So I think we have some other ideas, but this foundation will help to support a lot of people, hopefully.
Well, that sounds fantastic. I think Arrive and Drive is, for someone who, if you're, I mean, this place is lucky enough to have a bashing track. You can come here and bash, but a lot of people just go to BMX jumps or an open field or a park. And someone will inevitably come up, especially when they hear a nitro car going around. They'll inevitably come up and go, all right, mate, how much is that?
The famous RC question.
That's about how fast does it go is the first one. How fast? Because you're only going to be creeping it around, if like kids and dogs are around, right?
Yeah.
How fast? Well, this can get up to about 60 miles an hour. So, oh, really? How fast is it? How much does that cost then?
Yeah.
It's about $1,000 or £1,000, and then like instantly just going, yeah, all right then. That's like a motorbike.
Yeah.
Or a set of wheels for my real car or something like that. But if you go, but there's a club. I'm at this club, and you can just pay whatever it is, 10 or 20 quid or whatever it might be. You can just have a play for a day, and they're like, oh, okay, then maybe we'll try it out, and that's the first sort of step.
Yeah, it's the encouragement you need. They come down, they're about, and I think a lot of people in RC have to be open to.
Yeah.
There was a young lad down there last week, and he was walking around the track. And I was just doing I was having a go on the nitro track because I don't do nitro, and tomorrow's my first time. So it's going to be
okay.
I'm sure you'll enjoy coming in that one.
That'll be good.
A bit of a comedy show, but I come over to do a sell on here, and there was a young lad walking around the track, and he said it was his first go. And he was just fascinated, so I whacked my end point of my throttle all the way down and gave him the transmitter and just let him have a few goes at the track, and he was hooked instantly.
Yeah.
Hooked.
And how many?
I think I got a bit of a stare from his dad when I told him how much this stuff costs.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Christmas is coming up. This is only it's maybe a 300 or 400 quid setup, to get started. But
yeah, it's not cheap, and that's why we people like this, we want to, with the foundation, give these people a go, give them the support. Hopefully try and get them what they need, and if we can't get them what they need, at least advise them is the best thing to do.
Yeah, and that
team member on the roof there. We'll keep that on 4 wheels.
Shiny side up. But yeah, that's the perfect, just one of the perfect scenarios of, obviously, lots of people, especially lads, will have had some sort of model car as a toy for Christmas when they were young. And whether that progresses into actually going around the country or Europe or world racing is a very, very tiny percentage of people that actually, move up into that. But there's loads of club racers, and there's loads of clubs, and there's lots of clubs that could benefit from that sort of forward thinking.
Yeah. The support and the money that comes into the club with club members is fairly small, but it's the support of drivers, at your club meetings each week. Yeah. The loyal club members, and we always encourage everyone to go to other tracks and get around the country. It makes you a better driver, supports other clubs.
Yeah. And it gets people, to see new faces, and you're racing. I'm involved in a bunch of different hobbies, and one of the greatest lines that I heard was, you don't necessarily come to, in this case, a track to race, quote unquote, against other people. You go to another club to make new friends. Yeah. Ideally, and like you say, become a better racer, learn how to deal with different, driving situations. Maybe it was wet and sodden today, or maybe it was dry and hot, flat. And it's a different sort of track then, and it's a different sort of racing condition. Yeah. And those sorts of things, and I got started my first racing was with a RC10 Worlds for off-road, way back when. What was that, 94, 95, something like that?
Before my time.
Yeah. Well, my first credit card, maxed it out, getting a full racing setup, But I'd had a Grasshopper before that I saved up lawn mowing money for. And so that was my first racing, and, it's on loose dirt, completely different to this. But it was one of these classic, very small American tracks where there was off-road jumps in the middle, and around it was dirt speedway, basically.
Okay.
So dirt oval.
Yeah. Okay.
And so it's very interesting. So you go, it's a bit like Daytona or Indy, the road course there, where you go a bit on the outside bit, and then do the jumps on the inside, but it's all loose dirt and then really hard packed. It was really weird.
See, every track in the UK is...
They're all different, aren't they?
They are different, but they're fairly similar in that we only tend to have Astro tracks.
Yeah.
We don't have 10th dirt tracks. We did have one with Nemo Raceway, but we don't. I think they've now carpeted that up.
Yeah, we were there last year for RCGP. It was black AstroTurf now, which is really weird.
So I'm actually looking forward. Well, I'm moving to the US in February.
Oh, okay.
I'm going on Wednesday I've delayed it till after this meeting because it was important. But I'm going to look for somewhere to live, moving to Maryland.
Okay.
So I know America's fairly big.
Yeah.
When a track looks like it's close, it's probably not. But I'm looking forward to hopefully racing on some dirt, racing on some different surfaces. I was watching the Worlds previously.
Yeah, I mentioned the Worlds earlier.
It looks so interesting.
It's very weird. I've never raced on it, but for me, loose dirt, that means off-road to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I know there's jumps and bumps and jumps and all that on whether it's clay or Astro, but loose dirt, there's changeable conditions and especially on it.
You actually had to warm. It looked like they actually had to warm the tires up. Like if they made a mistake, it looked like they were just dropping off the pace.
Yeah.
And here it's obviously very different. You make a mistake, you get back into the groove. So
but
I'm excited to try something.
Every regional racing has its own thing about it, doesn't it? So it's obviously we do a lot of FRA European championships. So where we were at in Holland was all Astro, but a lot of places we go are literally mixed condition tracks, which I think is a really cool sort of thing. And the American racers who usually watch these things, they're like, "Oh wow, that's really weird. They got bricks over there, and they have concrete steps and wooden logs sometimes that they drive over. It's really."
That sounds like the bash track. That sounds like the crawler.
Yeah. You use some of the
we
random
have to
building
cut the
materials.
limit somewhere with what we built
Yeah,
on the track. But yeah, there's a lot more we want to do with this. We used to have a little kind of like a wobble board.
Oh, okay.
We actually cut some of this piping in front
Yeah.
of this plastic hard piping, and it was obviously smaller than this. And we used to cut it in half and then lay it into the track. Into
Okay,
the dirt,
yeah,
and
yeah.
then put the Astro over the top. And it's just a different feature
Yeah.
to standard jumps. Like we got a double here.
Yeah.
We've got a corner jump, but we want to add more features, and I think that helps go into other tracks and see.
Yeah.
And all the coverage online, what you guys do, watching other tracks gives you ideas.
Yeah, definitely.
And yeah, it's good. We're not done yet.
Good. So are you going to be popping back over every now and then to provide some input, or I'm sure you're going to be chatting with everyone online, and
I'm sure I'll
following
still be
progress and stuff.
in the WhatsApp chats. I kind of wanted to concentrate more on racing, so I come out away from I'm still part of the committee, but handed over to Harrison and the team, Matt and Paul, and I still find it hard to keep completely away. I always give my ideas, which probably helps them. And I'll probably be the same in the US. But yeah, I have family here and friends.
Yeah.
Me and the wife are going, so she has family that she'll be leaving. So yeah, we'll be coming back. I'm sure I'll get that
as often as you can. At least you'll be on the
Make a
West
special
Coast.
guest appearance at,
it's not that far of a flight.
East Coast.
Yeah,
I'm on the East Coast, Maryland.
So but it's not like you're in San Francisco or something like that. Where it's a much like double the length.
Yeah.
It won't be too bad.
So yeah, that's exciting times coming up.
That's
certainly
pretty
miss
good.
the stuff like this, the racing, the other stuff I do.
Yeah. Well, that's good. Well, okay, so tell us about the format of the track. The format of the race. Obviously, we know it's 6 hours. We're about almost an hour in, so we're 58 minutes, 59 minutes in now. So we're about to have one of the Wheel of Doom rolls of the dice literally coming up.
Yeah, we just had one not too long ago.
Yeah.
We didn't get a bad one. We got a 30-second sin bin, which isn't too bad.
That's basically just like a
but lose a lap kind of.
Oh, okay, yeah. Hands off.
Yeah,
no
hands off.
touching for 30 seconds.
Yeah. So yeah, the format, it's a 6-hour event, split into. We spoke whether we should split it or not, but we split into two, so it's 3 hours each in each direction.
Yeah.
Not going to be a large break in between. Literally going to be stop, rotate. Because I'm sure if everyone suddenly turns around and starts driving the opposite
Decide
direction,
when you want to go
there could be a
backwards.
few broken cars. So yeah, 6-hour event. It's a few key points. We have limited sets of tyres, controlled tyre. So we have Cactus or Mezzo. Everyone is running the Cactus because it is the fastest here. And we're on yellows right now, which is good. Hopefully we're for the rest of the day.
Yeah, so we saw some of that in the pits where the drivers, so each team has three pairs of rear tires.
Yeah,
is that right?
3 sets all handed to race control, and you can get 1 set every 2 hours.
Right.
Because we want to encourage, we have people have to change their tyres. So when someone comes in for a pit stop, the next car out has to have the rear tyres on the car before. So when they get a new set of tyres, 2 hours in, every 2 hours you get a new set of tyres.
Yeah.
You then have to hand the old ones back to race control so that you still only have 1 set for the team. No one cheating and sticking a set of tyres ready on the next car.
What, the Cactus you said, or I'm not like...
Cactus is an indoor tyre.
Yeah.
Generally, it's generally an indoor tyre. That's what they run.
So is that a mini pin or a spike?
It's like a more rounded mini pin.
Okay.
Have you seen one?
I haven't. No.
I'll bring one over for you. But it's like it's a rounded spike. There's probably less spikes than a mini pin. They run it indoors, Silverstone, Carpet Clash, all the indoor carpet tracks, and it just works here. I don't know why, and it's a bit of a shame it works here and nowhere else because we set our cars up for this surface, and we go somewhere else and then we have to change the setup. I'm being called over because I'm up next.
If you have to go.
We reverse in 3 hours,
Yeah.
and then there's a few other things like some forfeits on the spin the wheel.
Yeah.
Spin the wheel every hour or every half an hour for half of the teams.
Yeah. So basically every car is affected every hour.
Yeah, just make sure you got a camera on that rostrum when someone rolls and gets the drunk bubbles.
Yeah,
or the
we do.
Dice or
Okay, here we go. So we're gonna have this second roll of dice.
Second
Do you have
roll
to?
of
You have
I
to
need
go.
to shoot because I'm up next.
No, it's no problem.
But yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah. Be sure and come by again if you want later on.
I will.
Don't forget your sunglasses.
Oh yeah. Pleasure. Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
Yeah. Good talking with you. And we'll see you on the track.
Enjoy the coverage.
We will. All right. Thank you very much, Darren. So Darren from the HNMC Club. Thank you very much, or I should say HNM Club. So there we go. There's a shot of the rostrum. No one with the drunk goggles just yet, but we've got 3 more teams going to have the whatever sort of weird format that they're forfeit that they're going to have. And we'll hear that announced by either Harrison or Matthew. I think it's going to be Harrison. He did the last one. So yeah, some really good information there from Darren. Thank you very much for stopping by, and we hope. Actually, I meant to tell him that we're going to. I need to see if I have some pennies with me, some pounds to get some of these. To get some stickers to help support the Carl Jackson Foundation. Like I said, I do really think that something like an arrive and drive sort of thing where, young lad and his dad can come out on the bashing track and drive around one of the basher trucks, from whatever brand you like. You hire it for 10 or 20 pounds for a half hour or however long it's you get it for, and have a play and just get a feel for, just get that initial itch of playing around with a model car. And it definitely will hook people in. And if a young kid and their dad can, or mom, can get into it, that's more power to them. It's what the hobby's all about. Playing around with model cars.
Doing 2 drivers, 1 car.
Ooh, 2 drivers, 1 car. This will be good.
Start, and team 6 are
and Le Mans start.
going wingless.
And so we're going to have a wingless car out there. We're going to have a controller operated by 2 different people. So they're going to have to someone steering and someone doing the throttle. So that's going to be very difficult. Going around without a wing, pretty hard. But once you get the hang of it, it's not too bad. And then the Le Mans pit stop will be basically the driver has to change the tires on their own car. So that will be interesting. But basically, it's just adds some extra time and some running around.
That will take place at the next stint.
So we're going to see that happen coming over time. So yeah, keep an eye on the rostrum there. No one's got the eye patch or the drunk goggles just yet, but we'll see how that works. So, Innovate Hen, sorry if I missed it. If you were playing, are you streaming the Nitro race tomorrow? Yes, we are. So, yes, we'll be here. We're going to move the van over to the Nitro track. And hopefully it stays nice and dry like it's looking like today. So we've got a 6-hour electric endurance race today and a 6-hour Nitro 1/8 endurance race tomorrow. So Team J5 Racing, Team Benz, Team Juiced Up, Team Marmite, Team Composite Kit Racing, and Team Mutts Nuts. That's our running order at the moment. You can see the drivers on the stand there. Just and there's Darren just walking on the stand. You just saw him there on the right side of the screen, just about to do his stint. So I'm not sure. I believe he's on Team J5, but J5 has already done their forfeit, or the Wheel of Doom. So we're 66, well, almost 67 minutes into this 6-hour endurance race. You okay for drink? Okay. All right. So, want to go wide on the racing on the track? There we go. So, racing action out. So we got 4 cars out there at the moment. I'm not sure if we've got one of the drivers doing the Le Mans pit. I'm assuming one of these cars in the pits is the driver doing their pit stop. There we go. There's our timing. So we got 100. Wow, it's actually really close. 128 laps, 128, 127, 126, and only 4 laps behind is Team Composite Kit. And then Mutts Nuts is just a further 4 laps behind. So it's very, very close for that top 4 positions. Literally just 2 laps between them all. You see Darren there on the far left of the screen on that rostrum shot. There we go. That's Darren on the far left. So it's our 6 racers, 6 cars out. I think we might have... Keep an eye on that, James, because one of those cars is eventually going to be driven by 2 people. And we don't know who's who just yet. But that will be very interesting to watch because it'll be quite fun. I think just for 5 minutes, I think. It's not incredibly hard. Oh, okay, so into the bowl, Jim, coming over the last, just about to cross into the pits. Coming down the main straight now, that is our car that is wingless. That is a wingless car. This is part of the forfeit of the Wheel of Doom. You can see it's got no wing. So it'll be quick-ish in the straight, but in the jumps and in the corners, it's not going to have any downforce on the backside. Very difficult to drive for these guys. Of course, the wings on these things, if they were scaled up 10 times the size, it'd be about the size of a midget sprint car. You see going around the oval tracks in full size. They're absolutely huge rear wings. And sometimes these cars even have front wings, but not on this type of course. So, yeah, very difficult to drive. And as I was saying, if we can keep an eye on the rostrum, eventually we're going to be, in the next few minutes, when these cars change over. Oh, there we go. We got 2 cars. Okay, so you see the 5th, well, the pair of drivers. That is our 2 drivers, 1 car. So they're about to come out on the track. The dual control car. Okay, that's our number 4 that's just gone up the hill and into the switchback section. They're not doing too bad, actually. But they have to be out there for a few minutes doing this dual control. So obviously they're both experienced racers. They know how to get around the track on their own. But do they know how to get around the track while someone else is controlling the steering or someone else is controlling the throttle? And I dare say it could be it might even be a couple, like up there. So an extra soupçon of friction. Not doing too bad, really. Getting around all right. It's the number 4 car, Team Marmite. So Team Love It or Hate It, basically. Thank you very much. So is that number 4 doing the dual control? And we've got 1 driver on the steering and a completely different driver controlling the throttle. Coming over that final tabletop. This... Whoop. Yeah. The white and blue with the bits of red.
They're actually doing very good.
Yeah, they're doing pretty good, to be honest.
I don't think I could drive that leather myself.
No, it's very difficult. Like I said, yeah. We used to do this sort of thing with the HPI Savage Challenge with an entire grid of cars doing this. And it was absolutely impossible. Like, really good fun to watch, but it's not something that you're going to be doing any sort of competitive laps around. But these guys are doing pretty good. Sun's come out again. We've got some little bit firmer shadows, but I think we're going to be very slightly overcast for the day. But it looks like the rain at least is holding off.
We're going at 10:30.
It's we're 74 minutes in. So an hour and 14. Yeah, I was just going to say. So I think the wingless car, yeah, they only have to do a few laps so that we don't have a wingless car anymore. So next time I can get Darren's attention, I'm going to say that I need to get a couple of stickers off him. Nice thing about RC body shell stickers, the ones that are designed for 1/10 and even 1/5 scale cars, they're just about the right size for a drink bottle or a laptop. So I've got a sticker bomb drink bottle I can put it on for my my posh coffees, and even my my mobile phone case. I got a bunch of stickers on that too. So speaking of stickers, there's a good opportunity to mention that if you want some RCTV stickers, you can join the RCTV channel on YouTube. Just head over to, just search for RC Racing TV on YouTube and find any of the, well, ideally, this live broadcast that you're listening to right now, or if you're watching it back recorded, and find the join button on your browser window or the app or whatever you're watching it on. And you get a lot of details there on some cool stuff that you can get from RCTV, including RCTV stickers. And, of course, there's RCTV gear that we're wearing this weekend, RCTV shirts, hats, hoodies, and more that you can check out and get for yourself. Show off to your friends. Impress your friends. And make your enemies jealous. So it's just refreshing the live chat. On YouTube. So Steve Mainwaring, that's a familiar name. Hi all, have a great weekend for a sad but very worthy cause. Yes, definitely a very worthy cause. Obviously, we're all into RC racing here at RC Racing TV, and anything to bring more people in, more new people into the hobby, and especially more people here to the Herts Nitro Model Club, HNMC. Oh, hello. All right. Oh, wait. Harrison. Hi, Paul. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm okay. I just opened up a drink. Thank you very much. Okay, that's great. So who's my next victim? Who? Okay.
He runs the club with me.
Oh, okay, very good.
I did mention him earlier.
Okay, I thought it was Matthew that you said.
Matthew does.
Yeah.
He actually runs some of the meetings.
Okay, all right. Excellent.
I think we call Matthew Tractor.
Okay, yeah. Well, we got we just had a chat with Darren, so yeah, here we go. We got Paul from the club, Herts Nitro Model Club. Right. Okay. How are you, Paul?
I'm very good, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for well, first of all, for putting on the meeting and having us here. It's I think it's fantastic again to obviously an amazing, worthy cause. Darren was telling us a bit about it, and I was just thinking while he was talking. He was saying you got some stickers and some hoodies that you guys are organizing to help raise funds.
Yeah, I just told him you want some stickers, so
Yeah, yeah,
organised.
yeah. I've got some. I got some change in the car, and however much they cost, I'll dig it out and get some stickers. I got some a drink bottle here. This is my coffee. Well, it's empty now, but I'll definitely have some on there and on the laptop as well.
You've got your work cut out today and tomorrow.
Yes. Well, at least it's a little bit easier than last year's endurance race because that was a much longer nitro race, and that took some doing. But this is a bit easier because we don't have like as much of the noise today. It's a lot.
They're all quite close as well. I mean,
Yeah.
2 laps in.
We were just looking at their overall results, and at the moment, the top 4 teams are separated by 2 laps.
Yeah, Darren's
That's
team,
amazing.
Darren's team's at the top.
Yeah.
140 laps, I think they've done at the moment. So, but yeah, it's only a few laps in it. And I mean, last year the Nitro, it was one team kind of ran away with it.
Yeah, it was a
didn't
really big spread. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was Lee Martin's team. I'm
Yeah.
not sure he's here for the Nitro. I'm not sure if he's booked in or not. But
Hopefully.
hopefully, yeah. I know there's a few
Haven't
other
seen Lee
events
in a while.
on. There's a few other events on this weekend. So you obviously got Buggyland and Essex Carpet Clash as well on Sunday. So some of the bigger names will be taking on that.
Right. Okay. Is Ollie Meggett running that one?
Is what, sorry?
Is Ollie Meggett running that? He does the Essex touring car, but I don't know if he does anything with off road.
I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. No, it was just I didn't know if you're aware or not. No, that's cool. No, we used to do a lot of work with Ollie. Actually, still do. We did some ETS stuff with him not too long ago. But yeah, so Darren was telling us about Carl and his background with Carl. It's a very dare say, moving, touching relationship that those guys had together, and like a mentorship sort of thing almost, pretty much, really. What sort of connection did you have with Carl and the I guess the founding of the club here? Yeah,
so I mean, I had a very similar experience to you in the respect to I grew up with you saying grasshopper earlier. I had a Tamir Hornet.
The posh grasshopper.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think as a kid I liked the spiked tyres rather than the little rib tyres that they had in the grasshopper. I think that's about the only difference, really, wasn't it?
I think, well, when I was raising money, I think it was when I was maybe 11 or 12. I can't remember how old I was, but my dad used to be in the Army, and I had the Armed Forces, the Army Air Force, the AFES, it was called, catalog. And one of the things that you could get from it, obviously, was G.I. Joe sets. I was really big in the G.I. Joe. And then I got into RC. But I saved up all my lawn mowing money. And I was like, I could get a frog. That's like another $50 or something like that. The grasshopper's nice and cheap. I'll get that first. That was like, I just went for the cheapest one I could get. And I only went from whatever was in the catalog. So I think the Wild Willie was the other one. And the frog was the most expensive because that was the racing one, but the grasshopper was the cheap.
Yeah, the frog. I didn't. I mean, I used to just sit through the the Tamiya catalogue, and just look through that every day. And the frog had quite a bit bulky front end, didn't it? So it always put me off a little bit. So it
was a lot of moving bits there.
Yeah. And I took it racing on grass, but obviously there were lots of Schumachers and other fast cars out there, and it was just having fun and everything. Then I got into touring car when I was older and during university. Then I had a hiatus, a bit of a gap, and like so many people out there. And I came over to watch. I really want to get back into it, and I came over to watch a Nitro meeting. It was a massive national European event,
right.
And I just started chatting to people. I don't know if Carl was one of them, but and I just was like, this is so cool. I just brought all these memories back, and then I started looking at the 10th, and within a couple of weeks I'd bought a B5M. And,
there you go.
Yeah, and Carl was just there. He was just always giving advice and giving help and everything like that. These guys, I mean, we're only talking 2018 when I joined the club, and so I joined in the May. And by the December, I was already on the committee. And
you had that much free time that you were like, yeah, I'll just help out and do anything.
Yeah, totally. And I've been sort of set myself more behind the scenes. My wife works weekends, so weekend racing's a bit tricky. So I often help and run out the Tuesday night club nights and things like that. Although I did run the Sunday race we just had, the Sunday summer series that we just finished at the weekend. So I did that on the Sunday. But yeah, it's so Carl for me was much more sort of help with my setups and. When things were going very, very wrong, he'd be the first port of call, and I'd be like, "Oh, what's going wrong?"
Yeah.
But also, he was so helpful with like the track, and he'd always be here. We'd put a post up, and very few people would reply, but he'd be there, and he'd be just helping, and he'd never put his opinion across. He was never like opinionated, and you must do it this way. He was just. Why don't you do that? Or just suggesting, and he was just a big presence in the club, and he was always here. He was a community member. I mean, he was here before the club was here. The club was started at Sandy near Cambridge, and
that's quite a ways.
Yeah, so they got moved off that site.
Yeah,
and they found this site,
right.
And so he's been there since it literally began here, and he's just such a nice guy. I mean, sadly I was away for his funeral, and so I still haven't quite come to terms with his passing.
Yeah.
It hits home because he's exactly the same age by a couple of days of my brother. So he, just such a big thing, and it's so nice that something positive has come from such an untimely passing. With his J5, we'd always chat about that because I was always trying to. If I had the time and the money and the energy, I said, we should get a junior, like a learning thing up here on a Saturday morning. Just get dads and their kids come up or mums and kids, just to come up and just to sort of have a go. Really, that's what you want. And Carl was always chatting about his ambitions of his pay and play, and I know he really wants to take that further. But obviously, he was a full-time job as well, so it was hard.
Yeah.
So it's so good that his legacy is living on.
Yeah.
And as Darren was saying earlier, we had a young child. I have to say, he looked the spitting image of Lewis Hamilton. And he'd had this little 1/18th car, maybe a bit bigger, my 12th car, and he was just driving around the track. And I said to his dad, "Wow, he's really good." And he said he's only had 2 weeks, and he was going around without touching a barrier and just driving around. And then his dad had a go, and he couldn't even get down the straight. And he said, "God, it's really difficult, isn't it?" Yeah. And that's when, as I say, Darren was here, and he let him have a go in his full-sized car, and he was pretty good. And I was like, "Wow, that's the sort of thing we need to put J5 and him in touch, so they can sort of do stuff." Yeah,
that's one of those touch points where if someone comes to try, I mean, I've talked to people who they're in a different hobby and they buy a model car for the first time, and they went to a club track, and it was a race, and the guys where I used to race in California, some of them can be super serious at a club meet, and this guy literally, he walked up to these people and they were just just a wall, just nothing. They got no, and that was it. He was like, he'd spent hundreds of dollars buying a model car because he thought it'd be cool, and then just got nothing. Just no help, nothing. But you need people who are open and willing, and I mean, most of the people I've met especially in the UK, but across, we do lots of European Championship stuff. Most of them that you walk up to, there'll be a lot more open to helping and stuff like that. It's not like hyper competitive, and especially at a club meet, I don't go to many of them for RCTV, but this is one of the better ones, I must say. It's you feel you can just walk up to somebody and go, "Hey, I'm sorry, but can I just get some help with you?" And it sounds like Carl was exactly the perfect person to approach with that sort of thing, and like you say, the lifeblood of the club, just to get things going. I was trying to explain the gym on the drive down that just tried to give him an idea, Jim, our cameraman, I should say, for anyone listening, the kinds of things it takes to become a national, quote unquote level sort of track. And Darren was saying that you guys are trying to do that as well. And then to go from that, it's a bit like going from something like an open tarmac area at Santa Pod to a touring car race, and then to FIA Formula One level track. There's certain things that are expected, and it sounds like you guys are well on your way to getting to that point, or however high up the chain or ladder or whatever you want to call it, you want to go.
Yeah, I mean, we did host the veterans and juniors last year. It was very successful, and we were hoping for a national this year, but it didn't come our way. And so we just put our head down and just try to make some improvements. And we get quite a few sort of top drivers visit. So we had Abe Lyons and his father Pete, and Abe's younger brother as well over here on Sunday. And so after the event, I went over and spoke to Pete and said, what do you think about the layout? And he said, oh, yeah, he gave us a few pointers, especially looking towards the national, how would we focus it on the national. So we're always looking to improve. And as I say, that's the one thing Carl was after, he was always pushing for the next level, seeing where we could go. And he was even thinking of a little grass track here in the summer. So we were thinking about we started making inroads into doing something like that, but sadly he passed away just as we were sort of getting it going. So, we'd love to get a national circuit here, but we just, as long as we keep with the core and make sure that people are having fun and enjoying it, that's our focus really.
Yeah.
And if good things happen after that, then
exactly. And it's obviously if Carl was the main person pushing that, someone else can maybe take up that sort of drive. And obviously everyone's got a family and full-time jobs and stuff like that they've got to do. But, it's the more, like I was telling Darren, the more hands and people that you have helping out, the more minds and even just getting like DIY landfill or hardcore or something like that, extra bits left over to this might help out the club, just drop off some stuff and there you go, you have a new jump or something like that. And it's sounds like it's really good.
Carl was. I mean, he'd taken some steps back because he used to run the club on his own.
Yeah.
The tent side of things, and he became. So he sort of brought Darren in, and then Darren was doing it on his own, and then Carl was able to sort of take a step back. Same with Darren, Harrison, and myself, and now Matt. We've gone on and we've tried to take it off Darren. He's able to concentrate on his racing and. Sadly, his work's taking him abroad in the not too distant future, and so we're going to miss him. But as he said earlier, he'll be on the WhatsApp making suggestions. But he'll be back, and it might not be forever as well. I don't know what his plans are, but so he'll always be a massive part of the club as well. Of course. So, so we're looking to keep up with Carl's focus and carry on.
I mean it's one thing, yes, it's very sad that Carl's gone, and like I said, I never had the pleasure of meeting him, but the club was already in good hands with Darren and now Harrison and you guys, and plans are moving forward with Carl's vision for the arrive and drive sort of thing.
But it's not just the 10th track as well, he was the thing about Carl was he was covered the whole remit. He was on the committee. He was on the 8th track. He was on the 10th track. He was a driver. He was a mechanic. I mean, he went to the Worlds with Callum as the mechanic, Perth in Australia, and he was such. There's so many things that people have been trying to. How do we remember this guy? And J5's definitely one of them. But we also want to remember from the club perspective and that whole ethos of being part of everything in the club. That's how I remember him. He's just he hands on the shovel, but also on the sticks. He was a fantastic race driver and pitman as well. And mechanic as well. So that's what we want to bring into the ethos of the club, really, and trying to remember
Oh,
that.
there we go. We've got some stickers.
Darren's just arrived with this pile of stickers. J5 Racing.
How much are they per sheet or whatever?
Contribution to the.
Oh, okay, all right.
I mean, I was normally doing them for £5 a sheet. Contribute whatever you want.
Okay.
However many you want.
Okay.
Small or big, any colour.
Can I get a blue sheet for? I mean, blue's kind of this. Well, if you have any.
So if people want to purchase these, Darren, how are they able to purchase?
Yeah, let's tell people on the YouTube and the Facebooks.
Message me on Facebook.
Message Darren Windsor.
Yeah.
WINDSOR.
Hearts Facebook page.
The HNMC group.
Take them, pass them on.
Okay, is that the HNMC group on Facebook?
Hearts Nitro Model Club 110 electric.
There's we have a 1/10th page.
Okay, right.
And a group,
All right,
which is
thank you very much.
the big club group.
Very nice. Very nice. And nice quality ones. We need to find out where we can get some. We've got our RCTV stickers.
RDC products.
RDC products.
RDT
RDT products.
hyphen products.com.
You want any more? Good.
I don't know, white ones. I don't want to. I have 10 euros, but I don't know if anyone wants to actually go through the trouble of swapping it. But I'll see what I have in my.
I'm not taking euros. Yellow.
No, you take pounds and dollars.
Blue, grey.
The white ones would be awesome. Thank you very much. Very cool.
Stickers. You can get in touch.
Yeah, we'll be posting those on the website and how to get hold of them.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Definitely. So check out the Herts Nitro Model Car Club, Model 1/10 Electric, on Facebook. That's the group or the page to check out, and you can message everybody on that. What's the spread between the? It was 2 laps difference earlier.
I don't know. I'll tell you.
Yeah, Darren's team is currently leading.
Yeah.
Team J5 Racing.
We should mention the racing action every now and then.
We are leading by 1 lap.
Wow, 1 lap. So 1 lap there. There we go. James has brought up the difference there. So 1 lap to Team Juice Up Ready to roll. I was wondering if that was rock or roll, because it cuts off. But yeah, so it's still only 3 laps ahead of Team Marmite in 4th. So it's very, very close. And then the battle to stay out of last is also very close with just 3 laps.
We've had to go wingless.
So that's where they've losing. They were a couple of laps.
Oh,
ahead,
okay. So have they already done the another forfeit roll already? I missed it.
Yeah, and this is the wing.
Who's that driving?
So, all right. So going up into the bowl, Jim, is the white and green car. That's our wingless car. That's the J5 Racing team at the moment without a wing. We
Carl's coming down the
yeah, we
straight.
didn't hear the announcement.
Down the straight now. Can't do any jumps for his first lap.
Can't do any jumps. So how are you gonna? Oh, you mean just like roll over the jumps?
I think all wheels were in the air there. Jody, what do you think?
Minus 5 laps! So one of the cars just had their forfeit is they have to do 1 lap without leaving the track.
1 lap without leaving the track. So
Come off the track. And the forfeit, if you
I'm not
jump,
sure if all wheels were in
5
the air. I
laps.
think
Wow.
three.
so if not this car that we're watching, but one of the other cars, they're not allowed to take any airtime under the wheels. But this is they're not doing too bad for having no wing. It's only it's a bit like DRS. I imagine the straight bits are okay, but you have to be lined up properly, getting around these tight corners, especially the hairpins on the switchback sections, and even over some of the jumps. I was trying to describe for our non-RC listeners, if they don't have a rear wing, makes it incredibly difficult.
Yeah, it's fascinating. The top guys, when they talk about the rear wing, I mean, there's some great videos by the Hall brothers
Yeah,
on
yeah,
YouTube. And
yeah.
They,
They
talk
have
about
some pretty good videos, I must say.
They do, and their rear wing stuff is fantastic. They drop it in every now and again, and they say, you know, if you're trying to do this, why don't you cut that bit away, and if you
Yeah.
lower this bit down, and you think the rear wing's just pathetic, but
That's why racers end up with about 20 bodies at a race meeting, or like 10 different wings, and you go, why do you have so many wings? And you think those are £10 each, or £20 each for bodies or whatever.
Yeah, plus,
more nowadays.
Plus the painting.
Yeah, plus the painting. Oh, I used to do painting for people. Now, people are willing to pay an extreme amount of money for a nicely painted body shell. It's crazy. I don't anymore, so no one email me. I just got an email the other day. My webpage is still active, and
then the rest of us do one tone.
Yeah, exactly. Just the Juan Can, as Nick likes to say.
He's doing pretty well.
Yeah,
isn't he?
that's pretty good. That's the J5 racing team. We're following them around the track. Team, the car number 3, leading by 1 lap. Doing pretty good.
A little squirrely there.
Yeah.
He's actually doing pretty well. He's actually now he's got 3 laps over Team Juiced Up.
Right. They were stopped for a little bit, so I'm not sure. So what is that? Oh, it's okay. So you're streaming the results to Live RC. Okay. So if someone wanted to follow on liverc.com.
Yep, you can do hnmc.liverc.com.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, we're slowly moving over to Live RC. It's going to be a big change for the club. BBK, though, unfortunately, it's not supported anymore.
Right.
So, as I always think, it's one Windows update away from not working.
Yeah. Has Rob finally retired?
Yes. Yes. He was looking to sell the business, but anyway, it's not.
It was just a bit too old, I think.
Yeah, we still run it, but we've made the decision to move over to Live RC.
Oh, there we go. Putting the wing back on now.
Oh. There's Darren.
Yeah, there's Darren in action. We were chatting with Darren before. Harrison was trying to tell me, Darren's walking around. I'm like, okay, is there any way you can maybe point him out? Oh, he's wearing a Schumacher top. I'm like, half the guys here are wearing Schumacher tops. There's another one. That's not Darren, though.
Darren just in the corner there.
Yeah. I'm assuming, swapping the wheels over completely to a new car, and is it car and drivers? Is that the swap?
Yes.
Right. That's what I was assuming. Okay, so we're on to just a new car now. So we followed the J5 for quite a while. We try to share the love, as I say, of who we're following.
One of the things that particularly Darren was most interested in getting this event was to make it as tactical as possible.
Yeah.
Because Carl was massively into tactics, as am I. I love tactics.
Yeah.
So when the rules were being proposed, I kept on finding the little nuances of how people would do it. So they were saying that you needed to. We have two drivers, one controller.
Yeah.
And they said need to do it for a stint, and my immediate reaction was, well, my stint is 1 lap. So they were quickly adjusted that to a certain number of minutes. And
yeah.
But yeah, J5 could be easily caught quite quickly if they have to stop for any period of time.
Yeah, you're just one control arm breakage away from losing several laps, aren't you?
Yeah.
So what happens if someone does actually? We saw a car that had broken earlier. I can't remember which one it was.
Well, Harrison's lost its wheels at one point as well, didn't it?
Right. Okay. So what is that? Does the team
can just pull it in? I guess.
Yeah.
It can't be fixed on the track. But they could either fix it or swap.
Right.
One imagines that it'd be quicker just to change some tyres, get a new driver in.
Yeah, it makes a change. Like we've seen, LRP back in the day. I think they used to do a 24-hour touring car race. I remember I used to see that, and they would engineer this pre-3D printing. They would engineer some sort of way to do, and I say engineer, just like cobble together plastic bits and screw in metal bits and stuff like that, screws, and make a quick change plug system for their car, for the battery, so it would slide in and then slide out, but it would just work. It's hard to describe, but like I said, it's before 3D printing and before affordable CNC machining and stuff like that. And that was a 24-hour German race, and the LRP team at the time won. So I was curious how it was going to work here, where it was like last year with the nitros. It was just swap the entire car and driver over. It's the same with the electric. It's not change the battery pack and just keep driving.
No, the nitros tomorrow is slightly different. They're going to keep one transponder. So we've got the Live RC running multiple transponders for a team.
Okay.
But tomorrow they'll be swapping the transponders over. And I noted a lot of people ordering the extension cables to make it easier to swap the transponder.
Yeah, I remember last year Jim was telling me that he had to make videos and multiple Facebook posts on telling people, okay, this is the best way to do it. You know, I've tested it, and I think keeping it on the wing seemed to be the quickest way to do it as they were changing cars over.
Yeah, I don't get too involved in seeing all that, but yeah, it was. I've heard a lot of different stories about what people were doing. But yeah, I say they were doing a lot of extra parts being purchased in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Too. But this looks like a full series tomorrow, so it's going to be a good race.
That's good.
I'll certainly be tuning into your coverage. I get a chance to pop down, but
do you know how many teams, or do you know how many teams there are set up for tomorrow?
Top of my head, no, I'm not sure, but yeah. I imagine there's. I mean, I think we can do 15 on the costume. So yeah.
So I mean, the nice thing about it being multiple cars also is that in the sort of the dare I say the hardcore endurance race where it's one car, you'd be wearing out that one car over 6 hours. It'd be completely worn out. But if people are sharing the driving amongst their cars, everyone's kind of using up the parts of their car equally, and you know, it's not like the whole team has to club together and put a couple $100 in to buy a whole new car, or you know, one person's car is being used for 6 hours and then it's just everything. You know, it's a dead car then basically. So everyone is kind of sharing the load here. You know, roughly running a weekend's worth of racing on their one car, right?
Yes, and I mean, you also, if you were driving one person's car, you can imagine if someone just rams it into a barrier.
Yeah.
You know, you're going to feel really bad.
Yeah.
They're going to feel like, what
did
you do?
Thank you.
What were you doing? But yeah, driving your own car, you can take the risks. It's your car, so you break it.
And it's also it's set up for your car as well. But so the multiple transponder thing really helps then. Yeah.
We're keeping with a 10th car. The transponders are much harder to get in and out. It's quite a small car, isn't it? And they're often stuck in or velcroed in. So, but on an 8th car, there's a lot more room, and say within this extension lead, you can make it a lot simpler to just whip it in and out.
Yeah. So yeah, there's I mean, my point is the teams don't have to do a massive amount of at least technical setup to get ready. You have basically everyone just brings their car and they're running their car with their setup. And you know, just their preferred wheels, front tires, I should say, at least, right? And
yeah, totally. I mean, if you've got a 10-person team, you'd be running about 18 minutes.
Yeah.
For the 3 hours, wouldn't you? So
yeah, and that's not very long. So what
6 minutes overall?
How do you think at the 3-hour switchover point, when everyone has to suddenly be driving backwards, how do you think that's gonna?
That's going to be quite interesting, actually, because we've done it before, and so obviously. We run one particular direction, as most clubs do, so the Astro is laid down, pushed in one direction.
Yeah.
So when we've done it,
I didn't even think about that. I was just thinking like the track layout.
So the Astro is going to be opposite direction. So the grip is really bizarre. So it'll be really grippy in some places where it's just pushing against the Astro laying down, particularly at the end of the straight.
Yeah.
Because obviously that's where the most
that's
power's
the accelerations.
Down.
Yeah.
So it's going to be very interesting to see how they get around that corner.
Oh dear.
That'll
be quite a change.
So, yeah, and I hope they brake quickly enough, because at the end of the straight, going up into the thing, they're going to be putting themselves into that fence.
That's coming up in about 63. It's just over an hour away. 63 minutes, 180, is that right? Or no, 73 minutes.
Yeah, 73 minutes.
Okay.
We shall see. That'll be quite interesting. And I guess that we've got a little bit of sand underneath the Astros, so the sand's going to be in different places, so they're going to be taking different
yeah.
I imagine the first few laps are going to be quite fascinating.
What have you? Are you racing yourself?
Not today, no.
Okay. So I'm just curious because that allows me to ask what the various team tactics that you might have seen do without giving away your own team's tactics. But that's good because you're not on any team. So have you noticed that the fastest drivers maybe are the first to go out, or to lay down some good laps, or what have you seen the various drivers doing, the various teams doing, I should say?
No, I mean, I've not seen any particular. It's not been a huge amount of tactics. It's more the tactics on the changeovers and how they're running those and how they're doing the forfeits. I think they're running. I mean, a lot of the guys are quick drivers on the teams, so they're all pretty even amongst the team drivers.
Okay.
So. But no, I've not noted anything specifically. And yourself, have you seen anything?
I'm just not familiar with who's on what particular team, so that's why I was asking. We see a stopwatch timer there on that phone that's in the shot.
Yeah, so
and obviously a power driver wheel change ready to go, where there's a manual, so to speak, wheel change going on in the background there on the other side.
There's lots of calls coming from the sideline saying, this is your last lap, and so that's the tactics I've been seeing. It's more about the changeovers, because everyone can drive.
Yeah.
There's all, say, most of the drivers, they're all regulars here, and I mean, we've got Steve Biscoe. He's running one of the teams, and he won our summer series. He travels all over, and exceptionally good driver, and so they're all very good drivers. So the tactics to me is on the changeovers.
Yeah. I noticed another cordless drill there in the background that was had a power tip wrench attached to it to so it's not done by hand, so to speak. Okay, so we have 10 teams tomorrow. That's very good. And so the rough, what's the average number of racers on these teams? Do you know? Like 5 to 8 or drivers?
I think they're larger teams
really?
Tomorrow,
okay.
Yeah. Plus all the extra people to do the mechanics.
Yeah.
When you were talking to Darren earlier about the cost implications of coming into RC, is you can just come up, put your car down and go.
Yeah.
Whereas on 8th...
you need to have... a mechanic or at least get in with a crew of people that have,
tip for tat. So you put their car down, they put your car down.
Yeah. Which I think obviously is a really good, it makes it more like a quote unquote real motorsport where it's, you have a mechanic, you have an engine guy, the guy who knows how to tune the engines, the guy who's the quickest on changing the tires and stuff like that. And it makes it like a really big team sort of thing. We have a replay here.
You have a mechanic.
What's happened there, Jim?
Engine guy.
James?
The guy
I was just testing. Okay.
That looks like Darren's car, just coming on the straight, blue and white.
Oh, if we drop back one car, Jim, to the blue and white, these two. Yeah, this leading car, that's Darren. Team J5. Ooh, getting up on two wheels. So the grip is actually coming up really well.
Yeah, as the rubber gets going down, you can see all the black marks.
Yeah.
The rubber's going down.
Just saw him bicycle up, and now he's been passed. So these guys are very, very close together. Not just on track, but in the actual lap count.
They're not racing like this endurance event, is it?
Well, that's kind of a nice thing. Like you say, it's if you have a large team, you're only your car's only getting
36 minutes.
Yeah, it's that's not much time at all, really. You're not going to wear out your bearings, so you can basically drive it like it's a sprint race.
Yeah, totally, yeah. And just hold back so you don't crash and break.
Yeah. So you can see some of these areas. It's going to be very interesting with the track. I mean, especially the experienced guys. Once I think they're going to find it quite strange going. The car is going to wander quite a bit, coming reversing the drive, reversing the direction of the cars.
Yes, I mean the top guys going to be. They'll have this track almost without. They could probably drive it without even looking, couldn't they?
Yeah.
They're so just their reflexes and get ready. They know exactly what they're doing, exactly when they brake exactly at that point. They turn in. So going on the opposite way, it's going to be interesting to see how they. Because obviously they had a time practice this morning.
Yeah, but not only in this
direction.
Yeah.
So. And knowing how the track changes dramatically, especially the straight, because obviously the straight is the piece that's only widely run in one direction, whereas the other parts of track are, depending on the layout, will be running one way or another.
How often does the layout get changed? I'm just curious.
So we'll change the layout for every single meeting.
Oh, right, okay.
Every single summer or winter series.
Okay.
And then the Tuesday night ones, the Tuesday night club racing in the summer, we'll just keep the layout from those, and we may adjust it from week to week.
Yeah.
But only a corner here or a corner there. But,
yeah.
We'll change it every time.
The fire hose with the sand in it, that makes it quite easy to kind of just move things around.
It's quite heavy, but it's yeah. And so when we did the junior and vets last year, we had two layouts ready to go, and we don't have to shut for too long, because a lot of clubs, if they have the same track, you've got to shut the track for a certain period of time.
Yeah.
But they seem to be happy with us to only close it as long as no one can run on that layout.
Right. Yeah.
And then on the evening of the Saturday, we changed to the four-wheel drive layout.
And that's for the club racing?
That was for the national junior veterans.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that's a national series.
Yes, it is.
Okay,
yeah.
right.
Yeah. So at the end of the nationals, they do the 2, 3, 4, 5s, F2, 3, 4, 5s.
Right.
And they do the junior and vets. They were one was at Nemo this year, and the other one was at Durham.
Okay.
This year.
I don't think I've been to Durham.
We've been really want to go to Durham. It's got the karting track next to it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they've got a associated karting track. I think the guys that own the farmland or the land have the karting track.
Right, cool.
And so a big thing about that is, and they're new on the scene. I don't believe they've been going that long, but they've made some massive inroads. And
that's good.
I was really happy that they got something this year. And Nemo as well.
Yeah.
I mean, they're fantastic. We're both big eighth tracks, so we're all really supportive. And if Nemo are doing something, we're one hobby, aren't we? So
yeah. We were in Nemo last year for the RCGP, and that was a very interesting track to watch the racing on. It was very different, and even the pro guys they took some time to get used to the track.
Yeah, but I love how they're just changing things. They're just doing things differently. The Black Astro, what a genius idea! It's just fantastic. I mean, whether people like it or love it, but it's just to do something completely different.
Yeah, it makes it different. It's one of those cool things. It's like watching F1, where you're looking at a particular, you're looking at Catalonia when you see the yellow and red curbing, and you're looking at France where it has the red, white, and blue. It makes it unique. You're where you're at when you see just a photo of it. You don't have to be told. It's quite cool.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Fantastic. And I mean, but I like the way they do other things as well. You can go and you pay your membership, and you can go and use the track with you. I assume that's still in evident, but and obviously with Lee, such a big proponent of Nemo, it's
yeah.
He's obviously had a massive input down there, and it's just been fantastic.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I say one sport, we're one hobby. I know there's a lot of rivalry, but we just want to see, as far as Herts goes, as far as I go, I just want to see the club do really well, and that's the antithesis of of Carl. That was what he was about. You know, it wasn't just, although he was here and a big part of this club, he was also just big everywhere. I mean, you know, when we posted the news and when it was posted on Facebook, you know, it really hit home. To me, he was just Carl, you know, down the pits, Carl. He was just a really nice guy. But when Neil Cragg posts a massive post about him, and he said, well, this weekend, you know, not much happened, I won, but it's irrelevant, you know, and then he put a big post about Carl.
Yeah.
You suddenly realise, oh my God, he really was quite a racer.
Yeah.
Been around a long time. So, yeah, but we're just a one sport, aren't we? So.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it's, and you know, and there's so many times it goes beyond just racing model cars on a you know, in a field, you know,
yeah.
And it's more than that. It's a lot more than that. You know,
yeah,
it's
totally. I mean, you make some amazing friends down here.
Yeah,
there's some fantastic people. You're just going to be seeing them forever. You know, it's like they're just it's just fantastic. You know, there's a great crew here. You know, and like any club, you know, there's lots of places around here where there's you know, DBS down in, is it DBS?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Sorry, but yeah, there's the South Cams RC Club. They race on a Friday evening. You know, I've been up there and raced them, and it's just such a lovely group of people. And they do 12 scale as well on a Monday evening.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, DVS.
Okay.
It's a shop, and they run at a school in a school hall.
Okay, yeah.
Again, lovely, fantastic group of people.
I think that's one of the cool things about, you know, coming from, I was trying to tell Jim, our cameraman, just the sort of the breadth of, he's kind of new to the RCTV crew. It's, he's been to a few events this year, but only the EFRA events. This is his first sort of club meet type of environment. So it's a bit different. It's a different feel, very much. But I was trying to give him just the tiniest taste of what it's like coming from America to the UK and then UK to Europe. And every sort of area has its own thing about it, you know. And in America, it's a lot more business oriented, where the tracks are proper businesses and usually associated with a model shop. Whereas like if this were an American track, you would expect the Herts model shop to be this is owned. This is the track, you know, it's leased by the track or whatever, by the club. The shop. But no, it's run by a group of volunteers, right? And it's the land is owned by whoever, I'm assuming owned by the farm that owns the local area, and there's a big garden center or a nursery if you're in America, and you know, where they sell plants and all sorts of, you know, gardening stuff. But so they own the land, but it's leased to a group of people who are formed up as a club. It's not a charity necessarily. It's just an organization, right? And this is you know, kind of spreading things out into other sports. It's sort of related to how football clubs and rugby clubs and other sports clubs in the UK are initially set up, right? In you know, it's a group of you know, like-minded individuals, sort of, and who want to just do their hobby in their own little thing, in their own little place. So yeah, it's a very different sort of atmosphere, is what I'm getting at. And in the, you know, we see a lot of different types of clubs, you know, from Italy to the Netherlands to Croatia, all the places that we've been this year, and RCTV's been over the years. So it's very interesting though, the way, you know. So I've been lucky to see it in RC racing in various different flavors and forms across the years. Very, very cool.
You didn't get to go to the Worlds then?
I didn't get to go to Worlds this time, no, but I've been to the Worlds in Redovon last year, and Gubbio last year, and Gubbio a couple of years ago. But no, not this year, not the American Worlds, no.
Yeah. And I mean, they've got a lovely 30 degrees out in Buggyland at the moment.
Yeah, it's a bit warmer, probably a lot sunnier. But no, we were in Radovan a few weeks ago with Nick and Ash, who I think are out in Madrid now. So yeah, it's a lot of travels, but it's just I just mean it's kind of been very interesting to see the different types of clubs and tracks and stuff like that that are out there in the RC world.
6 will be going out with wingless. Team 5 has got 2 drivers.
But it always comes down to the people like yourself and Carl and Darren and Harrison, who are being inviting enough to and welcoming enough to have new people and organize things like having us come along and to highlight what the events are about.
So so an American club would be much more shot based then, and
yeah,
and have a track behind. I mean, I watched not doing so much these days, but Ryan Harris, he'd go to tracks and they'd be in a warehouse or something, an open-sided warehouse doing. As you said earlier to Darren, you were commenting about it. Dirt tracks and clay, and then there'd be a shop attached to that. I mean, we don't often get to see in his videos. You don't often get to see that side of it, but so that would be. It's quite a different setup. I mean, we do have a shop associated with the track here, Herts RC Models, and it's. I mean, we are totally separate. That's a business. We're a non-profit organisation. Yeah, but it will do all the if people need parts or anything like that, they will, and they do open they open during 8th meetings as well. So they do occasionally need spares, I guess. Yeah.
And that's well, I mean, just on that subject, it's not always that you get that at UK clubs, is it? Because a lot of places you'll go to, and I mean, when I first started doing some racing here, it'd be a guy in a van who has a bunch of pegboards in his van, or he literally opens up the boot of his car, and there you go. Just what I have is what you can get. That's it. And then you might see him at the next race meeting, and you've ordered a part from him, over the phone or by message or whatever it was back in those days. And but here you actually have a shop you can walk into and go, I'll have a whole new model kit, please, or whatever.
Yeah, all the tires and But we do have a van who come around. There's a guy who is up in Norfolk, and we don't. The shop doesn't open on a Sunday for us at the moment, but. So the guy comes down and supports some of the series, so we'll have him with the back of the van and opens up and everything. I spoke earlier about that great racing track down just around the M25. They do indoor racing on Thursday. DMS racing. DMS racing. Right. Yeah. Okay. Again, we get a lot of the guys come up here and do racing on a Tuesday, and with our series, but they do indoor track on a Thursday, I believe, and it's just Again, I went there first time just to go and have a go down there and see what it was all about. And it's just a wonderful group of people, really.
And that's a really cool thing, too, because you have the guys from different clubs. And I guess in the States, it might be a club, but often it will be like a team name Hobby Shop or whatever, Joe's Hobby Shack team. But here you might have the HNMC team. They all club up and share lifts and go down and... Oh, it's the HNMC team, and they've made an appearance. Okay, no, so we can't let them win. So
Yeah, totally. Yeah, we had quite.
And when they come here, it's Team DMS. Oh no, we can't let them win.
We have quite a few people who do that exactly that. We had a group of guys and girls that went up to the regional at Ipswich. It was a grass track.
Oh,
it was
wow!
Massive. Everyone absolutely loved it. They had such fun. It was so good. It was a huge track, really wide, and it was great. They really enjoyed it. But I was speaking to a racer called Louise, who's I can actually see her. She's in the pits at the moment, and we were talking just after Carla sadly passed away, and she said one of the main things she missed was going to races with him, because she'd often tag along, and she said, who am I going to go with? So, But we you know, most clubs they're just sort of band together, don't we? And group together. It's we're all interested in the same thing, so
Yeah.
just,
And it's a bit like when I mean that's one of the cool things I think about going to the because obviously, like I said, I usually end up going because of RCTV. I don't do club meetings myself, so I usually go to the big meetings. But you walk around the pits and you go, oh, here's all the Associated guys, or here's all the Schumacher guys, and oh, here's all the guys from the HNMC club, or the DMS club or whatever club, and so it's kind of cool, where where the HNMC guys at, and I'm supposed to meet up with so and whatever. It's a very just I don't know. It's a what sort of word to describe it? But just a very friendly atmosphere, obviously. But it's that sort of atmosphere. I just think is quite cool. And like I said, with the American guys, I mean, for better or for worse, because I mean at the time I was working at HPI, and you would just see like the Associated guys and the LOSI guys who would all just they'd be sat right next to each other, but they wouldn't be talking to each other. They're just super, super serious on, whether it's a club meeting or not, because they're usually testing some sort of secret thing anyway. And it's just a very different atmosphere usually. I don't know what it's like nowadays. It's a slightly different crop of guys, but often you'd see that sort of thing.
Yes, I'm always interested in how they sit together at the larger meetings. Is it they often sit by country, or they sit by?
They're meant to.
team?
Well, at least at the EFRA events, they're initially and they were meant to sit in country sort of formation, but some of the teams meaning like Team Italia or Team GB, some of them would say, okay, all you Italian racers, we want you guys to sit together. But then some of them are much looser, and they go, you guys can sit wherever you want. Sit with your, if you're Team Mayako, sit with your Mayako guys. And, if you're Team Kyosho, sit with all your Kyosho guys. So they can share information, which obviously makes it easier. But, yeah, it is very different because you have the manufacturer teams and then you have the country teams.
Yeah, and also so you have a Nemo running a team.
Yeah, yeah.
So there might be, and then you'll have a chassis team.
Yeah.
So, I mean, at the 10th Worlds, TLR were quite, they were covering their cars up, so they were all sitting together, weren't they?
Yeah, yeah.
Their new parts. And
I used to play around with that quite a bit because the place I used to race at with a touring car, it was maybe about a half-hour drive from HPI, and we were never, like the top-level guys until Hara joined the team. But then you always had the Associated and the Express guys and the LOSI guys. So I would play around with that and sometimes just throw a rag over the top of my car, and people, it's like, what's underneath that? It's like, well, I can't show you, can I? No, it's secret. It's secret, completely secret. And I would mess around, and I would have like, I'm still in my computers now. I'd have an old stick of computer RAM, RAM memory stick, solder some wires to it, and just zip tie that to the top deck of the Pro 2. And people, what is that? It's like, oh, I call it a BS board. It's like biphase switching is what I called it, but obviously BS for another term, and just to mess around with people because people knew that we worked at HPI and they're like, oh, what do you guys have now? What do you guys it was good fun just messing around with people. Ooh, we got Jim. We got 4 cars together on the track. Let's see what happens here. Can you identify these cars or racers by their paint schemes?
trouble is, quite a few people changing their paint schemes this year.
Ah, okay. That's always a trouble. Down to 3 cars now.
So Darren's always blue and black.
Ah, yeah.
Carl was always yellow or white.
That's I mean, if I may, that's the mildest criticism that I can say about the team thing, is that when the cars do change stints, it's a completely different car. It just makes it a bit different.
They are numbered up, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
So
they are.
we can see there's team nuts.
A little bit difficult to see. When
okay, so on the screen here
around.
we have.
It does swap around. But we have 6 drivers on the stand and 6 cars out.
So we have Matt on the stand there, and Mark Keane as well. He's got a very fast son, Oscar.
There's a few young drivers. I was going to say young lads, but there's actually a young girl racing as well today.
There's lots of really fast youngsters. I mean, Oscar Keane was... I used to race against him, and he was my nemesis, as I used to say. And then one summer, he just disappeared into the distance, and he went from the C finals to A finals. And we've had a few of them, and obviously you got young Abe Lyons. He comes down occasionally, and he just gets faster and faster and faster.
It is scary to see young talent just real when they drill down and maybe put down the video game controller or put down the phone or whatever. It's
Torben's kids, Eric and Holger. They're out in Buggyland this weekend, and they come down. They came down at Tuesday night to do a race down here, and
really?
They're both. I mean. So quick,
and then flew to Spain or
they are in it for the full thing. They were out for the Europeans that was
Radovan.
Yeah, they were down there, and they were back, and they're travelling all over the country, and then they're back out in Spain again. I was watching some of your footage yesterday, doing some practicing and some qualifying.
Yeah. It is a commitment, It's taking the step from maybe showing up for a arrive and drive sort of thing, and then buying a model kit, and then maybe buying your next one as a race kit that you put together, and you buy all the bits and you put everything in yourself and get used to it, and then you just go, well, maybe we should check out this other club, and maybe we should check out this other club, and before you know it, maybe you're driving up and down the country, and then organizing ferry trips and going to Holland or Spain or Italy or wherever. Yeah,
I mean, Torben and his family, they've been traveling everywhere, and I mean, that's if you're going to be good, you need to do that sort of thing.
It becomes the thing that the whole family kind of does.
Yeah, I think it's. I think Torben's wife, she do the tire tech. Heard him saying that. But yeah, so they travel over. But I mean, it's not just that as well. They're going to have the latest parts, and because they're using the new lay down shocks on their eighth cars.
Okay. Oh, they're running the Nemo.
The
Agama,
yes. Yeah. So.
Just trying to. Oh, that's an actual scratch in the screen.
Yeah. So. You've got to be racing. You'll be using the latest gear as well.
Yeah,
at that point. Once the gear becomes limiting, I mean, for someone like myself, falling off the track is the biggest issue I have.
Yeah.
But then saying that, the latest parts will help you stop doing that if you can get a good setup with it. So you need to sort of make that balance. But you don't need to spend a fortune to get into racing.
Oh no. But I just meant seeing the progression of some people, the people, whether you have the time or the money or the inclination or the skill to progress from being just the fast club guy to
take Lewis Hamilton.
Yeah.
I mean, he's the biggest. He's the exemplary example of someone who was given the opportunity by his father. His father worked 2-3 jobs just to pay his way in the karting. That to me, it's that backup as well as the getting him out there, getting him practicing, and that's what it's all about. And you say J5 Racing is going to be great to get people going and supporting people until they want to start doing it for themselves a bit more and spending a little bit of money once they realise, because that's the issue, isn't it? You don't want to spend a ton of money on something and then not realise you're going to give up. And
yeah. It's a tricky thing, especially for young I guess I would say girls and boys deciding sort of or figuring out for the parents figuring out what their kid is into and what they're if you're obviously every kid's into video games, most kids I would say, but beyond that it's like, okay, do you want to try RC racing? Or let's try an RC car. And oh, you're actually kind of good at this. Okay. Like the kid that you talked to the other day. And then okay, well, maybe should we buy an RC kit? You know, it's a few $100, but you know, well, yeah, let's like, give it a go. You know, and it's that sort of monetary commitment.
Yeah.
To and time as well, you know, for them to give them time to breathe and grow into it, and if they don't, and maybe they're into something else, you know, and hoping. But it's sort of the kind of a sales funnel sort of thing. Like you get as many kids as you can, try and get them interested in it, and some of them are going to, you know, turn into proper racers.
Yeah, I mean, I always suggest to people if they're looking to get into it. And that's a great thing that clubs provide is I suggest getting a second-hand car. Getting something fully set up. They just need a radio. They can spend £100 on a car and get a very cheapish radio, and they can just get into it and see if they like it. I get a lot of the emails coming to the club, and I always respond. And so I'll get them to come down of an evening or on a weekend, and I'll often say to them that I'll make sure I'm there. I'm going to be there that weekend. I'll come along. I even give them out my mobile number, and I get them to text me when they arrive, so I'll come and introduce myself and show them a quick tour of the club. And and then what I often do is I'll be either racing or I'll be running the meeting perhaps. So I have a few members who I know I can entrust with that new person, and I'll go and introduce them. And
that sounds excellent, to be honest. You're acting as basically like the PR officer for the club. And you have a welcoming committee of people who are, you know, happy to, you know, take time from their racing and setup and you know, getting ready to race and all that stuff. To walk around new members.
And the people I know that are not going to give them silly suggestions.
Yeah.
They're people who are down to earth, good racers, down to earth. They're going to give them they all happen to be team associated drivers. The fact that I run one as well, but yeah, so it was.
But when you're starting out, that doesn't matter.
Of course it doesn't. No, totally. Yeah. I just noted it the other day. I was like, they also need to be team associated drivers. So.
Well, I'll tell you what. We did the Worlds at the Hootie Arena a few years ago, 2019, and you know, I kind of joke, but it is actual truth. Every time I go to one of these events, and I go, man, you know, these large scale touring cars, they look amazing. I'd love to have one of these. These are so cool. But, you know, I look at the price, like, you know, about $2,000, you know, how much for an engine, space to run it, time to run it. It's like, yeah, I can't get one of these. But I was at the Hootie Arena, I was like, these B6Ms, they look really cool, you know, because obviously Ongaro won, as he does. It's like, yeah, I don't have time to race these things. I'm sorry.
No, it's the same with the issue with the two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. I mean, two-wheel drive is so much more popular at the moment. Just cheaper price bracket, especially in these times. And a lot of people used to run the two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive, but seeing less of that there. So even at the weekend, we had, you know, we'd have a massive contingent of four-wheel drives normally, but in years gone past, but
it's kind of died away, hasn't it?
It has, yeah. Sadly, it's a great thing, but you know, people just sticking with two-wheel drive. And the trouble is, two-wheel drive is so popular. We could have, you know, you have 50, 60, 70, 80 people doing two-wheel drive and not many doing the four-wheel drive. Or maybe we had more vintage cars.
Yeah, I would love to do vintage race. Vintage two-wheel drive. I would love to do that.
It's that is all about just being there and having fun. And
yeah, exactly. I mean, that's like my level of competitiveness. I mean,
it is. Yeah, it's fantastic. They're still very competitive.
I'd imagine. Yeah, because they're all like half of them are former top-level RC drivers, aren't they?
They certainly are. And they still give those cars some stick. And we do have to make, since we've taken we were very, very willing to have vintage racing at the club, and obviously we chatted to quite a few vintage drivers before we took it on. And obviously one of the things is the track layout. So as you can see, as the car's going past there, we do have a ski jump. Yeah, it's a little out of.
Might not want to have that as
no,
well.
Exactly. So we're looking to rejig the ski jump. So what we're going to do is going to widen it so it's national standard. It's got to be 3 meters wide.
All right. Okay.
and make it good as well, because it's fallen into disrepair a little bit on the surface. Oh dear,
Two cars. That's rare. Only 6 cars on the track, and they're coming together.
So we're gonna readjust it. We're also going to put in. I believe the latest plan is to put in a slope on the other side, so it's
right.
so
Okay. I was going to suggest maybe like just offset it, make it a bridge. So you have like an over and under if you as an option for the running.
That sounds complicated. But yeah, so that's the plan at the moment. So we're going to have it. So it will still be vintage friendly, so they can just roll down it, but it will be quicker to jump off it. So we really want to keep the vintage guys and girls coming, and we'd even love to have a round of maybe the iconic series or something like here in the future.
Yeah, when the 2010 the RC10 re-release came out, I definitely bought one of those. The world's release and the gold pan. So I have one of each.
Oh wow!
And I bought all of the J Concepts bits for it.
Do you run them, or are they shelf queens?
They're at the moment they're not even shelf queens at the moment. They're just box queens. But they're because the RC10 Worlds was my first proper racing car for RC. So it was pretty cool. I painted it up in Eddie Van Halen, his striped pink and white and black guitar, sort of that sort of era of RC.
Is it good to drive?
I haven't.
Driven
I drove the gold pan a little bit, but I didn't race it. I didn't race either of them. Just
how did that feel?
It was just cool. It was. I didn't run it on anything like this. It was just like loose, gravelly sort of thing. But it's just one of those like, I have to get that. And then all of a sudden there's like, I have the Kyosho Optima, and they've done the Optima Mid now.
I was just noting that although J5 is a good few laps ahead now.
Yeah.
There's
wow. So the Team Marmite, Team Juiced Up, and Team Benz. I've just realized what the apostrophe for Benz is. They're only separated by not even a lap in. It's probably just a lap and a bit. But Benz has just overtaken Marmite, so Marmite must be in the pits at the moment. They're all basically on 269, just 6 laps behind J5.
They're all out there. They've got 6 cars.
And then we've got Team Composite Kit and Mutts Nuts. They're also on basically the same laps. They're about maybe a third of a lap apart. Not even that. Just what was that? About not even 5 seconds apart. So very, very tight racing, I must say.
Yeah, Harrison's team is the. I'm sure he'll be coming on chatting later. He's the Mutts Nuts, I believe. He's in that team.
Okay.
So they're in the pink jacket there on the racer. That's Richard Miller. He's a fantastic racer.
Are they in numerical order on the rostrum, or are they just pick whatever spot they want?
I wasn't around for that decision making process, so I imagine maybe it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 along the rostrum, but. I love watching the tactics and the changeovers. Look at that setup.
And you see the timer counting down
and everything. Yeah, I know, it's fantastic, isn't it? This guy doesn't look like he's racing. I don't know who that is, but he's like the pit man.
So a separate pit person. And it looks like we have a swap over about to happen.
Yeah, that's Brooke Marshall there, the young girl. She's one of our young racers, and her father behind Dan. Again, he's a great racer. Richard Miller there with the pink jacket on. He helps run. He's part owner of the DMS Racing.
Oh, okay, right. So he's come out to obviously to just to help support the foundation and obviously take part in
Yeah, he's a fantastic racer, and he goes to a lot of events, and so. Yeah. I don't think we're too far from where he lives, so he's definitely happy to come and support. He's a big supporter. He's really good, and if you ever have a problem, he's one of those people you can go and have a chat to. But yeah, that young girl, young Brooke, she started out. Obviously, her dad and her older brother, who now doesn't. I was chatting to his dad on Tuesday. Doesn't seem to be racing so much these days. But Brooke is one of our little stars. She keeps getting better and better and better. That looks like her car there in the pink.
So the one we're on now.
That's young
Yellow
Brooke's
wheels.
car. Yep. Yeah, she couldn't get around the track. And now, well.
Yeah, that's where you start. Like, try to make it all the way around the track without touching anything, and then try to make it all the way around the track without landing on your roof, that sort of thing. And then if you stick at it, before you know it,
you're beating everybody.
Yeah, everyone starts coming to you, going, "What's your setup there?" Oh, I love the matching under tray as well. That's cool.
Yeah, I think we all need to start getting better on the under trays. After you see that photo,
that's a great photo.
That is a fantastic photo with the Simpsons. Ha ha!
Everyone shared it.
Everyone did. Yeah, including me. I shared it on my own page and the club page. Yeah, so we've had quite a few juniors come up through the ranks here, and they get
Right, so it's time to do.
better and better. Oh, the dice roll is going, I believe.
I'm going to switch it up a little bit so the same person isn't getting the penalty every time. So we're going to do teams 4, 5, and 6 now, and then 1, 2, 3 in 15 minutes. Everyone will get the same number of dice rolls.
So that's going to be 4, 5, and 6 are going to be getting a dice roll now, and then 15 minutes time, 1, 2, and 3 are going to be getting them.
Are they increasing the frequency of the rolls?
No,
it was every half hour.
Yeah, same. They're just. I think they're just staggering them a bit. So
right.
So.
And then so the countdown that we're seeing at the top right there. So it says 30 minutes. That's not 30 minutes till the race ends. That's 30 minutes till we have a very brief pause, and then we literally switch the direction of the racing.
That's
on
correct,
the track.
Yeah.
So again, stick around for that.
Yeah, if you're going to watch any section, watch that first bit when they go on the opposite track.
Yeah. So obviously, those of you guys watching, wow, that was a great jump! Did you see that leap off of the pit ramp
Good catch.
into someone's arms? And he was ready and waiting, and they're swapping the tires over right now. That's great. That must be Team Juiced Up.
Pitman there, ready to go.
Yeah. Yeah, the cameras are swapping just I think every however many seconds, but
so we've got our resident Kiwi on running in now, Brenton.
So we have an international squad.
Ah, we do. Yeah, there's Aussies and Kiwis and
really,
yeah. I guess when Dan goes to America, we can call him American.
Well, no one calls me a Brit. And I've been here 20 years almost. It'll take a little while. It depends if his accent changes. Because mine, when I go to the States, I notice that my accent changes.
What is the Maryland accent?
I don't know.
No.
I don't know. It's, That's a good question. It's a very small state, so it's one of these, like, the Midwest, they call themselves flyover states, or people call them flyover states, because if you're going from, say, Los Angeles to New York, it's what you literally fly over, so a lot of people who live on the coasts forget those, but then people who live on the East Coast, like Delaware and Maryland, they're both quite small, so not really highly regarded, but it depends. Imagine he's going over for some sort of government or tech industry work or something like that. Hello.
Hello. Do you want it to eat or drink?
I was just about to say bacon sandwich would be amazing.
Bacon sandwich?
Yeah.
Tea, coffee, cold drink?
Coffee would be great.
Black,
Sugar.
white,
White sugar. Yeah. So if anyone out there is, wants to Uber Eats us some food, don't bother. James is acting as Uber Eats. For us.
Yeah, we've got we've got an on-site kitchen. So
Yeah, we have I think we have an ice cream truck.
there's an ice cream truck as well. Yeah,
Ice cream truck and hot food and coffee and drinks and cold drinks. Imagine cold food as well if you want, but let's go for the warm stuff.
I had a chat with the guy when it's very interesting how the 8th and the 10th guys have very different tastes. So
Do tell.
the 8th guys apparently the sausage baguette is the go-to breakfast.
Right. Okay.
Whereas definitely bacon sandwiches for the 10th guys.
So that time we got drunk goggles, and an extra set of tyres for Steve Bisco's team.
Ooh, extra set of tires. So how does that work? So it's if everyone is getting a set of tires every 2 hours.
Yeah. So they all had to provide 4 sets of rear tyres.
Okay.
For
But
the
only
event.
3 are
But
given.
only
to
the
them.
3 were allowed.
Yeah.
Or all 4 were given to race control.
Yeah.
But they were only going to get 3. And if
Yeah.
they were lucky enough to get an extra set of tyres, then they go into the mix.
Okay.
But they can only get that once.
Right. So how does I'm curious how the tire wear works. Darren was saying the particular tires that just seem to magically work here the best are round mini pins. Is that right?
No, the Cactus.
Yeah.
They look like little fingers, tiny little fingers
Okay.
all the way across the tyre.
Okay.
A lot of people will cut.
But they're a round shape rather than square.
Yes, they're round and they're
Yeah.
just little dome at the top of them when they
Okay.
start. So, but a lot of people cut the edge off as well. They cut the edge pins off.
Okay, to reduce the side grip when
Yes.
they're sliding around. So it allows them to slide around a bit more, right?
Yeah.
So how does that say from the start of a 2-hour tire stint, for lack of a better term, at the end of that tire life, what happens? What does it feel like on the car when you're driving it?
I mean, it's just going to get looser and looser on the rear end. So you're just going to get a little more tail happy, aren't you?
Okay. Is it wildly different?
It's
at the end
not.
of that 2 hours?
No. I mean, if you went from a fresh cactus to a dead cactus, then yes, it's going to be very, very different. But as you're driving throughout, you're just going to be taking it a little bit different. As long as your front tyres, I guess, as well, are wearing out a little bit too.
Right.
So you're going to just be more sliding around the corner as opposed to just front gripping.
Okay.
I mean, the fastest tyre around here is the Mini Dart. But they literally one-run tyres.
Really?
They were so from a club perspective, especially from ecological perspective, we want tyres that can go.
Yeah,
and obviously
yeah.
Schumacher were thinking the same thing, so they bought the Mezzos. So Mezzos are great here, and Cactus are great here, and they were the 2 tyres in use today.
Right.
I wonder if I was curious to see if anyone's using that new Schumacher front tyre. They've got the little. It's almost a cactus in the middle, isn't it? And have you seen that?
I think I've seen a picture of it. Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's kind of like there's ribs, like semi dash ribs on the outside.
Semi-staggered on the outside.
Yeah,
aren't
and
they?
then there's a deep cut on the what do they call it? Like an undercut on the sidewall of the
Sidewall,
tire, so that it just allows it to really just flex underneath the wheel more. Is that
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, and they're just not going to provide so much grip in that central thing. So here, I'll have to show you the. So
Yeah.
those are the Cactus tyres.
Okay.
Just showing.
So it's just all straight across, just loads and loads of tiny little round pins. Oh, their little pop-up has popped up. But yeah, so that's one of the better pair of long-wearing tires. Yeah.
Yeah, it certainly works here really well.
But that's Darren was saying that's originally built as a carpet racing tire, but somehow just works here.
It just
fairly
works
well.
here, yeah.
Yeah.
It's certainly, I can't. It probably doesn't work on every Astro, but it certainly works at this track, and the longevity is really good as well. You know, we don't all have the ability to change tyres every run.
Yeah.
Like top guys. But then for them it makes a difference. But for the likes of me, it makes absolutely no difference
Yeah.
running a fresh set of tyres every time. And we do. So yeah, you want to have it so you can. Just you're the cost balance, and it's.
And normally at a club meeting, it's open tires, just whatever open meaning, just run whatever tires
you like.
want.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we have done series where we specified what tires they are, but it's pretty much open run, and most people run Mezzos or Cactus.
Yeah,
and the staggered fronts.
yeah. So are the tires marked in any way, or like just someone's initials or the team number name on the inside of the rim or anything like that?
For these ones, they're marked up so that you can't just shove anything on.
Yeah. But it's I'm just wondering. I asked in that sort of tone because it's meant to just be a fun race, right? But but there's still you got to make sure.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's a fun race. It's a memorial race, So we just hear the overall aspect is to have fun, and I think that's RC. That's what you want to do. If you're not having fun, what's the point?
Yeah.
So it's all about having fun, and it's all about. But they're racers.
Yeah, of course.
Everyone running today is a racer, and they want to get the fastest lap and the fastest leg.
As you said, certain things have to be specified because everyone here is a competitor, and they're going to be a competitive spirit about any rule.
Yeah, totally. I'm a very lowly racer, yet I will pick up any little rule and any little extra I can get over my. I'm not racing the top guys, but the people I am racing against, I want to make sure that I beat them.
And especially with these guys, they're only a couple of laps apart. Whether you're battling fifth or sixth or first through fourth, these guys are really, really close. Again, you can watch the live timing if you're listening to us live on hnmc.aliverc.com. And that's the live timing. So I'm just going to swap to that myself. Oops. Make sure to put that HNMC. That's Hotel November Mike Charlie.liverc.com. One of our competitors, I must say, but that's all right. We don't run the same sort of service, do we? So there you go. Watch live racing, view current event. And so it's the view current event link that they want to tap? Or is it
or live. Live, I think, is the...
Okay. Oh, so there's...
don't think the video...
Is the video working? No, video for some reason. So 300 laps for J5 Racing at the moment. 300 as well for Marmite. 296 for Team Benz. 297, but just behind them is 296 for Team Juiced Up. And then Team Composite Kit is eked out of 1 lap lead. Team What's Nuts, it looks like.
Yeah, 2 teams on the same lap now.
Yeah, it just took a lot because it was this first time of going to the page. It took a little bit of refreshing, but yeah, we got 302, 301, 298, 298, and then 282 and 281. That's the lap counts for the teams. And who's this young lady who's racing at the moment in the orange?
It's like Ellie. Again, her father races.
It's funny talking to we always try to talk to the we call them the dad and lad or the
dad and daughter.
Dad and daughter, yeah. At the EFR events and quizzing the dads about okay, so what at what point did you realize that your 8-year-old child is faster than you?
Yeah.
And so I was always curious to see that sort of swap over of, okay, well, maybe Dad's gonna step back and just act as pit person or mechanic.
Yeah, that often happens, doesn't it? As soon as they get beaten, they're I'm gonna step back and do the mechanic. But at that point, if their child is exceptionally good, then that's a great thing, really.
Yeah, so, why not?
Yeah, Torben. I rarely see his name on the timing sheets now with Eric and Holger.
Yeah.
He's got 2 cars. or he might be doing 4 cars if they're running
Wow.
8th electric
Right.
e-buggies. Then yeah.
So we have 17 and a half minutes to the crossover, but only, 2.5 minutes now until the next round of forfeit rolls. I'm curious to see what's going to happen when someone gets the drunk goggles.
Yeah, it's not going to be fun.
But they only have to do it for a couple of minutes, so, it'll be different. So is that a carbon wing, or is it just carbon printed? Did you see that?
I did see it. I don't know. Might just be carbon.
I'd be amazed
Carbon
if it's
look.
actually carbon.
Yeah, that's not gonna. It's gonna shatter quite easily.
That carbon look is still quite cool, though, isn't it?
It is.
Although I have seen some of the, I don't know what it's called, but where it's like shards of carbon. That's like the new thing now, the new look. Where there's
right.
Like it used to be there was like silver carbon and red and blue, and that's it still looks quite cool and is quite different. But now there's people doing, I don't even. It looks like just like pieces of carbon. Like just shards of carbon where it's like red, but it's mostly black, and it's I don't know what it's called, but it's a new look for carbon. It's pretty sweet looking, I must say.
Is that's on normal cars?
I don't know. I've seen it on. Maybe it's just like a graphic effect. But it might. I'm not sure.
I'll have to look out for that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do like that carbon look, especially
in
black. So there on J5 Racing, that's Callum. He raced at the Worlds in the 8th. And,
right. Was he at the Worlds last year?
I don't think so.
I would have seen him.
No. That's who Carl was the mechanic for. So that's Carl's stepson.
Yeah.
A couple of crashes there.
I think James is getting the food, so he's not around to do the to hit the replay button.
So we've got Callum there, and then Harrison, Mark Keane, Steve Biscoe there as well in the black and green top.
So I'm just trying to find pictures of what I was talking about, but I can't seem to find it on Google image search. But Team J5 still out in the lead.
Yeah, they
just
got
about leading
now.
Marmite.
Yeah, 3 laps on them.
So final 15 minutes of first leg.
Do you want sauce on the back?
Brown sauce?
10-minute gap just to do some track repairs.
Ooh, track repairs. So we are going to have a little bit of a break then.
Yeah, it'll be a short one, probably 5-10 minutes.
What sort of track repairs are required? I mean, these cars are going at speed, but there's only 6 of them, and they're not they're not the heaviest thing. They're not eighth buggies. So I'm just
it'll be the undercarriage, just off on the down ramps often. So especially that one after the banked corner, that often gets caught, and so a little bit of Astro might just pop up, so they get some pins down and just pin it down again. I mean, it was recently repaired.
Okay.
But we had 4-wheel drives and they seem to
just power through it.
More damage the the Astro than the 2-wheel drives.
Ah, right, yeah. Well, there are 2 extra wheels driving it, and they're a bit heavier and a bit faster.
Yeah, they go a lot faster.
I remember when I started racing off road, the dream was the 4-wheel drives. It was, I suppose, after the, what was it, like 87 Worlds is when Masami and Jamie and Drescher and all those guys were racing in this neck of the woods for the Worlds. But Yokomos were very, very hard to get in Central Texas. You see, they're about to re-release their Super Dogfighter.
Are they?
Yeah.
Are you going to get one?
No. I can't even justify getting the Kyosho car, and I used to work with the guy who designed it. So
what's your car at the moment then?
I don't race.
No.
I don't race, but dream car would be the Optima Mid probably. And they have just released that car, and I know the shop here. I went to the webpage for it. That mint green car, 500 quid. I cannot justify that. It'd be lovely to have, but it's just one of those things. I didn't race it at the time. I wasn't even racing at the time it came out, and I met Jimmy Johnson. He's a really cool guy, but even that 2-wheel-drive Ultima, just can't justify it. 400 quid for that, and 500 for the Optima Mid.
Yeah, just for the build, really.
Yeah. I mean, I was lucky enough to get on my YouTube channel for RC, the pole position RC. I did a build of the. Actually, did I put it on there? I don't think I did. But the Optima, just the regular Optima, and that's quite cool. It's just neat. But it's one of those. It's like I'm not driving it. It's just sat there. Really ought to sell it. Oh, another nice launch off that ramp, straight into someone's arms. We caught. We did catch it, because this is just auto switching at the moment. But it was quite cool. Very good landing. So Marmite, that must have been Team Marmite who's in the pits. So they're going to go another lap or two down while they're swapping over their rear tires. But still, just 10 minutes to go before we have a break. And I imagine the cars will probably go into maybe a parc fermé situation, or just like everybody's stint ends and a new stint begins at the.
I imagine they'll be all ending the stints and starting again. So they'll be changing the tyres and getting themselves ready to go again. Yeah, so Team BN's car 6, that's the one we keep seeing in the pits, ready to go. That's the Keens, Mark and Oscar. Neil Hepworth, Dan Marshall, and Youngbrook. And Matt Curtis as well. He's
right, okay.
Another regular good racer.
So what would you say is the split of, are there any casual or beginner racers in the teams, or is it just pretty much mostly it's all like club regulars?
So Seamus's daughter Ellie, she's a younger racer, and
in the pink.
No, not in the pink. That's Brooke Marshall.
Oh no, in the yellow top.
Yeah.
She's
she comes regularly, and she's slowly improving. Again, she started where Brooke was, and where Oscar did, and she's now getting around the track. And
so how long has Ellie been racing, would you say?
A couple of years, on and off. Yeah. Yeah, that's Oscar there, and
Matt. All right, yeah.
Oscar now running a Schumacher car.
I imagine in the UK, Schumacher's quite a popular brand.
Yeah, Schumacher and Team Associated at this club.
Yeah.
Mostly there is a couple of TLRs running.
How popular are they in the UK? I can't imagine it's very popular. It's just that they have a kind of a weird distribution system, if any. I mean, anyone who's not aware of the industry, Horizon, very big brand name in the States. Based in the States, but now they own Arma, Axial, TLR, Losi, so many brands, but they don't have seemingly a unified distribution system in the UK or Europe. Thank you very much. And so it's just kind of a rarity to see the TLR being the racing brand. Kind of rare to see those.
We did have one of he was running one of the pro drivers was running a TLR, and he'd come up here and do tests around the track. But yeah, we don't have. Harrison runs a TLR, and his dad as well. But the trouble is, most people will suggest going to your local club and
See what's
usually
yeah.
most popular, and that's what's really happened. So
Yeah.
everyone was buying the Team Associated, and then some of the good guys like Darren and Carl went to Schumacher, and so that's sort of 50-50.
Yeah.
And it swings one way and then the other each year, but
Yeah.
they had the two brands here.
It's interesting. It's, I mean, if it were me, I would probably go for, the easiest to find bits for would be Associated. It's kind of like the sort of the, for better or for worse, the standard. But then Schumacher's a UK brand, so a lot of their designs are going to be based and tested and raced on AstroTurf and carpet and stuff like that. So
someone more knowledgeable than me said to me that Team Associated, their cars, when they come out of the box, they're fantastic. It's a really good setup. Whereas Schumacher is very much more, it's very much more you have to fine tune it. It's much more a racing car.
Right, yeah.
So you need to really get the detail right. Whereas Associated is a bit more forgiving in that respect for a younger racer. So obviously, we have a lot of top guys here with the Schumachers, but they know what to tweak, and whereas Associated, it's a little more centralised, more sort of
more ready out of the box, sort of, almost.
Yeah, the kit setup is pretty good.
Yeah, I imagine that the Schumacher designs they always intrigue me. Because they are, I think maybe that's part of their appeal, is that they are so different than the other cars. And if you look at the old, obviously nowadays, like when I used to race, those cars that I remember that I used to race against, those are now the retro cars. So you see some of these old cars pop up in the retro RC groups. Oh, look at this, this review of this weird Losi car, and I remember them, and they did just have like weird sort of design to them, because they were just trying out all kinds of different things, like trailing arms and battery configurations and motor layouts and stuff like that. They're just trying strange things, and sometimes they worked, sometimes they didn't. Sometimes the drivers were able to make them work after a lot of effort. Just really strange stuff. But
I mean, I suppose the strangest at the moment is the lay down shocks.
Yeah.
Do you think they're gonna? Because I believe they want to make a 10th car as well, don't they?
Really?
The lay down shocks. Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, obviously, the first thing I thought was, it looks like an old Predator, and Lee said, yeah, we kind of base it on that, but I'm sure they've moved on from just basing it on that, and I don't know. I think it's one of those things that's, if you want to have something different, you want to have people crowded around your table going, oh, what's this? And, pressing down on it, and, it's
very interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, I listened to a video with Lee and them talking about it, and they had, and what they were saying makes complete sense, and how it, you're just letting the shock do what it's supposed to be doing, and not having to support anything, and it's just absorbing the shocks as opposed to doing anything complicated.
I think on the one hand, like if you want to go in the route of having for lack of a better word, a funky design car like Schumacher's can maybe be, or like the old Team Losi, or the N1 with the lay down shocks, is you want to try like things like suspension theory, car design theory and stuff like that. Some people are really into that, and they want to just experiment and play around with stuff. But like you say, I think most people are going to want to just go, I'm just going to get a standard stand-up shock type car, or get the Associated, and just know that I've got a good baseline out of the box, rather than having to play around and try all sorts of different things.
Yeah, when I was watching the Worlds, I know it wasn't your coverage, they one of the commentators there was saying that he really liked the different cars, and if they bring a 10th car out, so it's a Gamma, isn't it, doing the 10th the lay down shocks. So when they bring that out, he was like, I really want to give it a go. I want to see what it's like and everything. I'm very much like that. I'd love to give it a go.
Yeah.
It just something different. How's it going to be? But obviously, then it's like, do you? What's the supply parts going to be like in the UK?
That's when the reality hits.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, Yeah,
you
how
jump
are you
in
gonna
and
be
you're
able to
like,
get-
oh, I'm going to do it. I sold my old car and it's great. But then it's, does my local shop hire than, yeah. And that's, speaking to the 8th guys, that's quite a expensive car on the 8th circuit, isn't it, the Yagama? So is that going to be, it's going to be more expensive than the other cars, or so?
It's one of those. It's it's. Oh, someone's got the drunk goggles on.
Ah.
There we go. Who's that?
Oh, I can't see. I couldn't see. There's 2 minutes 17 left on the clock. Oh, see who that
Definitely
was.
saw the drunk goggles on there.
Could have been Darren's father, Andy. He's one of those racers who, when it gets a little bit slippy and slidey, he's always at the front. He's like such a mature driver. It's when the conditions start to get a little bit loose, a little bit,
Yeah.
and he'll just come straight out the top. He'll be in 10th place, and then suddenly he'll be up at the lead.
There we go.
Yeah, that's Andy wins. It's Andy Windsor. I can't see. Oh,
He's
can't
got a
see. He's
gray-
got funny goggles on.
Gray head hoodie.
So there's only a minute and a half left of this.
And it looks like since he's only just come on, his whole stint will only be for less than 2 minutes.
Yeah, tactical there, isn't it? Quite tactical. That's what I like to see. Yeah. So he's Team Marmite, is Andy. He's with Paul Timberlake, Richard Miller, Matt Griffin, Trish Neal, Trish Spitz, and Louise Oliver. Yeah.
So, got 1 minute left.
Seems like he's getting around okay.
Normal race.
Yeah. Well, I've not put those goggles on yet. We'll have to give them a try and see what we're doing.
They're terrible. I took a photo
Oh.
with the through the lens of one of the things.
It is impacting, though. He is impacting on his laps because J5 Racing have gone to
That's
3-3.
what it looks like.
Oh, that's
So you can see there's one view of the car, but then everything else is like triple or quadruple view.
so we're looking at like it's purple and multicoloured, and that is. I'm not sure I've ever been drunk to that extent.
It looks more like a acid trip goggles rather than
Yeah, it's like a
goggles.
kaleidoscope. But yeah, J5 just pulled out the stop there. The 340. Team Marmite 337. Team BN's 337. Juiced up 336. 5 seconds left. I guess they'll get to finish their lap. There we go. First team's finished.
So we're going to have a brief break for about 10 minutes. So I'll be able to finish my my bacon sandwich.
Yeah, you got that perfect timing, didn't you?
And just car 2 of Mutt's Nuts. So we're going to take a little break.
Okay, that's it. We're finished.
Right. So thank you very much, Paul, for
worries.
coming on and giving us some information. Got a 10-minute break, guys. We want to put that on the screen, and we'll be back at the start of this second half of this 6-hour endurance race here at the Herts Nitro Model Club for the 6-hour endurance race benefiting the Carl Jackson Foundation.
Moving over, changing direction. Yeah. Maybe someone do some like an old grasshopper or something. right, you're going to do 5 minutes to a grasshopper. Changing the PT. I know, it's funny though. I mean, you could do it, but you could have the car ready to go. You just basically say, you know, here's the car. Make sure it's got the same sort of control of the sticks. Wheels. Might even do that. You're going well. Huh? That's simple. Yeah. You had the sliding time. Yeah. How was it? Okay. Sliding. Yeah. They'll be good to do practice in wet. That's true. If it's dry, you would practice wet. It's going to feel very weird. It's a decent practice. I'm sure we used to do that here in the distance in the last race year. We go the other way around. I remember doing it. It's not that different, to be honest. But I think it will, because after 3 hours, one lap. Well, we'll see. Going down the hill that way. Yeah. I think we're not used to it. You know, because if you come in full out here, like normally you're just going to yeah, a lot. Going down the hill, double. That's true, yeah. Down the hill. You touch up the lap. How did you use those? They're terrible. Or you think come up or get hit? Actually, no. Yeah. He's a bit bend backwards. So just hold it. Oh, you're thinking. So I could guess one opposite hit two come over, just so they can make way fast on the loop. Then I slide. So okay. All the guys in TV1, just bring their cars over, just my side TT. Yeah. Especially when you have Yeah. You can do all of it like that, just way across the loop. Okay. Makes sense. So 5 cars, stand by. Okay, just do it again. Just make sure you're in your Alright, done. Okay, so everyone from team 2 come over. So just wave across the line, make sure you're in the box. Yeah, I'll sort it out now. John, do yours. Can you get a single pass across the line?
Whole team is light turned on.
Just wave it and wait for a ball. There you go, that's good. Hang on. Okay, number 4. Could you come do the same, please? Where am I? Yeah, just one to get the ball. Okay, so I can get everyone. So team number 5, could you do the same? So wave each car by one, just so they can get audible knock. team number 6. Thank you. What are you planning? Fine, okay. Yours. Team 5, yeah. Okay. Fine, good. The drivers and marshals make their way over, please. About 10 minutes. It'll be a reverse grid effect, so because we're going to go the opposite way around track now. So you are the same point you did before, but just facing the other way. So it'll be like completely. Something that the driver marshals make their way out, please. Yes, started in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's a crack. Man. We're going to come in. We're not going to come in. We don't want to come last.
They reverse with as your team. Or is it just team versus team?
All right, thank you for waiting. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for joining us here from the Herts Nitro Model Club. We're actually on the 1/10th track. We're not running Nitro today, but running electric today for the 6-hour endurance race to benefit the Carl Jackson Foundation. Carl Jackson, one of the founding members of the club, and quite instrumental in building it up. So we're starting the second half of the electric portion of the endurance weekend, the memorial meet, as we're calling it. So these guys are heading off in reverse order on the reverse track, so going backwards from the normal track. You see the way that the cars are normally meant to be going around. And as Harrison says, let's get it started. These are our starting tones. Walking away. So at the moment we've got, I think it's Team J. They must be counting the laps. J5 Racing is definitely in the actual lead overall. So we're going to be talking to Harrison, who you might be able to hear just a bit on the loudspeaker. But we'll get some details from him on exactly what's happening here. We've just completed the first lap. And there is live timing available. Go to hnmc.liverc.com. See the live timing. I'm just trying to bring that up myself. Oh, okay. Hi, Callum. How are you? Good. All right, thank you very much, Paul. All right, so say something real quick. James, can we turn up Callum? All right, so I think we've got you. Just pull that away from the mouth just a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
All right, so excellent. So, Callum, what's your last name?
Niblet.
Niblet. Oh yes, Callum
Yes,
Niblet. Okay, yes. Finally get to meet you.
Yep.
I've heard your name so many times on the EFRA things that we do.
Yes.
The various events that we've covered. You've been to a bunch of the European races.
Yeah, I've done a few. I've had a year out recently.
Yeah.
I haven't been around for a while, but I'm back for this.
Very good.
Good event, you know.
Yeah.
Been a while. Nice.
Yeah. So, for those that aren't aware, because basically we've had Darren on, we've had Paul on. We just started talking about how they knew and interacted with Carl. So
yes.
obviously, I've heard a little bit, but let's explain it to those who are just joining us.
Yeah. So basically, Carl, not just like a race friend, he's also my stepdad. So I've known him for many years. Obviously, he's been around when I started when I was 9 years old, now 23. Time flies. And he's always been around.
Don't say that you're starting to feel old, because
No.
You're not old enough yet. To actually
not
be
yet.
able to-
Not yet. I'm still young. In my prime years. So it's he was obviously my mechanic for probably 3-4 years as well for my career. We went around the world together, Australia, obviously many European events as well. So been travelling together. So it was really good.
Yeah. So, was he already involved in the club when he kind of came into your life, I suppose?
He was still around. He was part of the club. My mum met him for racing as well, so grew around with him. So yeah.
Okay. And you mentioned Australia. What other countries were you able to visit? What
I think we've done Portugal, one of the Euros. Probably, I can't remember off the top of my head. It feels like ages ago. But yeah, definitely Portugal, Australia, probably Italy, I think. I can't remember all the events.
Would that have been Ongaro Ring, maybe?
Ongaro Ring, yeah, I think.
Okay.
We've done Ongaro Ring together,
Yeah.
I think. So yeah. So
Portugal would have been what's it called? The IBC.
yeah, that one.
Where the
Bruno Coelho won, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that one.
Okay.
I can't remember the track name.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. No, that's good. I mean, I'm partially curious because I think James was with me at was it Nick, Matt, and I at the Ongaro Ring one. I think the Euros are there next year, apparently.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they built that up. I think they've got he's got a yearly Barcelos. Yes. Okay.
Barcelona.
Yeah, Barcelos is the I suppose the red background track. That's where the Euros or the Worlds were there last year. Euros.
I can't remember.
And then the electric Worlds, I think, are going to be there at some point.
Yes.
Anyway, no, that's good though. So that's the nice thing about RC, isn't it? You get if you're really into it, you get to see the world.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, it's a good way to
driving model cars around.
Yeah, I know. It's a bit
crazy,
awkward explaining to some people when
Yeah.
you go out maybe for a drink or a meal after, and they go,
Yeah.
"Oh, why are you here? Race model cars." You
Yeah.
know, sometimes
Well,
a bit weird, but it's all right. It's nice.
If you just say I'm a car racer.
Yeah, you can
start
get
with
away. They think that you got money then.
Yeah. Well, no, that's really good. So, I mean, obviously, it was quite a I mean, I can only imagine what it means like to be a good stepdad.
Yeah.
So it was a big part of
Big part of
fun.
my life. Yeah, it was definitely.
Very good.
Definitely.
And Darren was saying that he's never seen so many people at a memorial service or funeral or anything like that, which
there was a lot.
It's a really good. I mean, just that alone is a really good tribute. Isn't it?
Definitely. Everyone coming down from far.
Yeah,
it was really nice to see. Obviously, some old faces that we haven't seen in a while that stopped racing a while ago. It was nice to see them as well.
Yeah.
Obviously, bad time, but
yeah,
it was good to see other people at the same time.
I mean, the thing is, like you get to, or you're at, people are obviously in different eras of their life and all at different times, but you get to a point where you start to go, oh, well, you kind of, you see people that you haven't seen for a while, and there's certain reasons why.
Life
but
happens.
but we're here for, it's a good cause and a good reason. Darren and Paul and Harrison were all explaining it to me about the arrive and drive sort of idea, which I love personally, because it's for a long time I worked in the RC car industry for one of the bigger names, and it was always that struggle to how do we get new people in. It's not just clubs trying to do it. It's all brands are trying to do it. Clubs, and so the arrive and drive sort of thing, where you're basically renting a car for an hour or two, or maybe even for a weekend. Because you can do that with touring cars, so like full-size touring cars. You can just pay £1,000 and you drive a touring car, like in a proper race against other people in a rental car, basically.
So what we plan to do with that is, obviously, we're not going to charge anyone. If they want to try it, come down. We'll get them to go, give it a go. Obviously.
And this is going to be the J5 racing
brand,
thing, right?
So we're probably not going to charge anyone. And all we'll probably ask is to donate to the foundation if they want to. But we're not going to charge anyone from the start. Just put a donation in. We're happy with that. And just, if they want to try it, come down. We'll help them. And if they like it, they like it. It's one of those. We try and get people in. If they don't like it, they don't like it. So we get the people in.
Yeah.
And
And are you trying to get model shops like Herts RC or any brands involved to maybe donate cars?
It's still early doors, so we're still trying to figure it all out, what we're going to do. So we got a little group chat. We're trying to organise it, see what the best option is. But we'll probably speak to a couple brands or either the shops. Because obviously we'd like to help the shops as well. Obviously, tough times and stuff. If we can help the shop out, that'll be a good way of doing it. But we'll see.
Yeah, so if you're a shop or a representative of one of the RC brands, give the J5 racing guys a shout.
Yeah, right? Definitely.
I mean, that'll be it's a great way to get new people involved. We're talking about lads and dads, or kids and dads, or kids and mums, however you want to put it. Because we do have we actually have more young girl racers here than we have young boy racers. That's kind of I think
that's a new thing, isn't it? Yeah.
So is at least three? Is it 3 girls that I've seen here, and just 1 or 2 lads? I'm not sure. But anyway, parents and kids. Maybe the kids really gets into it and puts the phone down, puts the video game controller down, whatever. Stops her doing their TikToks or Snapchats or whatever. And gives RC racing a go, because it gets them out of the house, and it gets them into it's a proper hobby. It's not say what you want about meeting people online and just through a Call of Duty chat or whatever. Actually getting out and meeting people face to face and interacting, and it is very different. And I mean, this is maybe a little bit too deep, but we are from different generations. I'm a little over twice your age.
Okay.
So, but you see people who go to, it depends on the blogs that you read, obviously, but I think the generation gap nowadays is even bigger than it used to be in the past times. This wing that you have, it's different than mine. What's good about it? What's about that sort of thing is can only help.
Yeah, definitely.
So what will be your dream sort of setup to where would you like to see? Because I imagine are you one of the main people in the J5 racing, or are you helping out?
I'm
how
just
much
helping.
Are you involved?
I'm not. I'm just in the background in a way.
Right. Okay.
Because obviously I've been out for quite a while.
Yeah.
I'm not up with the lingo. Like there's a lot of new people that I haven't seen. Like there's new people at the track. I see. I go down the track sometimes, and I'm like, I've seen you before. There's like loads of new people, and obviously there's new tyres coming out.
There's still 4 round black things that go.
Yeah, There's all that, but there's also the tyre issues and stuff. I know there's still about what tyre to use, and that stuff's still about. Obviously, they're all on different tyres now. I don't even know what the best tyre is out at the moment, But yeah, so yeah, I'm just in the background. Like obviously, people, I will help whatever I can. So yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So is it? Who's actually sort of the leading the charge then for J5?
So I'll probably say like Mark Jones, Lewis Jones,
right,
and then Stuart Smith. We've also got a bit of support from Carl's dad, who has kindly donated us a gazebo.
Okay.
So we have like a J5 racing gazebo.
Yeah, very good.
So
there's a cool banner on the
little
on
banner
the back
on the
of
top.
Track,
Yep. So obviously most race meetings will have the gazebo there, people up there. So we'll have main guys. Lewis will be there, Mark, Lewis's dad, and there'll be loads of other people as well.
Yeah,
that'll be getting involved.
And what would you? I mean, just from your perspective as a I suppose as an outside viewer. Where would you like to see the foundation go with the arrive and drive sort of thing?
I'd just like to see like helping new people get in. Obviously, I'd also like to see like people that are already in, but like say they struggle a little bit with, I don't know, they struggle financially and they just need a new set of tyres. They're doing well. If we can help them, it's just or they can come to us, ask for setup advice. Just help everyone. That's all we want to do is just help build the sport and the people in it.
Yeah, and extend. I mean, in a way, virtually extend, Carl's legacy.
Yes, definitely.
To RC, and
definitely.
And obviously, you guys are going to be going around. Obviously, sort of home base is going to be this track here.
Yeah, home base will be this track.
Yeah. I think visiting. Is it DMS?
Yeah.
The club. Or is it DBS? DMS. I think it's DMS.
I'm not too sure. If I'm honest.
But, okay. Well. Various club meetings and maybe some national events in the area or something like that.
Yeah, definitely national events. There'll be everyone there.
Okay.
So yeah.
And do you know if there's a Facebook page or anything like that already set up?
There is a Facebook called J5 Racing.
Okay.
It's on Facebook.
Yeah. Okay. So if you're interested and want to check it out and see how J5 is going to grow and expand its mission, it's quite a cool concept. I love the idea, and especially, it's on a donation basis. It's not literally like a hire and drive sort of thing. It's come and take part and be part of the story, the myth, the legend.
Yes, definitely.
And it's quite cool. So, are we going to be seeing you in any of the maybe the F1 championships next year?
Probably not next year. We'll see how next year goes. I'm still undecisive if I want to come back yet.
Have you been away like school or just career stuff? Or kind of
career
just take a
stuff,
break?
just a little break and career stuff as well. Focus on the career a little bit. This was like an event come back, so I'm kind of getting a little. Do I come back?
Yeah, I know that's the thing. It's like
so,
you take a bit of time away and you go. This looks pretty tasty again.
Yeah, I know. So we'll see. I've got the whole winter to decide, and then if I want to do it next year, I'll do it next year. But probably not any F1 events. I'll probably need a bit more practice. So I'll probably do another year of nationals and a bit of club meetings around here. And then we'll see. I'm not too sure yet.
Now you're mostly a nitro guy, right?
Nitro.
Yeah. So
nitro.
is this? I know for British electric off-road, there's like the F1 and F2 and F3. Is that the same for Nitro?
No, it's not.
A bit different.
No, it's a bit different. There's not a ranking system in a way.
Okay.
There is a ranking system, but it's like it's
not
done on
Formula.
like position. It's not the F1, F2
Right.
formula. It's like position on like where you are graded
Okay.
in like the national series or something like that.
Okay. I was just wondering if you have to work your way back up that or anything like that.
So if you were out, I think it's after 2 years. If you're out and you come back, you will be in like the bottom heat, and then you can just work your way up again. So you'll be probably after, I think it's after 4 meetings. Say you come 5th in every single one, you will be in the top heats again.
Yeah.
So it just works like that.
Well, that's good. I hope you can work your way up, or
Yeah,
whatever
yeah.
from wherever.
I don't
whatever
think
position
I
you're
don't think I'll get that because I've only been out a year, so I might go straight back into the top heats.
straight with the fast guys.
Yeah, great.
the new fast guys.
Yeah, the new fast guys. I don't know. Yeah.
Who? I mean, obviously there's like Cragg and Lee Martin and I don't even know the Hall brothers.
The Hall brothers, yeah. Bootsy.
Bootsy, yeah.
Yeah.
Does he fly over for every British?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Well, he's back up there after he's after his second in the Euros.
Yes.
So he's back up in
definitely
top range. Not that he ever really left, but you know.
Nah.
But yeah, no. Well, it'll be interesting. So I mean, anyone that you're particularly looking forward to racing against, or scared to race against?
No, I'm not scared of anyone to race against. Looking forward to probably if I was. Probably Lewis Jones. Obviously, we've been very good mates for loads of years. Obviously, we had just before I left for a year, I was a bit quicker than him. Now he's changed cars. He might be a bit quicker. We don't know. So I keep always teasing him. I said if I come back, I'll always beat him. But
I mean, I don't know what he was running before and what he's running now. But is it like the new car is like just light years ahead of what
I think it's a little better than what he was running. Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
Are you still attached to a manufacturer at all?
No.
Or not really. So you're kind of like an open whatever to whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. Harrison, are we going to have you next? Okay. Yeah. No worries. Just want to make sure I'm grabbing. But no, that's good. So. Yeah, so you're going to have a nibble about to see who might be interested in taking you on, or you're just going to privateer it?
Probably privateer it, or we'll see what happens. I'm not sure yet. Still undecisive.
Have some discussion.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, I hope we see you at the effort races soon enough.
Yes.
If not next year, the year after. But timetable on it, of course. But you know.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me.
Callum.
Take care.
All right. You too. Yeah. Thank you, Callum. Callum Niblett. So telling us about Carl and J5 Racing and the Carl Jackson Foundation. So we seem to have lost the timing during that, but I'm sure we'll get it back soon enough. Let's just have a quick look and see maybe where we're at with the no, it's on an entirely new lap counting, but it looks like at the moment, well, if we remember, J5 was about, I think it was 3 laps ahead of at the end of the first 3 hours. And so we've got Team Benz, Team J5 Racing, Team Juiced Up, Team Composite Kit Racing, Team Marmite, and Team Mutts Nuts. So Team Marmite, Team Mutts Nuts, they were battling before, but it looks like Marmite and Composite Kit are neck and neck, very close together on track. They've only been running for 20 minutes at this point, so it's a couple of battery packs. I actually need to clarify on how long the battery packs are lasting. I can get that information from Harrison when he pops in. These cars seem to be doing pretty fine. I think it's more the drivers have to get used to the track, but obviously as each new driver comes on to do their racing stint, they'll maybe a couple of laps, a few laps where they're a bit iffy maybe, and then things settle down and they're able to do some proper lap timings. So, got Harrison. Now, Harrison, I don't have your last name.
Joyce.
Harrison Joyce.
Yeah.
Okay. Harrison, currently, well, the current leader of running the club, the current club runner.
Yes. Well, I share it with
Paul.
with Paul and Matthew. Yeah.
Paul and Matthew. Yeah. Okay. We haven't talked to Matthew yet, but I'm sure we'll probably end up getting him on the stage at some point. So we've got Team Benz, as I'm calling him.
Yeah.
And then Team J5 Racing, they were like 3 laps ahead, weren't they, at the end of the first
Yeah, the first couple of
race,
teams have got a bit of a gap, yeah.
Yeah, so, but we're starting, it's a fresh timing, so we just kind of have to remember where they were at, roughly.
Yeah. So I'll add the laps up at the end.
Yeah. So how long are the batteries running? Ish.
So the maximum stint is 7 minutes.
Okay.
The batteries will probably last longer. We normally race 5 minutes, occasionally 6.
Yeah.
But we usually do 5 minutes, but because you've got a bit of a warm-up, we think it's safe to do 7. We don't really want to push them too far, so 7's the max, and then that keeps it safe then.
Yeah. No, that's good. All right, so we started with talking with Darren and Paul and Callum about Carl, because we are here for the endurance event.
Yep.
It's meant to benefit the Carl Jackson Foundation. So just from your perspective, I suppose, is the easiest way to do it, obviously. You're just how you came about working with Carl and meeting him and joining the club and doing all this work for them.
Yeah. So I started racing here probably just over 10 years ago. I think it's 11 or 12 years now. And Carl was running the meetings when I first started. Carl was running 99% of the meetings.
On the electric side?
On the electric. I've only done electric. And then, so I got to know him through that, and then because I was just starting out, he was centre of all knowledge on setup and electronics, the lot. So he was really helpful in that way, to helping me get quicker as I was starting out. And then we did a few work parties with him to do jumps and stuff like that. And then Darren took over. I continued to help out with like work parties, stuff like that. And then again, still, me and Darren always look to Carl for that, like the really complicated questions, running the meeting or setup or anything like that. Carl was always go-to if you had a complicated question or you needed a decision making. He was the one. And he always made the right decision when it comes to, how you split the heats up and stuff like that. He always made the right decision. And then I took over from, someone ran it for a little while between me and Darren, and then I took over from that person with Paul and Matthew. But still, always, whenever Carl's here, especially when I was first running the meetings,
helping you get up to speed,
getting up to speed. So super helpful in that way, both on track and off track, sorting the meetings out really. Yeah. Even like the way the jumps are done and stuff like that. He just had so much knowledge from all these years. He was such a helpful character.
And how long had he been racing roughly? If you have any idea.
He's been racing a very long time.
Yeah.
I think more than 20 years, I want to say, because they did Sandy here that I heard Paul mention earlier. So before we were at the Westmill Farm, which is where we are now.
Yeah.
They had a site at Sandy.
And how far away is that from here, roughly? Because I hear Cambridge, and I'm thinking that's
I don't
really
think it was.
far distance, but maybe it isn't. Maybe my geography.
I don't know where exactly it was. I think it's less than an hour away from.
Right. Okay. But that's a good distance for a club to just move.
Yes. yeah.
I mean, you're not gonna have. Some of the locals are going to really struggle to justify going.
I'm not sure why. It was sort of before my time. Jim will be able to tell you.
Yeah, I was just curious.
No, it is interesting. You see all the old pictures of the track. It looks funny. I mean, even this track, compared to when it was first put down, Looks totally different now.
Yeah, I can imagine. So were you here? How old was this club when you started?
I think it'd been going for 5 or 6 years. The electric side, seriously.
Right. And did they have the nitro already, or the bashing track?
Yeah. So the nitro track has always been there, and we used to have a much larger Astro track. If you ever come here, you'll see this. It's mostly all one type of Astro, but there's a little bit on what we call the bash track now. That's a different shade. So the track used to be enormous.
Yeah.
It used to be all the same colour green.
Right,
It used to take up both sections. We probably 7 years ago, when Darren took over, because the 8th cars used the same track during when it was wet and stuff like that. Right. But we wanted to split them, have a dedicated 10th track. So they split the Astro down the middle, and we had a 10th side and an 8th wet side.
Right.
We since moved it, made it a little bit bigger, because we needed a bit of a longer straight.
Yeah.
Hence the sort of different type of Astro on the 8th side. Our track is all the same Astro, all the original Astro that was there, and it's national spec now, if you like. Because before it was too short to have a national.
Okay.
But now it's national spec size, if you like. And a few jumps here and there. They used to be all wooden jumps back then.
Right. Yeah. Darren was saying that it was. I was asking what these particular jumps are all made of. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're all dirt jumps now. Most of them have a little bit of a concrete and a pipe at the lip to create a consistent lip across the whole of the jump. So no matter where you jump it, it's the same jump effectively.
Yeah.
They used to flex a bit. So yeah, most of them have had that done now. Just a few left to do.
So and how often do you? No, I've already asked Paul like how often you swap around the track, but how often does a new jump get made? I'm assuming it'll be like a weekend work party or something.
Yeah, not very often. Maybe once a year, maybe twice a year. Depends on what's needed. We're mostly focusing at the moment on revitalising the ones we've got.
Yeah.
So some of them are a bit tired, need a little bit of work. So
yeah, Paul was mentioning the ski jump.
Ski jump needs a bit of work. Yeah.
Maybe a landing side for it.
Yeah. So some of the jumps were originally made to 2.4 meters, which is the regional size width.
Okay.
For the track, but for a national,
quite specific, isn't it?
It is. I don't know who decided 2.4 was the optimum size, but so a lot of the jumps were made to that size, but for a national you need 3 meters.
Yeah.
So we've been converting a lot of the old jumps to be 3 meters.
Okay.
So the ski jump is the last one to get done, then everything is 3 meters.
Right. Okay. That's very good. I mean, this is the first time. Obviously, I was here for last year's Nitro endurance, and this is the first time I've seen the electric side be used in anger, I suppose.
Yeah.
And it's quite good. I like it. I've never raced on Astro, so it's I don't know if you heard that part of my little RC history, but I used to race on loose dirt. That was quite small within a dirt oval, and then so the dirt oval guys had a track, and then on the inside of that was an off-road track, and it was very small. It was I can't even guess. I mean, at most maybe 30 yards distance. I don't know.
Yeah,
from end to end.
A lot of the indoor tracks are a similar, quite sort of miniature size.
Yeah. Yeah, and that was just James. I'm hearing audio or something. Okay. Sorry, I heard
that's all right.
Some weird audio there. We've got timing back. Well, in a way.
Yeah, it's intermittent.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, we're almost into the first of the Wheel of Doom die rolls, aren't we? Is that what you're
right now? They're probably doing it.
Okay. So you say so you don't have to do it.
No.
Right,
Someone's doing it for me.
Right. Okay. But yeah. Anyway, I was saying. I mean, I'm not poo-pooing Astro racing or carpet racing at all, but I just prefer loose dirt for me.
Yeah,
You know,
I
because
understand
it's
that.
like more real. you know.
Yeah.
It's like how some people just prefer nitro or petrol racing to electric.
Yeah,
or
yeah, I
cars or
understand
whatever.
that.
But yeah, no, but I completely understand why you need it, especially in the UK.
Yeah. No, a dirt. I mean, their dirt track is for the 8th track is high maintenance. So
Yeah.
Astro is nice and easy.
And do they still run on that when it's raining?
Yeah,
I imagine they do.
They
'cause-
do. They have had to. They do cancel some
Right.
when it gets too flooded. But if it's just a light drizzle, they normally run.
Right. Yeah. Because I remember there are some very slick bits on it, aren't there?
There are some really slippy bits. I
Right.
mean, even on our track, if it rains, it gets a bit hairy.
Okay. Do you get standing water, or does it drain fairly well?
It drains very well, actually.
'Cause I notice you have some rolls of just like ready to use Astro
that's
here
that's
behind our
the
van.
the bash track.
And that's okay because it is a different. It is that
different type, yeah.
sort of shade, but there are holes punched into it.
Yeah.
Like I guess from the manufacturer.
That's just
or
how they
whatever.
come, yeah. So,
Yeah.
so this track drains pretty well because of where we are. So we're quite high elevation-wise, and we're at the highest part of our site.
Yeah.
So and we're on a bank anyway, so it drains pretty well. We do get a few puddles here and there, but they're pretty easy to get rid of. But if it's a light drizzle, the track becomes very, very slippery. If it rains heavily and it becomes saturated, you get a lot more grip. So effectively, you either want it to rain not at all or loads.
Yeah.
Because you get more grip.
But is that true of all Astro? Because I think Robin Hood had the same sort of thing at the Euros last year.
Their Astros.
And it's just mind-boggling to me. It's like okay, how do you? And then obviously you have the wet tire and the dry tires, and it's just I don't understand it.
Yeah, it's very
You know?
weird how sort of less is more in some conditions.
Quite weird.
I think they've done the roll now, but they're just waiting for the next stints to come out.
Okay, but I haven't heard any announcement.
No, he won't announce it.
Okay,
that's my job.
Okay, right. Okay. Yeah, we saw some tactical usage of the drunk goggles. I think in the last.
Oh, really?
Last time, because whoever was using them, I can't remember the chap's name, but it was using them, but it was only like the last 2 minutes, so that was his stint.
You only need 2 laps drunk goggles.
Okay.
Have you put one in front of the camera lens?
I did on my. I assume you have as well, but I did it on my photo. I took a photo of it.
Oh, it's very.
It's so weird.
It is, yes.
So that's.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
And again, I'll put a picture of this on the RCTV Instagram and Facebook, so you guys can see what it's like. But yeah, it's very.
We
very
figured
strange.
2 laps would be plenty.
That's pretty good. I mean, I love the idea of that because I used to organize HPI challenge races in the States and here. And one of the things that we did for a Savage event, the Monster Truck racer, or Monster Truck, was have the 2-driver thing.
Yeah.
So someone had, and we also did a blindfold where someone was telling someone, okay, left,
Yeah.
Go, stop, that sort of thing. And it is absolutely infuriating to actually be part of it, but it's hilarious to watch.
Great fun to watch, exactly. That's the idea with today, is to do lots of little funny things that it's not just your conventional endurance race.
Yeah, and it's not going to affect things massively on the for the guys who are obviously everyone's racing, so everyone's a bit competitive.
Yeah.
It's not going to like make you quit or
exactly.
completely break or anything like that. But I did watch a couple of the pairs of people who had to do the 2-driver thing.
Yeah.
They're getting around really well.
They're very good at it. Yeah, surprisingly
What's
so.
going on? Did they practice it?
I don't
know.
So. I don't think so. They're very good at it. We did do many years ago when Darren was running we did do a full 5-minute, and everyone up on the rostrum was in pairs. Surprisingly, it was even then surprisingly well. You had 1 or 2 teams that clearly had different driving styles and they didn't quite match up. But most of them got around surprisingly well. I think people can just sort of hook into their rhythm, and as long as they're mostly similar, it sort of works.
I think the pirate patch one will be very difficult.
Yes, we've not had that yet.
We need to see that. We need to see that happen
Mm.
because just complete loss of depth perception
Yeah.
will be very interesting.
I think we might save that for the leaders in the last 5 minutes.
And maybe you could even try, maybe next time, do like one drunk goggle and one just normal.
Yeah.
Or, just take the lens out of one side of it. Just so because you either try to drive with both eyes or close one eye and just, your pirate patch, basically. That'll be interesting.
That'll be a challenge.
I thought what I forget what the challenge was called, but the can't get any airtime challenge.
I can't get the name of it.
Yeah, where basically you weren't allowed to take the jumps properly.
Yeah.
You had to roll over all the jumps, or lose 5 laps. That's tough.
Yes. Very tough.
Because the temptation to just go blip, I can imagine. I hear a lot of coaching or something happening. So
Yeah,
I don't know if there's maybe there's some stints finishing. I'm loving the launching into the arms of the marshal of the mechanics.
I've seen a few teams
That's
that've got
really cool.
They can drive it up and catch it.
Yeah,
which is very, very clever. No, anything to get the pit stops is sort of where the mishaps are.
Yeah, and I was talking to Paul about the that I do like, and I remember this from last year with the Nitro guys. Everyone ran their own car, so essentially you're basically putting a weekend's worth of use into your car rather than the entire team using one car, and you're either buying a whole kit together or using up someone's car, basically.
Yes, and then if it breaks,
who's got to pay?
Yeah.
So it's a bit different. The only thing I would say is that when the cars do change, it's impossible to know who's who.
Yes.
So maybe next time,
we need to,
all the associated guys just use the same body or something like that.
We need to get maybe color coordinated stickers or something like that. That'd be good for next.
Or
time.
even stickers and maybe a wing or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that would be good. Color coordinated wings.
But no, I love the idea. And I've always loved the idea of having an RC endurance race. And one of the things I never got to pull off, but I really wanted to, was to do either a 24-hour race or, because it's 10 scale, a 2.4-hour race.
Right.
But with mod cars and stock cars.
Right.
And this is a touring car, obviously.
Yeah,
but whatever. Where you have okay, you want to go fast? Okay, you're in the mod car side, but you have to watch out for the slow cars and that sort of thing. It's like it makes it like Le Mans,
different
World
classes.
Endurance.
Yeah, lots of good, excellent passes and stuff like that. So this is the first memorial race that we've done.
Yeah.
Definitely lots of ideas for next year.
Yeah,
next year I'd like to run into the evening because we've got lights.
You got the light. Oh yeah, you do
some evening
like
race.
Singapore and Qatar and all. Yeah.
So I'd like to work it so we run into the night. I think that'd be cool.
And then have some fireworks at the end. Coming down the straight and pop, 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 pop. Yeah. No, that's really cool. And I mean, you have a lot of lights as well, so
yes,
you can certainly do that.
We do during the summer. We do every Tuesday night. We do race meetings.
That's really
from
good.
About 7 o'clock. So they're very good for that.
Yeah.
But, looks great when it's all lit up.
I can imagine it's very atmospheric if there's a bit of mist coming down as well.
Yeah,
you see all the rain through the mist. Very cool.
Wonder who's in the lead. I think. Not sure.
Well, it's Team Benz and Team J5 Racing, and then Composite Kit, Team Juiced Up, and then Marmite and Mutts Nuts. But I think Marmite and Juiced Up are now. The last time I checked, they were neck and neck. A couple of laps ahead of Mutts Nuts. Let's see if I can refresh this page. So if you want to see the live timing, if you're watching us live, you can check it out on HNMC. That's Hotel November Mike Charlie. team.liverc.com. I don't know if it's actually...
It might have dropped out. Let's have a look.
So at the moment, well, at the time this stopped, which I'm not sure, let's see, 20, I can't tell when this stopped.
I think it's going up, although I'm not sure if it's correct.
Oh, the times are moving. Yeah, the live time is moving, but
the rest of it's not working.
No.
I'll have to go and fix that.
Sorry, James, can you put that back on the screen? Sorry. There we go. So this is what we've got. Yeah, so this is... Live RC is about 5 minutes behind.
Yeah, we'll have to. I'll have to go and fix that.
Okay, so the time on the screen is our live time. So 45 laps. Oh, that's weird. It shows the same number of laps.
I think
but the time was wrong.
is still working, but everything else has stopped.
Ah, okay.
I think that's the problem.
Okay. Just turn it off and on again.
Yes. Unfortunately, we don't have a great internet connection here, and it's the poor little BT router.
Right. Okay.
Doesn't quite like how it's being used.
I can imagine. Yeah. Okay. Well. We'll let you go and sort that out, and then
Thank you for,
prepare for your stint.
Thank you for coming and covering us.
Well, yeah. Thanks for having us. Again, it's turned out to be slightly overcast, but it's a nicer day than it has been, I'm sure.
Yes. Well, we did have some concerns about rain.
Yeah.
But it's nice to have a nice sunny day.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
even if it's not, as long as it's not raining, that's fine.
Yeah. Yeah. Does the when you do it at night, does the dew actually come up on the track? I'm just curious. Just
It
popped in
does, but it's incredibly random how it
Really?
happens. Yeah, it's and we mentioned Carl. Carl was excellent at this because I guess he spent so much time here. He was excellent at knowing exactly when the track went from wet to dry. Because in the evening, when the dew comes up, it's like a switch. Someone's just gone from dry to wet.
Right.
And Carl was always great at knowing exactly the moment to switch. But yeah, it doesn't happen every night. But if you've had sort of rain in the morning or the previous day, and it's a little bit chilly, sometimes it just goes like that, and you get shiny tyres.
Is there a lot of? I mean, I've never raced. Like I said, I've never raced buggy on AstroTurf. But is there a huge difference between setup and wet and dry, or is it just mainly tires?
Yeah, there is lots of tinkering you can do.
Oh, right, okay.
Most people now have a wet car and a dry car.
Yeah.
It's easiest just to switch and just move the transponder over. Job's done.
Yeah.
Yeah, the wet setups are sort of just softer in every way, basically.
And a higher ride height.
Higher ride height, yeah. Exactly.
So, it's kind of similar to touring car then.
Yeah.
In that sense, anyway.
Yeah.
The most basic settings. Oh, well, interesting. Okay. Well, we will be watching, obviously, the rest of the proceedings with interest and see how all these teams go.
I'll send some team leaders up to come.
Yeah, yeah. And if you can, is it Lewis and Tom? Those guys, the guys who are heading up J5 Racing.
Oh yeah.
Be great to talk
Lewis
with
Jones,
them and see. Sorry, yeah, Lewis, just see what they've got planned for the future.
Well, they were winning last time I checked, so we'll have to find out what secrets.
Okay, right, okay. I'm sure they won't spill them on air.
No.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, thank you very much, Harrison, for popping in. Right, thanks. So Harrison is off to finish running the race meeting. So and we will be working on. Well, they will be working on the timing for you guys. Meanwhile, I'm just going to see what is happening in the live chat. I'm sure we've got plenty of folks in there. So if you are want to discuss anything with us, go ahead and pop it into the well, I suppose either YouTube or Facebook. Bo Eklo saying, I love the concept of RC endurance racing. So do I, obviously, like I was saying before, talking to Harrison. And would be great to get more cars in the race. The weird thing is, though, even though there's only 6 cars on track, every driver is running their own individual car. So they are just swapping over the rear tires from car to car, because they're only allowed 3 sets, there are 3 pairs of rear tires for the entire race meeting, which is obviously 6 hours. We've got another 6 hours tomorrow, but it's going to be different teams, different cars entirely. It's going to be 1/8 Nitro over on the Nitro track here at Herts Nitro Model Club. So we've got, it's a 2-day J5 Racing Memorial Meet, 6-hour endurance race today for electric 10th scale buggies, 6-hour race endurance race tomorrow for 1/8 scale Nitro buggies. So Homeboy RC is saying, can we have a rundown on who the team members are? We certainly will as we get the various team members in. So we're trying to get team people from all of the different teams so we can talk about not only how they knew Carl or raced with him or against him. Okay, that's the white Ford Focus is not mine, so that's fine. And Homeboy RC is saying J5 and WIRC UK 123 tomorrow. So yeah, so I believe there's 2 J5 teams tomorrow racing in Nitro tomorrow, and WIRC obviously is that. Are they now WIRC or are they still WRC? I don't know. And Harrison just making an announcement that he does know about the live timing dropout. So as soon as that has come back, we will be back with that on screen, and you'll be able to check it out at on the website that I mentioned earlier, hnmc.liverc.com. So yeah, do Homeboy RC, do let me know in the chat whether it's WIRC and or WRC, because I think it's Marco Baruffalo, he's racing in Buggy Lane right now with WIRC, but they're still calling themselves WRC, so I'm a little bit confused. More so than usual, I should say. Okay, so might as well use the new name. So I guess they are called WIRC. Okie doke. Fair enough. Right, so it's a bit difficult, but let's see if we can. Oh, I think.
There we go. Live timing is now back.
Live timing is back. James, live timing is back, apparently. So there we are. So we are 50 minutes in just now into the second half of this 6-hour endurance race. So what they've done is 3 hours going in the normal racing direction, and then a brief stoppage to do some minor track repairs, and then basically a second 3-hour stint going in the opposite direction. So it does change the way that the AstroTurf is laid, because you imagine like little tiny blades of grass, it being AstroTurf, fake grass, and it points in one direction as cars roll over it thousands and thousands of times. but doesn't seem to have affected anyone's driving, long term anyway. You can see this is the pit area. Not a lot happening right here, but this is where the tires, you see one of the cars just going out now. I believe that's car 2 of Mutt's Nuts. Or maybe that was J5, I'm not sure. I think that was J5. Let me see if Mutt's Nuts, the car's, I don't see anybody rushing about. The car's been off the track for a little while. That's car 6 of Team Benz getting ready, weirdly, with a car, a number 2 sticker on the rear wing. You see that progress bar shows roughly where they are on the track. The closer to the left is, here we go. There's a car just coming off. I think that's going to be car 6. No, who? I can't tell which car that was because it just came off the track. Go on, help me out here. I'm trying to explain the progress bar. So J5 has dropped down the order. They had a 3-lap lead on the other car. Let's see who just comes across just now. That must have been car 1. Oh, they're going in the wrong direction as well. So can't see the car number. Tiny numbers on cars. I think it's this one. Just come across. Yeah, that was car 1 that just went on the track that we watched earlier. Who's this coming off? Another one coming off. Right. Okay. So because the cars are going in the opposite direction now, when they come into the pit and have a minute or so while they're swapping the tires and cars, it's just working differently. Oh, almost a good catch. Here's another one. No, cars crashed before he came off. So there's a few, 2 or 3 cars now in the pit. Another one getting back out. So while we're waiting for someone else to step up on stage and talk to us about Carl Jackson and the J5 racing efforts, we'll just recap. We had J5 racing only 3 laps ahead, I believe it was, of whether it was, I think it was composite kit or juiced up. But Team Benz, Juiced Up, and Composite Kit were all roughly on about the same lap, about 3 laps behind J5 at during the first stint, the first half of the race. And then it was Team Marmite and Team Mutt's Nuts on almost exactly the same laps. So maybe a lap or 2 apart. But now Mutt's Nuts has fallen well behind Marmite. Marmite's battling for 5th and 4th. I'm just going to check the... check the page again now, make sure that it has caught up with the actual timing. So now we've got Team Benz, Juiced Up, and Marmite all on 100 laps, J5 on 99, but still overall, 2 or 3 laps ahead of everyone else. Composite Kit now on 96 and Mutts Nuts on 93 laps. And that, again, that's only for the second half of the race. We've got 123 minutes left. That's 2 hours and 3 minutes. And we're not actually far from having another one of the Wheel of Doom rolls get done. There we go, and there's Harrison just announcing 5 minutes to go before another die roll.
And it's also 3 minutes until you'll be able to use your second set of tyres. No, third second. It's a long day. Third set of tyres.
So juiced up Benz, Marmite and J5 Racing, very close together on the overall timing. And you've got Composite Kit, then Mutts Nuts. Those guys separated a further 3 laps apiece. So again, you can check out the live timing at hnmc.liverc.com. That's Hotel November Mike Charlie.liverc.com. So J5 just counting as 1 lap, but really about half a lap behind the others. Juiced Up and Benz are just a few seconds apart. Very, very close on track. And then Marmite about 10 seconds behind them. And J5, if they can keep this position, obviously it's another 2 hours to go. It's an endurance race. But if they can keep this space to the rest of the cars that are ahead of them at the moment during the second half, they'll be completely fine because they do have at least a 2.5 or 3 lap advantage on everybody. So they will be fine. However, you can always have a breakdown or a bad battery get out there, or anything can happen. It's an endurance race. So we've got Juiced Up and Benz, and then Marmite very close together. J5 about a half a lap back from them. Composite Kit about 3 laps behind J5, and then Mutts Nuts about 5 laps behind. So Mutts Nuts, they're running at the back end of both halves of the race so far, but we'll see what happens. I must say though, this has been very, very close. A lot close. I hope it's as close tomorrow, because last year's endurance race was a huge spread of total race laps, and I can't remember which team it was. I think it was J5, but they had a huge advantage on everybody. but we'll see what happens, of course. So most of these guys, well, obviously these are two-wheel drive buggies. Everyone running the same rear tires. Every team provided four pairs of rear tires, running the Cactus rears. I believe it's Schumacher tires. And basically just whatever, because everyone's running their own individual cars, just running whatever front tires that they prefer for the dry setup. And they're only allowed to swap to a new set of tires every 2 hours. He wasn't ready. Yeah, let's stick with these. Oh, well. No, that battle fell away, didn't it? Literally. So I just need a good drink of water there. Whew. It's a long day talking. Yeah, so coming over the, well, it's not the final table. There's only one set of doubles. That's the ski jump there, which are going to be widening, apparently. The switchbacks, ooh, bit of a battle there. Let's follow these two. And coming down the hill.
Just a reminder, I need that moved, please. It's a legal requirement. I need to have that gate accessible.
Around the bowl.
So the white forward focus.
Over the front tabletop.
Please. It's blocking the gate.
Ooh. I need to get the car numbers for these and see who these are. I'm pretty sure these are going to be a couple of our front runners. That is the 2 and the 4. Car 2 and 4. That's not our front runners, but it's Team Marmite and Team Mutts Nuts, who, in the first 3 hours of this race, were literally running neck and neck. I think that's one of their cars that's running with without a rear wing. Yeah, so that's amazing. That's actually one of our. That's not Darren. We did see. Oh, pile up. Oh. As far as the next two. Oh no, forgot that. Well, we'll see who this yellow car is and these other, because now these 4 cars are together. I'm sure some of these are going to be some of our front runners. Let's see if I can get a number. Nope. Coming over the double, up the hill and around the switchbacks. These cars, ooh, getting together again. So that is, oof. It's the 3, I think, and the 2 and the 4 and the 6, I think. So it's not 5. Okay, so 6 is one of our leaders. That's not the so the 3 and the 5 are not in this group, but that's fine. Let's follow the lead 2. Oop, stuck in a pipe. Oh, and he's off. over the tabletop. This is the kind of the closest battle that we've had for quite a while out on track. It's kind of inevitable, even though there's only 6 cars out on track. These guys are pretty spread apart, but 5 and 6 cars, 5 and 6 are neck and neck. 3 and 4 also very close. J5 has actually jumped Team Marmite just very slightly. Cars 3 and 4. Let's see if I can identify which ones are these. This is what I was saying. It's very difficult to figure out who's what because everyone's using their own individual car. That's 5. Ooh, was that 4? I think that was 6. I can't. It's 1 and 6 there. So 5 and 6. That's 6 and 4, and then 5. Okay, so the car that we're on, there's a car ahead, but the second of these 4 cars is one of our leaders. 2 cars behind him is second place. That's them. Now they're all mixed up. Oh, great. Oh. It's very, very tight racing. Whoa, that's a very interesting turn. And I think we still have the car without a rear wing. Blimey. He's doing surprisingly well for having no rear wing. Look at that. Eek. So I think Team 6 has pulled in, so that means they're going to be losing a lot of time to car. Oh, J5 has jumped him now. J5 moving up the order very quickly from 4th into 2nd. And that's car 3. See if I can identify them as they come around once again. I think it's the second of this group of cars in the bright yellow, running with a wing, so it's going to be have a clear advantage over the car in front. I didn't get it, but I think that is the car 3. The yellow and white car. And then we have the red, white, and blue. What's more white, blue, and red. Two cars without a rear wing, actually. I thought so. It's the 2 cars that they've just passed. So that is one reason why the J5 cars moved up. It's the 4, and we had a crasher. Yes, so... and J5 is just pitted. J5's in the pits. That's Darren swapping over. So it looks like J5's looking strong once again in this, finally coming up to the 4 here. See if I can, here we go. With 126 laps to 2 laps behind, ready to roll. Have they gone back out on track? I think they have. Of course, with a different car now, so whichever is the car 3, I think this white one looks new. This is why I was very mildly suggesting maybe using the same bodies, or same body colors. It's the 1. I can't see the numbers. I can't really move over. Where's that 3? That's 5 just coming past us. Then 1, I think. And then 4. Then there's the 2, and the white one's the 6. So where's the 3? That's a car with no number, so that's helpful. Is it this white and purple one? Oh, that is a smacker. It's the 5 and the 1. It was the 4 again. So I think it's the car with no number. These 3, I think, coming down the hill. This is a good battle here. It's the 2, the nothing, and the 6. I think that nothing is the number 3. It must be because it's just across the line. The 2 is our last place car of Mutts Nuts. And they've just crashed out of position. So it's these 2 here. I think this is, I think that one is J5 and Aya. And I think that is Team Benz, I think. Maybe you can help me identify these cars. How are you? Are you Lewis?
Lewis, yeah.
Lewis, all right. So we got Lewis. Lewis what?
Jones.
Lewis Jones, yes, sorry. Lewis, how are you? I'm Frank. So yeah, we're just trying to identify the. I think it's J5, the car number 3. It's supposed to have a 3 on it, but I don't think. I think it's missing a number. And then I think it's Team Benz that they're battling with or were. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the one that's missing a number on the windscreen. And if we've got 5 and 6, no, it's 2 and 1. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So well, they're slowly making their way back up, aren't they? So are you racing yourself?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, you're with J5. Okay, you need to tell someone to put a number on that car. But okay, no. Anyway, I want to have a chat with you basically about. I mean, everyone else that we've had talk to us. We're basically just talking to us about here. What we're here for is memorial meet for the Carl Jackson Foundation. Basically, just start from the beginning, sort of, and just tell us how you got involved with the club and how you met Carl.
Sure.
Oh wait, hang on. I don't think we're actually. James, can you turn on? We have a second mic on. Okay, sorry.
Sorry?
Sorry, I think everyone only heard my side of that, so I'm sorry.
Okay.
We've got Lewis Jones here, part of the J5 team, but as I was saying, you're gonna just tell us basically about how how you got involved with the club and the J5 racing movement, I guess. And how you met Carl and
Yeah, sure. I mean, I started when I was probably 8 or 9 years old. My dad originally raced with Carl back when this club was at Sandy. And then
roughly how long ago was that? Because I'm just trying to get a timeline.
Yeah, probably, I don't know, like 12 years ago maybe.
Right. Okay.
It's maybe longer than that. And then when they started moving stuff over here was when I came down the track with my dad. Carl was here helping out, getting the club set up. And then eventually I started racing and I ended up beating my dad. And then
yeah, this is what I was telling Paul, was like that's kind of how it goes.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
When the young lads start beating their parents.
No, we raced at Neo Buggy one year. And we ended up in the same final together.
Right.
And
that makes it a bit difficult for pitting then.
Yeah, it made it difficult, but at the same time, he didn't want to get beaten by me, and I really wanted to beat him. And it ended up, I think I got past him and just drove off, and that was his retirement point. He decided to mechanic for me after that.
There you go.
So yeah, that was sort of the turning point for me, and where I started picking up.
And that was that nitro or was that?
That was
electric?
nitro.
Okay, yeah. Because
yeah.
I know for a little while there, he was doing electric. For
so then obviously at that event, Carl ended up telling my dad that he thinks it's best if he packs it in and supports me, which
That's
quite
time to
funny
hang up
hear.
your transmitter, mate.
Yeah, you got to look after the boy now.
Oh man.
So, yeah, that was the start of it, and then ever since then, you know, racing here, racing UK nationals, European races. I done the Worlds last year, and
in Redovan.
Yeah, in Redovan. That was tough, but at the same time, amazing experience.
Yeah. What was that? Well, I'm just curious for someone who started as a club racer basically, and then, like you say, go to nationals and then eventually European. How can you describe how that may have helped you elevate your game?
Yeah.
Sort of.
I mean, it all starts at club level, especially here in the UK. It's the biggest market. It's biggest. I mean, we have club races all over England every weekend, sort of thing. 10th scale, 8th scale, no matter what class, there's always a race on.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was just getting to the races that I could. Whether we'd go just me and my dad, or it would be a group of us. Carl was normally part of that group. And yeah, I mean, I raced. There was a SRS series, which is a Southern Regional Series.
Yeah.
Which was what my dad and Carl first initially started doing, and then I tagged along when I was younger, and that's all the Southern tracks. It was 4 or 5 different rounds and scored against that, and then it came into nationals, and I started going slowly, picking it up. You know what I mean? And then it just one day I made my first semi-final, then made my first final. Sponsorship started coming in at that point.
Yeah.
For me, it wasn't always about the sponsorship. It was about just enjoying it.
Yeah, yeah.
I was never going to get to that stage where I could go and, you know, get paid, or that's always the dream. But
the reality is it happens for such a minuscule amount of people.
Yeah, and you have to get, I don't know, you have to be quite lucky at the same time. You have to make the right decisions. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah,
but you just have to, you have to get lucky. But I mean, I was quite fortunate. When I was younger, I raced for Kyosho, and they paid for me to go out to Japan. So I went over and done their Kyosho Masters after winning the expert class in France for their Kyosho Masters, and that was amazing experience.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Carl borrowed my car for one Kyosho Masters. I didn't go, and he ended up using my car, and he made the elite final and finished 5th with it. Yeah.
Wow.
So it just shows. I mean,
what was it like? What was it like going to? Were you by yourself or with your dad?
So me and my dad went over to Japan.
Yeah.
I was 11 at the time. So I mean, I was really young.
Wow.
You know what I mean? But amazing experience.
Yeah.
Met you know the CEO of Kyosho, and it was amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing experience. I mean, I want to go back. I want to go back. Yeah. So me and Dad have always said that if there's a chance or opportunity for us to go and race over there again, we go and do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
For sure. And then after that, I slowly. I mean, I changed from Kyosho. I went to Associated, raced the couple of Euros, and made a European B final with it. And then now I'm racing for WRC and Schumacher. So.
Now, is it WIRC now?
It is now. I'm not too sure, if I'm honest. I know the logo's changed, but I don't know how I'm meant to say it has changed or not.
Yeah, because I just saw that Marco Barufalo.
Yeah.
He's just started racing for him.
Yeah,
obviously, I guess this is his big debut in
Buggyland.
This weekend, which we're also, if you're watching, you want to see that going around. That's happening today and tomorrow. But anyway, no, it's just a side thing.
No, yeah, I know.
It's just kind of a funny note. But that's really good. So I mean, you've it's just an interesting progression to see.
Yeah, I mean, I've raced I'd say every level there possibly is.
Yeah.
And for some reason, I always come back to club racing. It's always the most enjoyable one out of all of them.
Yeah.
The major events are always amazing because you have the best drivers there.
Yeah.
But when the pressure's on, it can be hard
intense.
work.
Yeah.
It can be intense, exactly.
Yeah.
So just coming down, racing with my friends at the track. Yeah, I can't think of a better Sunday.
Yeah.
If I'm honest.
No, that's really good.
Yeah.
I mean, what better advertisement for?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I mean, the winter just gone. I mean, I was down racing probably every 2 weekends. I just got Carl onto the WRC. He was racing with me. We were working stuff out together. It was, that's what I enjoyed the most.
Yeah.
And I've learned a lot from him. I mean, he was a setup guru, if you know what I mean. So
I'm getting that sense. I've told the other guys that I never got to meet him.
Yeah.
I know he was here for the endurance race last year.
Yeah.
Which I commentated, but I'm pretty sure I didn't meet him.
Yeah.
Just getting people's, the stories that they have. Of him, and but Callum was telling me that it's you and your dad. They're kind of heading up J5 now.
Yeah. So I mean, it was always something that Carl wanted to do. He wanted to, get younger drivers involved and help and support people when they need it. I'm like that anyway, and I've learned a lot from what he done. And my dad and Carl, they weren't friends for no reason. They So I think what we can do with it will be good for younger drivers.
Yeah.
And that's the aim, is to get the ones who don't always have the support there, just look at their car, check over it, and even if it's something simple and it improves their day, they go home happy.
Yeah.
That's what it's about. So hopefully it kicks off in the right direction that we want it to go, and I don't see why it wouldn't.
Yeah. And so it's not necessarily a pay, like a car rental sort of thing where you
no, yeah,
have
I mean
a car
that's gonna be part of it, for sure. I mean, there's gonna be the renter rides and stuff like that, but then the daily or weekly meetings that we attend, everyone's welcome to come up and ask us questions. We're gonna have we just got a J5 Racing Easy Up. It's all plastered all over it. You're not gonna miss it.
Yeah.
And under there, you'll have, myself or whoever, or whatever members are at the race. Just go up and ask them. Then they're only going to answer the same way as what Carl would answer. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we've all learnt from him. So it's the way I see it.
I mean, it sounds ideal. So obviously, if anyone who's listening, watching, or here, and you see a J5 Racing gazebo at any of the UK nationals or regional events or club events, pop in, say hi, ask for some setup tips and maybe get some tire info.
Yeah.
From the locals. So where's the ideal where you would like? I know, when anything is starting off, we always like to say we'll see where it goes. But where is your ideal sort of position of the end goal maybe?
The end goal for me is for everyone to see J5 as a support centre. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not a race team. Not it's cool to race for them. It's I can go to them and ask them whatever. And there's that sense of you can trust what they're saying. No one's gonna try and stitch you up because you're driving a different car. I mean, we have no chassis sponsor, we have no engine sponsor, no tire sponsor. It's just whatever questions you have, we'll answer.
Whatever knowledge you.
Whether we're answering the right way or not, will always be, what people will say. Oh, don't listen to them; they don't know what they're talking about. But if you don't ask someone, you're never going to move forward. You just have your own opinion and.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, we have someone else from, I believe it's Composite. Is this Composite Kit?
Yeah.
one of your competitors.
Yeah.
Waiting to pop in and have a chat. But no, it's really good talking with you, and hope to see the J5 racing.
Yeah. Well, I'll pop in
December.
tomorrow as well and come and say hi.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So,
Of course, yeah, we're here tomorrow
yeah.
as well. Don't forget. Meanwhile,
how are we doing?
you've dropped down a couple of spots. I
I
don't
need,
know what
I,
happened.
I need to get back out there.
It's that number on the front windscreen. in
Yeah,
front of you.
it is. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank
All
you very
right,
much, Lewis.
Take it easy.
Yeah. Good luck for the rest of the race,
Cheers.
and see you tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll do.
All right. Thanks, man.
Hey, you go, mate.
Hi. How are you?
Yeah, not bad. Seamus.
All right. Yeah. So where? Obviously, you're running for Composite Kit. You guys are doing not terrible.
Yeah, not terrible. We got a group of mixed abilities.
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, we're just here for the fun, having a good laugh.
Oh, you're obviously, I mean, a fellow foreigner. So
Yeah, Aussie.
Yeah.
Been living over here 15 years now.
Okay. All right.
Took this sport up 3 years ago.
Really? Okay.
So, yeah, love it. Great.
So a relative newbie to some of these guys.
Yeah, compared to some of the guys out there who've been doing it for 25 years or so. It's, it's a challenge, but yeah, it's good fun.
Oh, very good. All right, and I hear that there's a Kiwi out there as well, and maybe
Brent is on Mutts Nuts, I think.
Oh, okay,
team.
all right. So not on your team.
Not on my team. No. We're opposing.
Not that you wouldn't have a Kiwi on your team. We'll just put that out there.
Yeah, up until they beat us in rugby.
Yeah. Yeah, that's going on, isn't it? So
it is.
Yeah, I think is it All Blacks are. What, are they in a difficult spot at the moment or something?
No, well, the Aussies definitely are.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they've definitely stuffed it up. But
right. Okay. All right. Yeah, I have a couple of mates who are on top of that, so I just get my info from them. It's a bit like football. It's like,
yeah,
I don't know anything is happening. Just tell me who's. Okay. Yeah. All right. Great. Okay. I just need the rundown.
Yeah, it's a bit like that.
Yeah. Especially when your team's not doing so hot. Ignore it.
Yeah, that does tend to be the way.
It's like World Cups. Like, what's Brazil doing? Well, you guys are. You've been in the pits for a little while. I don't know what's happening.
My daughter's out running at the moment, so
Okay.
Ellie should be out running.
The car. Well, I'm looking over. We've got a screen. Okay, you just crossed.
So she's that one there.
Okay, yeah, you just crossed. Is that car number 1?
Yeah, be car number 1. Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Well, with Jim, I'm sure Jim will look for car number 1. But well, can you identify it?
That's there with the pirate shell on.
Just going over meant to go over the second car.
Yeah.
Going up the hill, Jim, and into the switchbacks. The mostly black car with the clear wing. So there we go. And I think it was Paul was telling me she's only been running for a couple of years. Is that right?
She's just over a year.
Wow.
Yeah, she loves it. It's she's like every beginner.
Yeah.
At it.
Yeah.
She shows moments of brilliance and then and like every kid just loses concentration. You're like, oh God, what have you done there? But yeah, she's doing quite well.
Yeah.
It's a long day for him to come out and do this.
Yeah.
She's gone out and done regionals for the first time.
Okay.
This year as well, so she's done the full series of that, and she really enjoyed it.
Yeah, well,
she
that's
loved
great.
it.
That's great. I mean, we always try to highlight the young racers.
Yeah.
And nowadays it's really good that nowadays there's actually more young girls here racing than there are young boys. I think it's like 2 to 1.
Yeah.
That I've seen.
Yeah, because you got Brooke running around in one of the teams.
Yeah.
And I think Oscar will be the other junior here.
Yeah, yeah.
Although, yeah, I'd say junior. He keeps up with pretty much everybody. He's rapid.
Yeah. But it's an interesting sort of I guess I don't know if you call it a sea change, but we just very easy to say dads and lads, but now it's like dads and daughters.
Yeah, yeah,
so it's really cool.
Yeah, she does all the boy things with me. She's really cool with that. She comes out bike riding with me and everything like that. So
very good. Yeah.
Yeah, she loves this.
That's excellent.
It is daddy-daughter time.
Yeah. Yeah. So does she have her own car now,
yeah.
And you have yours?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of the guys who are more experienced are really good with it. They pass off their second-hand kit to me and stuff like that for her to keep it going. So I've got a few bargains and that sort of thing.
That's fantastic.
They've helped track down like a second-hand Schumacher for her.
Yeah.
So yeah, she really enjoys it. And
well, that's really good.
It makes it easier for me to run it because it's expensive. To keep up 2 cars, but at the moment she's running relatively cheap and loves it.
Yeah. And I suppose is this your main club?
Here and Stotfold.
Okay, where's that? Where I know you say
Stotfold's maybe 15-20 minutes away.
Okay, that's
so
pretty close.
It is. We're quite lucky to have 2 tracks in very near vicinity.
Right.
There's quite a few of the guys who are local here and will run at Stotfold as well.
Right. Okay.
On a regular basis. So it's pretty good. During summer, we can run Sunday at either of the club or one of the clubs. They'll generally try not to clash.
Yeah.
And then they run Tuesday night down here at Herts and Wednesday night up at Stotfold.
Oh, wow.
So you can actually run 3 nights a week. And if you want to drive down towards Watford, you've got DMS down there as well.
Yeah.
And that's only a half-hour drive away.
Wow.
And you can run Thursday night. So you can run 4 nights a week or 4 days a week.
And then Saturdays if you're running nationals or regionals or something?
Yeah, that happens as well. We tend to have to sort of stop the Sunday races for nationals and regionals.
Okay.
Because a lot of our members obviously end up partaking.
Yeah.
Which does tend to shrink the numbers down beyond viable.
Yeah. Well, that's really cool. I used to race in Southern California, and touring car, obviously, like massive boom early 2000s, and it was just late 90s, early 2000s, and it was just like you could run 5-6 days a week sometimes.
Oh, nice.
In the summer, and it's just, if you really wanted to, you could just hop around the different parking lot tracks and clubs and whatever. And if you raced off road, you could race 7 days a week if you really wanted. And this is before nitro buggies became like massive.
Radio. Yep.
And it's just amazing. So it's hard to just describe how cool that was. But it's the same. That's what I'm like pleasantly surprised. Like you say, 15 minutes away, half an hour away.
Yeah. Papworth's only like 25 minutes away from here.
Wow.
Even closer to Stotfold, which is where I live. And that they run every second Friday night as well.
Wow.
And that's not even changing classes. That's just 10th buggies.
Well, for some reason, like 10th buggies, like obviously, like touring cars seems to have seen like a little bit of a dip, maybe. But 2-wheel drive buggies have like exploded again.
Yeah, they have. Yeah.
And so like loads of clubs are all around. So that's really good.
I don't know the touring car clubs. I do own a touring car, but I've not actually found time to go and do it.
Yeah.
Between having a young family and that, even when it does involve taking Ellie out.
Yeah.
It's a challenge to find all that time.
I think for touring for 2-wheel drive buggy, it's like, well, I mean, what can you get a race kit for nowadays? Is it 200, 250?
Yeah, I think they tend to go just over 300, and then you put electrics in it.
Right. But a touring car is like 400?
Yeah, there are a lot more.
And the battery, I think the battery and motor is just a lot more intensive.
Yep.
So you have to get like the really good stuff.
It genuinely doesn't matter in buggies at all. I've driven Ellie's car around, and she's only got a 13.5 in there. Sky RC thing with a hobby wing, the cheap 10BL 120 Speedo. It's like 40 quid. So running that, she's on second-hand batteries.
Yeah.
That were hand-me-downs from Alex Carter. And it runs fine.
Yeah.
It's a little slow on the straight, but that's what you want for a 10-year-old.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
But keeps up around the corners, no problem. And it's actually very drivable.
Yeah.
Which is amazing.
That's exactly.
It's.
I mean, the first step is to actually get it around the track. The second step is to get it without touching anything on the sides.
Yep.
And then finish a lap without going on your roof. And then once you can do that, you can start working on passing people.
Yeah.
But you don't need, at the beginner level, as long as you can finish a race. You're probably going to finish top 3.
Yeah. And her biggest weakness at the moment is she panics around other cars.
Yeah.
And today's actually really good for her because normally she's put in the bottom heat. Whereas if she starts to keep up, she can just follow people around and doesn't have to drive around other cars.
Yeah.
In this, she's got no choice. She's driving with the quick boys.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you got a load of F1s run around at the same time as her.
Yeah.
And she's just got to do it.
Yeah.
And she knows it and she likes it.
That's great.
So she's making mistakes. She panics. You see her panic every time she gets near a car. But there's no fix for that other than just throw her out and track.
Yeah. And as long as you don't give her the crazy things like the drunk goggles or the pirate pack.
Well, yeah.
Let someone else have that on the team.
To be fair, I think she actually sort of wants to do that.
Yeah.
Don't know why. Because none of us do. Because we've had the Le Mans start, the Tires of Doom.
Right. How did the tires? How did that work? I mean, how did it go for whoever was driving?
Awful. Apparently, they're okay in a straight line.
Yeah.
But they've literally just got no tread on them. Someone has sandpapered them.
Yeah.
So every time you turn into a corner or hit the throttle in the corner, you have to get it pointed in the right direction and then go.
Well, watch closely the last time that there was a car with no wing, there were actually 2 cars with no wing.
Yeah.
And they were driving fine.
Yeah.
They were driving okay. I mean, you get a little bit too fast into a corner, you lose the back end, but otherwise, once you get used to that, it's all right. But I can imagine, the tires.
Because I've done that. I remember one race I had my rear wing taken off in the first corner.
Yeah, I mean, this happened to probably everybody who's raced.
And
right?
you just sort of drive it, it's fine. You just don't jump. It makes a big difference in the jump.
No, right, okay.
Because the car just doesn't land and jump like it's supposed to.
Yeah, that's probably, that must be the biggest thing to get used to.
Yeah, that's sort of where it wants to pull the car up and keep the drag down.
You have to narrow it down.
What?
I understand this is a fluid of some kind.
Same thing.
He's closing at 4, so I'm just going to...
Right, okay.
Before we go. Sorry.
It's a bit late.
No, it's all right.
It's a bit late for coffee.
Okay, do you want a can of Coke?
Diet Coke, Coke Zero, something, yeah. Yeah, sorry, putting our drinks orders in with Jim.
No,
James.
It's got to be done.
We've got Jim up there and James down there, and then Jim in the shop. I'm sure there's a Jimbo somewhere.
And then to make matters worse, Seamus is actually Irish. It's Gaelic for Jim as well.
Oh, man. So you're one of the Australian Irish? Or Irish Australian?
No, my birthday's St. Patrick's Day.
Oh, dear.
And I've got an Irish grandmother, so I ended up with a...
My girlfriend, both of her parents were like literally fresh off the boat Irish.
Yep.
But she was raised English because her dad came over for work.
Oh, okay, yeah.
In Bradford, so it's a very West Yorkshire but Irish, but she's more English than Irish. But all of her family, like she has an Uncle Seamus, and
Yep.
family lives on the farm in Ireland, so it's a very Irish existence.
Yeah.
Lots of kids.
Yeah.
She was the last of 7.
Oh,
So,
radio.
Very, very, very Irish.
Yeah, that's a very standard Irish thing, isn't it? Yeah, big families.
Yeah.
They.
But no, it's good. It's good.
Yeah, I do have a fair Irish contingent to my family as well, extended family.
So who's let's see if we look
we've
at
got Alex out there running at the moment.
Yeah, if we look at the screen, so we've got J5 is hopped up into the lead now. So they finished the first half of the race 3 laps ahead of everyone else.
Oh,
so,
nice, yeah.
So they are
a very quick team.
They're quite a ways ahead now. Actually, they're a lap ahead of everyone. So they're in total. They're 4 laps ahead of everybody. So this is the current in this.
This
race.
is what you don't get to see when you're racing, which is.
Yeah, well, this is for everybody who's listening or watching. You can check out hnmc.liverc.com. So it's Hotel November Mike Charlie.liverc.com. So JS Racing, they're in total in this race, the second half of the race, they're actually on the same lap as Team Juiced Up.
Oh, nice.
And Marmite and Benz.
It's amazing how tight it is.
Yeah, I'm really surprised at how tight it is.
We're 5 laps down on that. That's not too bad.
Yeah. Uh-oh. One of the teams is cheating.
I've discovered one of the teams is cheating, yeah.
What's...
They've done more than 8 minute stint when you're only supposed to do 7.
Ooh.
It's not good, is it?
Is that a 5-lap penalty?
I'm thinking of making them run around the track.
I think Harrison's making up the rules as he goes along now.
I think that's a fair...
Someone's run
good question.
one stint longer than they should have.
Who's
7?
Who's he looking at punishing?
He hasn't said. He hasn't said.
You think 2 laps would be fair? I'd agree with that.
Your daughter's just popped around.
I don't know who's being punished.
Yeah, I don't know.
Right. I'm just keeping an eye on who's running.
What team is Matt Curtis on?
Well, that's not us.
Mark, is Matt on your Curtis on your team? Yes.
So it was Matt Curtis who was running 8.5 minutes apparently, and they're
Whoa.
meant to be running 7-minute stints.
Yeah, that's a bad one. Hello.
I think that means Matt needs to be on the track twice.
So Harrison, the race director, is saying that the driver saying he's saying the driver should run around the track physically twice.
So where is he? I have. Don't worry. I have.
I'm sure the race software can manage it.
It's amazing how people take a fun race so seriously.
Well, I mean, look how tight it is now. It's
Curtis, when you've finished marshalling, could you run around the track twice for us?
Oh, he's okay.
Just,
So he's
let me
not
know when
docking
you
him
start
laps.
So we can admire the spectacle.
Maybe is he meant to run around the outside of the track, or because there's
I think
a live
he's-
track?
Well, yeah.
I don't know. We'll see what happens. I'm sure. Very interesting.
He's run off. There's someone running, so.
Oh, he's coming around.
Oh, I don't know.
He's
Right,
going
I'm-
around there. He's going around behind us.
Right, I'm going to have to leave.
All right, yeah, no worries.
That's
No
Alex
worries.
out running with his
Right,
Chewbacca tribute shell. So that means Jason's behind him and I'm after that. So.
All right, okay. All right, well, thank you very much,
No,
Seamus.
thank you.
Good luck for the rest
Thanks
of
for
the
having
race.
us.
And don't know if are you racing tomorrow as well, or
No.
coming? Okay,
No.
all right. Well,
No,
no
just the
problem.
10 scale.
Okay. Well,
Magic.
good luck.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
In about a minute's time, you'll see someone run through the pits.
So, Jim, if we can catch Matt Lucas on the he's going to be up on the banking, physically running around the track. No, Pan. Well, no, we've swapped
Look,
over
just
now.
over the hill
Where
on
is
the
it?
left.
Where is it going?
There's a map running down the hill. Wonder why that is.
No, I don't know where. Oh, there he is.
So
Just
that's
come around the
team-
back.
Team number 6. You're under FLA investigation, so let's be up to scratch.
All right. Well, good stuff. Not sure what happened to J5 Racing. They lost the lead now, but they're still effectively in the overall lead because remember we had a 3-hour run for the first half, and we're in 103 minutes into the second half of the 6-hour endurance race, where they're running the track backwards. So J5 Racing finished the first half of the endurance race about 3 laps ahead of everybody else. And now they are running neck and neck with 3 other teams. That's Team Juiced Up, Team Marmite, and Team Benz. J5 running in second in the second half of the race. But overall, again, they're 3 laps ahead of everybody if we're counting the first half. So, all to play for. Very, very tight out on track. 192 laps overall in this half of the race for Juiced Up. J5 just about to finish their 191st lap. Team Marmite about a half a lap behind them. And then we've got Team Benz about a lap behind them. They've just finished their 190th lap. And then Team Composite Kit Racing, who we were just talking to Seamus and met his daughter Ellie. They're on 187 and about to finish that lap. And Team Mutts Nuts has just finished their 179th lap. So Mutts Nuts, they finished last in the first half, and at the moment they're on pace to do the same again. So they're going to have to hope for Composite Kit for one of the other teams to have some problems. About 7 laps behind. I think it was Marmite and Mutt's Nuts were neck and neck in the first half of the of this race. So J5, about a lap and a bit behind Juiced Up at the moment. But there's still, let's see, 73 minutes left to go in this one. It's almost an hour and a quarter. There's one of our junior racers up on the rostrum. I believe his name's Oscar. So again, like I said, we've got 2 junior girls and 1 junior boy racing here with their dads and daughters, dads and lads. So it's really good to see. Always good to have the younger generation coming up. That's the way it goes in all of our various hobbies, isn't it? So
it's also 3:45. So teams 4, 5, and 6. It's time to roll the dice.
Here we go. We've got another roll of the dice happening. Got Harrison on the mic, about to announce. What's on the table for everyone, for the teams 3, 4, and 5. That's J5, Team Marmite, and Team Juiced Up. Not hearing the announcement just yet. Maybe it is every 15 minutes, I think. So, but 70 would be kind of a weird time to be doing it. So I'm not sure exactly. Maybe I heard it wrong. Let's see what's happening in Chatland. If anyone's out there. So thank you, everybody, for sticking with us and watching along. Ah, fantastic. Thank you very much to Boz Rooster. Sorry if I've been saying that completely wrong. But we've got our first RCTV hero for today. You might be watching the Buggyland footage. But we do have a question from Olivier Vierda. Hello, Frank and Chapin. Olivier, just so you know, if you go to let me see if I can find it. Hopefully you're still listening. I do apologize. I haven't checked the chat in a little while, but we do have a link for you. Hopefully you are listening. Let's see here. Yes, so if you go to rcracingtv.com/pages/get-in-touch. I believe that is the, or just go to rcracingtv.com and find the contact page and just send us a message with your YouTube name and your email address. And you can, we'll get you the sticker pack out as soon as we can. So if you're an RCTV hero, just in general, well, I mean, this is going to be forever ensconced on the RCTV channel. So if you're ever a RCTV hero and you haven't gotten your stickers and you've been waiting, just drop us a message. Just find the contact form on rcracingtv.com and just drop us a message with your YouTube name and your email address, and we'll get the stickers out to you. So,
hour and 10 to go.
Yep, hour and 8.5 minutes to go. J5 Racing still, what? Food truck is shutting in 10 minutes, so that's the more important news to get out. But
for our viewers at home.
Yeah, if you're listening at home in Denmark or USA or wherever you are. Yeah, Team Juiced Up presently in the lead in this half of the endurance race. But we do have J5 Racing. They finished about 3 laps ahead of everybody. So it's a pretty good lead, but these laps are very short. So if they have any issues, don't know what's happening. We'll, if they have any issues, they could lose that overall lead very quickly, because they only have about a lap and a half behind Juiced Up. So if Juiced Up takes another lap and a half, they're going to be in trouble. But 67 minutes remaining. And we'll see how it goes. It's a much tighter race than we had last year. In the how long was that? It was a 12-hour nitro endurance, I think it was. Yeah.
Was it 12?
I think it was 12.
That was a long day.
It was a very long day.
Although not that dissimilar to the Vegas hydrogen race that we covered a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, how long was that? Was that several hours each, wasn't it?
One of them was 10. I think their shortest one was 6.
So yeah, the team members were over in Las Vegas. If you can check it out, we're covering that live as well. RC racing, but on a different note. It was very different. So it's hydrogen cell RC cars that were, I mean, from what I could tell, they were custom built by the various school teams that were there from around the world, and racing in their finals in Las Vegas, which is just really cool. I mean, how cool is that? There's 3 of our juniors up on the stand right now. So 2 boys and I believe Brooke is the name of the girl. Oscar is one of the lads. And then Ellie is our another. So we do have 2 boys racing, 2 girls racing. Hello. How are you? Hey, go ahead and pop those on. So we have one of the representatives from Team Marmite here.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm all right. My name's Tris. I'm
Tris,
from Schumacher. So, yeah, it's been a good fun day so far.
Yeah, it's a really tight race, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. It was a surprise, like, even after, I think it was 149 laps, like, everyone was in like the top 3 within a lap of each other.
Yeah.
Which is great. So.
Very tight. And the first, so I was just explaining to the viewers and listeners, whoever's out there out in RCTV land, Team Juiced Up about a lap and a half ish ahead of Team JS or
Okay.
J5. But J5 has about 3 laps over everybody in the first half.
They're very strong.
But I mean, anything could happen.
Absolutely.
I could break a steering block and suddenly it's
it's anyone's. Yeah, it's kind of pretty easy layout, like the other way around. The way that we flowed the cars around is good, and then they flipped it around, and there's lots of like sandy sections which it's really tricky to drive. So when you jump up the hill up to the wall, you got to really be on centre line. Actually, this line's been cleared now, but we weren't driving there before, so that was really hard.
Okay, so it's quite tricky, the early bits.
Yeah, and then just some other bumps that catch you out and things, but you just got to keep her rolling around. But it's been good fun, like the whole team spirit thing, changing tyres. Not quite 8 scale fuel pit stops or anything, but it's it's been.
I think the changing tires thing is that's an interesting way to do it for sure. I mean, it keeps the cost down. And I was telling Paul that, like it was pointed out by Jim last year, for the Nitro Endurance, it's everybody's running their own individual car, so they don't have to go, well, so and so has a much steery, pointier setup than me, so I can't drive his setup, and everyone just drives their own car and swaps transponders.
Yeah, it keeps it personal, and like obviously the fun of being used to your car and being familiar.
Yeah.
The only negative is when you go out and you're using the tyres that have done about an hour.
Yeah.
And it's a bit painful. You can sweep around a bit, but it's all right. It's all right. The weather's held out nicely, which is good. That's our English thing, that the weather.
Yeah, it dried up a bit, and then obviously, well, now it's gotten even more overcast than it was.
It feels
the
like
last
it
time
could
I looked
come,
up.
but it doesn't feel moist.
No,
no,
it's fine. Or close, as the Irish say.
Yeah. Have you had fun?
Yeah, it's been really interesting. I think the most important thing is that it's been a tight race. Last time it was a bit wide open, really.
Yeah,
a very big
away.
spread.
Yeah.
But it's not like you can really just walk away, like you say, and just come back and whatever. It's so and so and Lee. It's now J5 is now in the pits, so maybe they're losing a little bit extra time.
Yeah.
But obviously, it's probably just a stint changeover.
Yeah, we're hovering around on the 4, in the 3. Sorry, as Team 4. We got close and close at one point, and then I went out and I had a terrible one. So I thought, well, I've not been helpful. So, you always think I want to be the ace of that's going out there, and then you go out and you're like, no, I'm not that right now. So
you guys are you're right in between J5 and Benz.
I see.
I've been calling them.
So we're 3 laps off Team Juiced.
Yeah.
I see. Okay, it's all within reach if things go dramatically wrong for the others.
Yeah, sure. Well, Benz is just behind you guys.
Very close, actually.
Yeah.
They just had a bad lap, though. No, I'm looking forward to I think probably one more time. I don't know how long's left of the... So, what are we on? So that's 180... Yeah, so we've done 2 hours now. So we've got 1 hour left. Yeah, so one more run for myself. Yep. We're basically just going out 1 hour each because 7 team heats, or 7 people team, sorry.
Yeah.
So that gets... you got your 1 hour, but it soon passes by. So,
how many other drivers do the other teams have, roughly?
I think similar numbers.
I haven't seen a list of the names or anything like that. I know there's one exists, but it's
I think between 6 and 7 on the team. So I've not really seen. Yeah, I think that's been it because I've been going up same kind of times as other people each time.
Okay.
So I think they're very similar, but I don't think anything less than 6. I think that was the requirements for it. I got drafted in by my friend. He messaged me and said, "Oh, trying to come racing on Saturday." I was like, "Oh, cool." And he said, "It's all for Carl." And I thought, that's wonderful. Yeah, I come along thinking there's some clubbing. Arrive at 8, so I thought, I finished quite early. And then we've got a group, and they're like, "Oh, so we're sharing tyres." I'm like, "Is this some kind of endurance race?" And then they're like, "Well, yeah." And I'm like, "Okay, didn't Paul Terry say no? She didn't tell me anything." So no, it was good fun once we realised what we're doing.
Yeah.
And just rattle your cars around and try and smile even when it's going bad, because it's the whole point of it is in the spirit of Carl, isn't it? So,
yeah, of course.
Yeah, so it's good.
So are you a regular club member?
Not here. So I work for Schumacher, so I look for the R&D side of off-road.
Right.
So I'm generally not as many club races as I'd like, so it's nice to come here. But sometimes come testing here, because this track's open all week normally.
Yeah.
So you pay, I think, like 12 quid or whatever, unless you remember, I can't remember the number. And then you can rattle around on the Astro, or I don't know if you can go on this one as well.
You probably don't take the racing cars on the Basher track.
No, and you've got the short course one up there, which is cool, up on the hill, so that's wicked. So I should try that out sometime. But so that's that. So
did you race or do any RC stuff with Carl in the past?
For me and Carl, we were never, those buddies at the track kind of thing, like hanging out or anything. But he ran our cars. And so I talked to him, and I've known him for a long time from getting into the hobby, and I'd see him doing 8 skill. Sometimes he'd do Herts or come to Stopfold, so I'd have little chats with him here and there. So he was always like a really pleasant, kind guy to talk to. Never that guy that goes out with to cause any trouble, or when his driving etiquette was always spot on. So it was always a pleasure to see him. Just never really had those long chats or anything. It was,
Yeah.
you know, I always thought well of him.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, you know, it's rare to. I mean, you hear it always after someone, especially after, you know, sudden passing of someone. But everyone has a kind word. Nothing but kind words to say about Carl, which is a really nice thing. I mean, I think that if nothing else, that's just a fantastic tribute, isn't it?
Yeah, he represented himself very well in any team he looked after or people that he took care of. He was, he was a brilliant ambassador in every way. So, so I liked him.
Well, that's very nice. It's, I mean, so you say just on the Schumacher thing. What sort of? I mean, we were talking about. Well, I was talking to Paul earlier. He was saying that obviously he runs Associated, as I'm sure you're aware. I was asking him just because I mean, I started racing. My first RC racing was two-wheel drive buggy, but obviously this was back in the early 90s.
Okay.
No one in Central Texas knew what a Schumacher car was.
No.
But he said that the split seems to be it's pretty much half and half Associated and Schumacher.
So in the UK we're able to support the brand.
Of course.
Well, and so you're getting a bit of wind on me at the moment. You're able to support the brand really well. Associated have always been strong, even if they didn't support the brand. They're a very durable brand, so they do well. They've got such a good reputation. So for us to work hard and compete with them, first we have to support, and secondly, just as much as the first one, we have to have a good car. So it's been our responsibility as a team, back in the office, to try and make sure we've got a good product, that it is durable, it also has good performance, it's got a good setup window. All the different tracks that you go to, it needs to work out the box, and don't need too many hop-ups and things. So all things you're conscious of and trying to work towards. And so in the UK we're able to try and manage that, but actually throughout the world we're making our mark here and there. The world, we got 2 3s in the two-wheel drive and the four-wheel drive. We did really well, and we're proud of ourselves, and the team's just gradually growing, and just got to keep working at it. Really.
I mean, it's really telling that, I guess it just shows the adaptability of the car for it to go to just like, I mean, it's one of the weird things, but I was telling the other guys earlier, I like loose dirt as a track surface. That's to me, that's like off-road. It's a changeable track conditions. It's like Baja racing. It's you don't know what you're going to get when you turn into the corner. Obviously, racers like consistency. So
that's something that they'd like to have. But if they haven't, then they have to deal with it. So.
So how? I mean, what can? Not that I'm just curious from an RC sort of semi-nerd sort of perspective. What sort of? I mean, a lot of cars you used to see. I mean, you probably still do. You see cars that go to Japan, and it's a weird, funky surface there. So we're gonna send guys there for a month ahead of time, and we're gonna like rapid prototype stuff and hand make stuff, and
that'd be nice to do.
Yeah, you see that all the time, like in the old days anyway, with Yokomo and like the weird rubber compounds that Masami used to legendarily show up with, and all kinds of weird stuff. How did you guys adapt to that sort of surface? Nothing like that exists.
Well, we've got the benefit of having obviously Brock Champlin and Ryan Cavalieri on the team at the moment, so our American knowledge is grown in that way. We've also been travelling over. So Michael came over for the Desert Classic at the World's Warm-Up. He's also been over each year. Normally when the Reedy race was happening, we used to come over for that and just do various other meetings and just keep learning and trying to absorb info. Doesn't always happen, but we keep trying. And some days we'll go to a track, put the car down. It's got good balance at the beginning. Okay, well, tweak a washer here and there. There's nothing severe that has to happen, opposed to adjust the links and all sorts of shock positions, and then your shock package is changing and still not getting there. And it's probably something else. You got to fundamentally be in the right place in regards to certain parts of geometry to generally be good anywhere. Sometimes it will then become a carpet specialist car because your geometry seems to work all right there and actually do really well, but then you go on dirt and loose, whatever, Astro. And it's hard. So over time, we've kind of gone away from our high grip specialist kind of look just because we understand the cars more and things are more in the right place to begin with. So the customer or the racer, whatever we want to call them, has got a good starting base that they adjust a few things. They don't get lost because that they I put it here, and it's still good. Well, yeah, because the basics are there. And even though you might look at a car from 10 years ago now and think, well, it's not much different. No, it is like these micro changes, and your rear hinge pin height, if you adjust that by half a mil, you can really feel it on the car because the car's leaning on those pins more than anything else on the car. Even though you think, well, I've got the shock there. It's like, well, no, when you start going into roll, your car is, those two pins are so critical. And so, yeah, it's just micro changes until the guys go, oh, the car's really good, and I put it down here and here and here, and it's good, and adjust a spring and put a ball diff in for the low grip or something like that. I don't know. It's an interesting topic, and I enjoy it as a job. You know, you can
obviously, you're mostly into the off-road side of development.
I love anything RC, but my responsibilities are off-road. I really enjoy touring car. I like there's a certain part of them that's simplistic because they're not racing with these jumps and loose dirt, stuff like that, but they've got these tiny contact patches, and you've got to really understand what you're working with, and that's a topic that I'm interested in. 12 scale isn't really my thing, but I think touring car was my first interest when I first got into the hobby when I was a kid, because you had real life looking body shells.
That was my thing. That was my thing.
Yeah.
I got into RC because I realized, I used to build loads of 24 scale cars, or 124. I realized you can drive these.
Yeah.
And that's when I was like, okay, I'm going to start investigating these RC cars now.
Yeah. Off-road for me was purely because they were where the local tracks were. You know, touring car track. My parents weren't able to take me to places, so I had a friend that did off-road, so I used to hop in with them, and we used to do that, and I was a bit younger. And I kind of got into it from there. In jumping over jumps was pretty awesome. Figuring it out took some time to stop that nose being high all the time. You don't quite understand just tapping the brake beforehand or the up ramp to lift off a bit earlier. And once you figure it out, everyone's like, oh, you're looking good. You're like, yeah. But no, I don't do as much running now because I've been looking after the team more. But today is a bit of an exception for doing a bigger meeting, and I want to get back into it a bit more.
Yeah.
It's always tricky to try and do your job and do your hobby, and somehow not have it become this big frustration, especially in the evening when you want to, I don't know, switch off. You can't. But no, it's getting a bit too much on me there. But no, it's a wonderful hobby. I love all this. You see, if you look at the teams, there's a big mixed bag of abilities.
Yeah.
And you've got people that race all the time at national level. Some just club guys and. Yeah, and everyone's just having fun.
Yeah, Well, that's the whole point, isn't it? It's we don't like to say it, but it's toy cars, isn't it?
Yeah,
you know,
that's ultimately what it is.
Model cars. It's
when people start getting fights over their toy car race. You think, come on, guys, just back off. Remind yourself what you're doing right now. You're having fun with this really cool thing that goes around this RC car track, and they have a rage on, and there's clearly other issues going on. This race isn't the problem right now. There's something else going on with you. But we all have our days where we get a bit ragey.
Yeah.
I got frustrated in my last one. I was trying to come past a guy, and then I should have been a bit more patient, and then I made a mistake, and then I was trying to catch up, and then I tumbled into these bushes down here. I thought, what am I doing? So it's one of these things. I started getting angry, and I was like, no, I've come here to have fun today. So I pulled off, and I said, I'm not representing myself very well right now, so I don't want to. I'm losing them more time. Might as well put one of our guys on that isn't as quick as me, who's not crashing all the time.
Yeah,
they'll be 10 seconds up the road. That's that. But no, it's good. It's good that you guys have come today to.
Oh yeah, I mean, we're happy to be here again.
Yeah,
you know, it's lovely to be here, and I'm not sure who contacted us about coming out again, but we were here last year, and I commentated the Nitro one last year.
Yeah.
Obviously, it was a bit more of a field spread, but it's quite close. I think J5 has popped back up into second, or were they? Is that where they? No, they're neck and neck actually, the 5 and the 3.
Well, Team R might drop down to the 4.
Oh yeah, that was the swap then. I know it's something.
Yeah.
But,
thinking if I'm
curious,
out,
you know when I can't remember his name now. Adrian Newey released the car, his book, How to Build a Race Car.
I've listened to the audio.
I
know most of it.
I was going to say how much of the development team has read or listened to that book.
Yeah. The thing is, it's a nice insight, isn't it? I know it's a way of thinking.
Yeah.
That's his biggest thing. It's a way of thinking, of doing things, and he's stuck with his guns, which is cool. And he's probably had a lot of pressure. You know, these other young guns or people of his ability wanting to have the Newey kind of title, because you don't hear about the other engineers in the F1 paddock.
Yeah.
You only hear about Newey and what Newey's done. And to be honest, I can imagine Newey isn't doing as much work as he did 10 years ago and 20 years ago. He's probably leading a fantastic, talented team. And I remember on one of the F1 paddock, whatever, people, they interviewed him and talked to him about his work on the cars. And he basically responded mentioning the team.
Yeah.
They've worked very hard. Because he's probably very cautious. No, this isn't all me.
Yeah.
I'm just making sure they don't go astray and create something bad. And I liked that. He did show about the team. And I wish, obviously this is going into F1 too much, that all the companies, it's only because from how I see things as an engineer, they focused a bit more on their engineers. They're like, who are the guys with the helmets on putting the wheels on really quickly?
Yeah.
Like, let's feature them a bit more. You know, maybe they don't want to be. But that, for me, that's interesting. They're the people that make this happen.
Yeah.
Not Max with his crazy skills. Could you give him, I don't know, Alonso's car, and maybe isn't quite up there anymore.
Yeah.
The real heroes are the people that done the design work and changing those tyres really well each time. So that's what I'd like to see more from that. But that's we're going off track here. So yeah.
Well, that's one of those TV things where it's, you know, they put the hero. They put the hero.
They glamour it all out, don't they?
Yeah. And you know, they do show the guys celebrating in the pits, you know, and you know.
Oh, that's always nice. I love that bit when they're all there,
Yeah.
big grins on their faces, like that overwhelming happiness.
These good-looking young guys.
Yeah. So just all a bunch of models came out. The real guys went back in the back. So right,
Yeah.
get all the models out.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's cool. I'm gonna leave you to it because I believe I'm on. Probably in about 7 minutes.
No problem.
So
make sure you don't go over your stint time.
Yeah. Well, do you know what? On the last one, I went out not long before the guy that had a penalty, and I came off a lap after him. And I was like, surely I must have been in that window because my team hadn't told me.
James has just put up our overall time, so 2 laps down now, J5.
Oh.
But Juiced Up is they're in the pits.
Yeah.
Team
What do you think BN stands for?
I don't know.
Basket or something.
Yeah,
Basket ends.
I accidentally said an extended version of that earlier, and but yeah.
Well, it's cool. I'll let you crack on.
Yeah.
Have a wonderful day. Thanks for coming to do what you do.
Thanks for coming out, and you know, it's good to you know, have more team members out on the you know, explaining, well, not only how they knew Carl and everybody, but you know, what they're doing.
Yeah, people love the hobby and they want to get involved in some way.
Definitely.
It's cool. Super. Thank you again.
Okay.
Speak to you soon.
Yeah, thank
Bye-bye.
you.
See you.
Gotcha. All right, thanks. So there we are. That's our 46 minutes left in this one. So we're actually just a couple minutes away. I think maybe 1 minute away from having another roll of doom happen. We'll see what happens out there. But it's pretty close. Got another dad and lad out here. This might be our guest visitor that I think it was Paul was talking to us about. So it's actually a nice little segue, actually, to talk about anyone who was paying attention last weekend to the Formula One coverage from Suzuka, the Japanese Grand Prix, and probably every RC page in the world shared the photos of Lewis Hamilton and Esteban Ocon with their they had a couple of Kyosho buggies in the pit lane with Yuichi Kanai, who's the designer and probably star racer of Kyosho. And Kanai was there showing Lewis and Esteban the latest Kyosho buggy, and they were having a go in the pits, and it's quite a cool thing. So both Alpine, Esteban Ocon's team, and Mercedes AMG F1, of course, it's Lewis Hamilton's team. They both shared photos of them in the pits with the car. Just a cool thing. And much like the Nelson Muntz haha picture that was shared around the world by every RC page, that car, the photos of Lewis and Esteban very, very quickly made the rounds. Of course, RCTV shared that. You can check it out on Instagram and, well, at least Facebook, because it was easy to share as a Facebook post. Sure, it reminds me I'm going to need to get these pictures I've been threatening to post on Instagram and Facebook for RCTV. And the drunk goggles. The dreaded drunk goggles. Pretty crazy. Right. The dreaded drunk goggles of doom. So that is just posted that on the Instagram and Facebook pages. Check that out. RC Racing TV. Right, so where are we at? 41 minutes remaining. Juiced up, ready to roll, still in the lead in this particular race. Remember, we're doing half, we're splitting this 6-hour endurance race for electric 10-scale buggies into 2 3-hour races. First race was, well, we can say one led by Team J5 Racing. J5 Racing is the, I guess, sort of the brand of Carl Jackson, who is the memorial. This is his memorial race. Sadly passed away just a couple months ago. And then you can see Ellie with the orange shirt. She's wearing the pirate patch. It's Seamus's daughter, who we were talking with earlier. So J5 racing about 3 laps ahead of everybody in the first race, and about a lap and a half behind the last time I checked. Let's see where they're sat now. Ooh, okay, now things are really het up. 4 laps behind Team Juiced Up. It's 3 and a half laps behind Team Juiced Up. So Callum, who I believe is on the rostrum at the moment, is going to have to put his foot down. And let's see where that car 3 is. Because we need to watch them. Only 4 cars out on track at the moment. Slightly worrying, but I'm pretty sure it's okay. For everybody else to see where this car 3 is. I missed that one. I missed that one too. Crap. Let's see what this one is. That's car 4. Harrison, which one is J5 right now? It's car 3. It's one of these. It's Jim. It's one of these 2 that's about to come down the hill, I believe. There's one without a number. Ah, okay, sorry, Jim. It's the white one that just went down. It's going up into the bowl. Over the hair. It's going there. The bowl. There we go, yes. So J5, 3. Ooh, well, now we got Juiced Up is in the pits. And J5 is just about to come down the hill. And he's going to be coming up upon a pretty nasty gaggle of cars. These cars all battling. I think it's Callum who's running it at the moment. Coming up on Mutts Nuts first. It's young Ellie driving again. And passed safely. And then there's the blue car. Don't get hung up on a pipe. Got to safely past the blue car. Off the front tabletop. So Juiced Up is back out and counting. So the final. Let's see. So just ahead on track. So 3 laps down. It's tight. It's a very tight run. So it's the 3 and the 5, but the 5 is, I think the 3 is ahead on track. Got another group of youngsters here watching. Ooh. Someone pulling a wheelie. There's that much grip. So that's a 6. There's the 4, and then the 3. So it's, where's the 5? The 5 will be ahead. I think it's the one who's doesn't have a number on it. Okay, so just looking. Oh no, there's a number 6. Okay, it's just gone down. That's Team Benz. So car 5 is the one that doesn't have a number. It's okay, so 3 is the second of these white cars. It's just gone down the main straight and going into the bowl. I'm trying to find the 5 because that is our leader on track, and they're 3 laps ahead of the J5. So J5, the reason why we're doing this is because okay, so 5 I think is this blue, the blue car who's just crashed in front of the pits. And I think they've just been passed on track now. Let's see if I can get a good look. Because the Juiced Up team, 3 laps ahead, but in the first half of the race, they were 3 laps behind the J5 Racing. So it's a very, very tight. Yeah, so the blue car is Juiced Up. Okay, so we've got our Jeez, it took forever, but just because it's hard to see the numbers. So J5 now about a half a lap ahead on track, running very, very quick. And they are just running under the Team Marmite rear wing. And I believe that's Tris, who we were talking with from Team Schumacher, who's on track at the moment. He's not doing too bad for saying he's not really a, like top racer. He's doing really, he's keeping the J5 driver behind him. Ooh, but he did crash there just now. This is J5. Oh no, that was a J5 that crashed, sorry. Ooh, wheelie! We missed that one. So we still have the 4 of Mutts Nuts, followed very closely, not all that closely, but by J5. But if J5 drive, I'm not sure who's driving. I think it's still Callum. I need to look over when there's a. Can't see the pits from the rostrum from where I'm stood. But you can see, there we go. So that is not Callum anymore. That's a different driver out there for J5 now. Team Benz has just crashed. I'm just going to let Tris and Team Marmite catch up just a very slight bit. But we are following the J5 racing car, the number 3. Running very quick. Down the straight, past the pit entrance, over the tabletop, very, ooh, okay, let by Tris in the number 4. You can see him there in the white shirt. Through the switches, and coming down the hill. And that's them into the pits. That's the car 3 of J5 going into the pits. Team Juiced Up also. Let's see if they're somewhere out on track. They might be. Juiced Up is the car 5. I think they're, again, the one without the number. Yeah, so Juiced Up is the one just going past the pits now and over the tabletop and into the bowl. Up the wall. I call it a bowl. It's not really a bowl. Over the front tabletop. Over the double now. This is Juiced Up Racing. I'm not sure who's running for them at the moment, but coming down the hill into the switchbacks. Little mistake there. Keeping an eye on the pits.
30 minutes to go of the second leg.
30 minutes, as you can hear on the announcer.
Juiced Up, ready to roll.
J5 still in the pits, or have they come out?
In second place, 1 lap behind.
1 lap now. It's a pretty good run. The racer who was just making up those 2 laps, walking past us.
And 4th is Team Marmite. In 5th composite kit racing. In 6th.
So both of the leading teams have just done their car and driver switches. So again, entirely new body schemes to look for.
4 teams within 4 laps of each other.
So it's very, very tight. For an electric endurance race, this is extremely tight. So let's see who's 4 is the orange car. That's Team Marmite. So we're gonna. Who's this green car? Is just flipped. That's a car 1. I think the blue car just ahead is 2. Looking for 5 and 3. think it's one of these blue and yellow cars. Oh, 3 is the blue and white with the black wing just going down the main straight. So that is J5 coming over the front tabletop. So it's, for not already, Jim, let's focus on the car just going over up the hill into the switchbacks, coming down the hill into the switchbacks, sorry, and then down the big hill run with the black wing. That's our car 3 of J5. And that is Darren running, who we were talking with earlier. Ooh. Catching the pipe on the inside. It's not really a pipe, it's a fire hose, but we call it a pipe. It's just easier, quicker to say than fire hose filled with sand. Coming down the hill over the tabletop there. Very quick. So I think overall, J5 is still ahead. Not in this half of the race. Remember, we swapped directions. So Juiced Up is car 5, and they are about a third of a lap behind Darren in that white and blue car. So I think this is, one of these is car 5, I'm not sure. The number positions on the front windscreen is just not quite sufficient enough to catch the numbers as they come past. 6 and 1. Two, and I think that's the 5. So the 3 and the 5 actually quite similar sort of schemes. All right, so if we go to the second car about to come down the hill, Jim, I believe that is the number 5. Yes, of Juiced Up. So they're about a lap ahead in this second lap of the run, which means they're overall not leading. So we know who our current leaders are. That's J5, and that's overall. So let's find, we haven't really done too much on team composite kits, so I'm gonna make sure we follow, let's find the car number 1 of composite kit. I know we followed them for a little bit because we were following, I think it's Ellie in the pirate scheme, but she is now finished racing for the day. Jim's on her. Very good. Well, not on her, but it's a composite kit. Excellent work, Jim. Much younger eyes than mine. Very good. Composite kit composed of Seamus, the Australian we were talking with earlier, and his daughter Ellie. And this driver is also one of the composite kit drivers. I didn't get the names of everybody. I do apologize. We'll do better tomorrow. Obviously, it's a completely different set of drivers, teams, cars, race organizers, race directors, race runners. So yeah, it'll be an entirely different story tomorrow. But this here, Team Composite Kit Racing, one of the 6 teams whose been out here all day. We're running on we're nearly there, folks. 24 and a half minutes remaining in this one. Going up the wall and back down it over the front tabletop and around this big sweeping bit into the double, going up the hill and back down it, coming through the switchbacks, double switchbacks, and then down the hill once again. And again, this is backwards to how they usually run the track and how they ran the first half of this 6-hour event. Drivers have been swapping cars, swapping rear tires all day long. So everybody drives their own car, and the only thing they're doing is swapping the rear tires from one car to another as they do the driver and car changes. And car stints are maximum 7 minutes each, so that you don't have, for example, a really, really good driver who knows the track really well running 10 minutes or so, and the less skilled drivers running 5 minutes or whatever on their battery packs or slow battery packs. So keeps it all quite, relatively even and chill. But these guys are racers. Ooh, very quick offload into the pit section. There is another pit driver. That was J5 coming in for their pit change. Another car going into the pits. And there comes, I believe that was composite kit coming out. So it's the second car going over the front double. These bright cars is white and blue and orange. You picked it up just like not quite a lap behind now. Just talking to Darren from J5. Can you talk on the can you talk for a few minutes? So we're just going to have Darren from J5 talk with us real quick. Grabbed him as he's coming from his marshalling stint. So it looks like, yeah, like you're saying, coming together now towards the end. It took a little bit of effort there. What happened? You guys were about 3.5 laps behind. What happened to make you guys fall back just a bit? Do you remember? Was it like
We had a rough start. I had a rough start because I started for the team. Took a bit of time to adapt. We also forgot. Well, it's my fault because I was the team manager, but I was out marshalling and racing, and we waited 20 minutes without changing the tyres after everyone else.
All right.
So it took us some time to catch up. I think we're catching up now.
Yeah, there's our overall. So yeah,
catching up, and we do have 5 laps. From the last one. So,
was it 5? I thought it was 3.
It was 3 laps.
Okay.
On the team number 6.
Okay.
But we had 5 laps on team number 5.
Right. Okay.
These didn't
That's
come
what
second.
I wasn't sure.
Yeah, they didn't come second.
Yeah.
So
because there were like 3 other teams, and you were
Yeah, but it's coming together. It took us some time to adapt to running it the wrong way. The track's a lot bumpier in reverse. We're finding we've had 2 car breakages in the second stint.
Okay.
Both my car and both when I've not been driving it. I'm not putting the blame on anyone else. But I had to run on and take my car off, and that obviously cost us some time.
Right.
And then all the forfeits are different for each person.
Yeah.
We've had I think we've managed to pull out the hat or roll the dice for a 30-second timeout.
Yeah.
3 times. So that's 3 laps.
Yeah, wow.
But no excuses. We're all having fun, and it's hopefully it's coming together now, barring any breakages or.
It's been surprisingly tight. I mean, it's very, very close.
I can't quite believe how tight it is between, especially in that first stint. I think I worked out we were something like 150 laps in, and there was six laps between the top four or something like that.
Yeah.
6 laps is not a long time. You can have a mistake and lose half of a lap.
Yeah.
So, that's 12, 15 mistakes between that many people. But yeah, no, it's been a good event, and yeah, hopefully you can bring it to the end.
Yeah.
But we're all having fun. That's what matters.
No, that's cool.
And we've raised a lot of money today, so
very good, very good. Do you think you might have? I mean, I know you're not running the racing now, but do you think there might be some scope for maybe every now and then just running it backwards like this?
Yeah, we've never run it backwards.
As a semi-regular thing, or?
The difficulty is, I mean, in like a regional or a national, you can't have a jump at the end of the straight.
Yeah.
For a club meeting, it's possible, but I'd say the only thing that would maybe stop us doing it too frequently is that jump at the end of the straight, because it is. I know some of these cars make it look easy, but it is to pin halfway down the straight, come off, brake. Turn without going up the hill and then make the next corner there is a lot harder than it looks.
Yeah.
But yeah, to be honest, all of these features we take in both directions anyway. We just have never run the straight the wrong way.
Right.
So I think we've taken almost every one of these jumps in the opposite direction, bar the straight and maybe the 2 jumps on the left-hand side. But yeah, there's definitely scope to do the.
Well, I suppose everything's movable, so I suppose you could shorten that orange pipe.
Yeah, we could shorten.
Make it a turn going over the tabletop.
Yeah. We already have probably I think one of the shortest straights in the UK. But yeah, no, it's. I think this opens up a few ideas. But it's nice. It's nice that we haven't run it in reverse. Until now, because no one's got that little bit of extra practice. Everyone's on the same playing field. Everyone can learn it at the same time. No one has that advantage. But yeah, it's good. I like it. I like it like this.
Yeah, it's really good.
It makes it even harder trying to learn a track in the wrong direction when your tyres are like 200 laps old. How many laps are we doing?
You were on 195 when we
195.
Yeah.
So 195. It's probably about 230 for a 3-hour period.
So 302 now.
400 laps.
Yeah.
So if it's 302, then it's about 600 laps. With 3 sets of tyres has been a challenge. It's been a proper challenge, but I think you get a little bit used to it. But what's the struggle is when you have used set of tyres and then you're next out on a brand new set of tyres. You're the first one on a brand new set of tyres.
Are you guys running the same fronts every time?
So
you
no.
or
so
are
I'm
you
changing
using, like, slightly different. Or older?
So I glued up a new set of tyres for the start of the day, and I glued the outside down. I put them on with the new set of tyres that we first run, and then I took them off and put an old set of tyres on, because by the time I next went out, there was already 7 or 8 runs had been done on the set of tyres, and you can't run a one-run old set of fronts. So I went back to an older set of fronts, and now when we then put a new set of tyres on, I then put the same tyres I glued up at the start of the day back on. And I think after, I don't know if you just saw my run, but I left a new set of tyres on, and then rears are really bad. So it's quite difficult. But we're all changing our front tyres to kind of
to match
the rear, and if you want a bit more rear end, if you've done enough, if you've done as much as you can on the setup wise, you just have to have a more worn set of fronts. Just to balance the car out. But yeah, I didn't think we'd struggle. I think one of these teams actually won a 4th set of tyres. And I thought they would have crept up, but they haven't. So
okay.
Maybe they're struggling to adapt, but I thought as soon as I saw them with a 4th set of tyres, I thought, oh, sorry. It's under the rostrum. Under the rostrum. Sorry, I've just been out, but someone else is using my car, and he's about to go out.
Okay. So your car's doing like a double stint.
Yeah, my car's doing a double stint.
Double the length of time.
Yeah,
that everyone
everything's getting twice as much use. having to keep on top of the batteries and the tyres because when I go out and he goes out, we want different things. He runs the same transmitter, luckily, and he runs sticks with the exact same transmitter, so it's not too much of a problem. Except every time he gives me the car back, it's broken. So,
not naming any names.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying. I mean, it's probably my crashing leads up to it, and it just happens to break with him driving. But yeah, no, it's manageable.
Yeah.
We did an endurance race at, over Christmas at Essex Carpet Clash.
Okay.
It's indoors, and it was a 6-hour race, much the same as this. We tried to keep the format very similar, and I was using the same car as Carl Jackson. And yeah, it was nice for me because it was his car, and I was coming in, he was doing all the work. I was then going out, and then he was going out, and then he was doing all the work. And I'm sure Josh has probably got the same thing today with me working on the car, him just enjoying the racing.
Yeah,
like his own little pit man. But yeah, it's been good.
Very good. Just heard someone's got the tires of doom, so they're going to be running slicks. I think it's the car 6 of the Benz. So yeah, you're gonna have a little bit more time on them.
That's got the 4th set of tyres. So every prize comes with a punishment. Should we? Are they pitting him on now?
I'm not sure. Huh? 5? Okay, I misheard it then.
Car 5.
Oh, okay, so it's juiced up.
Oh, it's the leader. Oh, this is going to cause all sorts of problems. I'll stay here to commentate on this one.
I might have got it wrong. I'm sure they said 5 because I instantly looked at the team in the lead.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, we'll.
So it looks like we're half a lap behind. Going on that.
So you're racing tomorrow as well for Nitro?
Yep. It's going to be my first ever meeting run in Nitro. I've done about 10-minute stints here and there just to have a go on people's cars over the time I've been racing at this club. And yes, it's going to be interesting. But the good thing is I think we're running some longer stints maybe, which will be good for trying to adapt to the car so it's not so stop-start.
Yeah.
So yeah, it should be good. I'm looking forward to it. It's one of those things that I've always been interested in. I always can't wait to have a go.
Yeah.
But I've never done. Car 5. Oh,
okay.
It is car 5.
So the next time they're
tyres
they
of
go
doom.
And there's just 12 minutes left, so it's going to be one of the final stints.
I've had my last go. But yeah, it's been a bit of a hectic day, but very enjoyable.
Yeah, well, that's good.
I have to make this. I think we're going to make this a yearly thing. So.
Yeah, I mean, I hope so. It's.
Have you enjoyed watching it?
Yeah, for sure.
It's not just been cars going around in a circle for 6 hours.
No, it's more. It's good to have, chats about how people got into RC and started racing and stuff like that.
Have you had a chat with a lot of people?
Yeah. Talked to Seamus, and obviously Paul and Harrison as well.
Callum.
And so hopefully spread it out a bit more tomorrow. Tried to follow as many cars as different teams as you can. So let me see.
Is it a struggle not knowing who the driver is?
I mean, it's in a sense, yeah.
Because you can't really talk about them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, but it's fairly similar. I mean, when you're commentating, or when I'm commentating, if you can find car 2, Jim, it's Mutt's Nuts. We haven't followed them hardly at all. So if we can follow car 2, Mutt's Nuts, for several laps, if we can.
Who's on the rostrum? Let's see who's driving this car.
But we're talking to previous European and world champions, and I don't know a whole lot about them. So is it?
Looks like it's Jody driving this. So this is Harrison's team, I think, the organizer.
Okay.
And there's Jody Blake. I think it's Jody Blake. I know his name's Jody. He's running at the moment.
Is this our car 2? Yes. So the black and orange cars are is Mutt's Nuts at the moment. Ooh, getting marshalled.
There's a car with no wing. Obviously received a forfeit. I find that the wing doesn't actually really do much of a
That's what I was
forfeit.
wondering. It's because
there's no massive jumps.
Yeah, we were following a couple of cars on the camera earlier. They were actually together running without wings.
Yeah,
and
no,
they were able to race just fine.
They do look good. They
do
look good.
Trying to find. See if you can spot the car 5 that's got the
I've just seen my team come into the pits.
Not sure.
Car 5.
Final 9 minutes.
So 9 minutes, as you can hear, maybe Harrison saying.
There you go. The slicks are on. The slicks are on. The car's out.
Is that with the
people? He doesn't even know he's started. He's spinning already. So he takes a jump into the berm, drifts around.
All right, Jim, so coming over the front tabletop, the car with the pink wheels has got the tires of doom.
The only car spinning in circles.
Is it front and rear?
Front and, yeah, so we tried these rear tyres on Tuesday. So what we've done is we cut all the spikes off the a set of mezzos. And my dad tried them with a half decent set of fronts, and they were just undrivable. So we thought the fronts are actually, we've given them fronts to do them a favour in having a set of tyres that are quite balanced to the front, to the rear.
Yeah.
Because if you just give them a set of rear and they change the rears, the fronts are going to be way off. But I think there is a benefit in having obviously it's a forfeit, but the benefit of having a slicks is I think the tyres are already ready to go on the next car in their pit stops.
Okay. Yeah.
So obviously they don't have to change.
It kind
take
of
the
eases
slicks off.
it. Yeah. It makes it not quite as bad. But
a pit stop's about a lap lost. So yeah, I mean he seems to be driving around pretty well with them. So it's definitely slower than his usual pace, but it doesn't look like he's doing much damage.
And it kind of matches the paint scheme as well.
Yeah.
It's got a bit of pink in there.
He's about...
Yeah, he's getting used to it now.
Half a lap behind.
Definitely going a lot slower, though, than normal pace would be.
Yeah, I think that second place is coming around the top section now. Over the jumps on the right-hand side, and he's catching first place.
Who's that?
Yeah, no, end of the straight. Over the jump, tabletop now. Just mounted
okay. The white and the green car.
Yes, I think they're on the same lap now, I believe.
Okay, so Jim, if we go to the next car over the doubles, that's J5, you're saying?
Yeah.
So that's Darren's
J5
team,
Racing.
J5.
That's my car. That is my car with Josh driving.
Different body shell?
Yeah, different body shell. Not my usual blue.
So this is J5, just about to pass, and this is for the lead for this race.
This is, I think, I can't see the laps, but I have a feeling they're on the same lap. He's passed.
We can check real quick.
We'll see when they come over the line.
Yeah, 3-2-2.
So this is for the lead.
And you were already...
My whole team have been saying, you know, we've got 5 laps though. We've got 5 laps before. But I'm like, no. As team manager, we have to win both races. Don't forget the last race. It's like in a football match when you play football, when you'd score, your manager would say, what's the score? And you'd say 0-0. Go again. Start again.
So that was, a pass for the proper lead of the
I did think
second half of the race.
The slicks were only supposed to be used for 2 laps. I didn't know it was a full 5 minutes. But,
now, are there still forfeits for tomorrow?
I'm not sure. We suggested trying to get forfeits. We were supposed to have forfeits for both days. We were supposed to have a spin the wheel.
Right.
But it didn't turn up. So we've had to adapt with the use of rolling 2 dice.
Yeah.
I have suggested to Jim try and do the same tomorrow if they can.
So is he the race director for tomorrow?
Jim is, yeah.
Okay.
I think he's a chairman of the whole club.
Right.
I think we'll probably have to change a few things. Can't have the same forfeits. Probably won't work. But I'll have a chat with him, see what we can do. It definitely makes the viewing more interesting, I think. And it probably gives you something more to talk about than just cars going around for 6 hours. I'm not sure you'd be able to run the drunk goggles on a track that big, though. that would probably be
very difficult.
Very difficult.
I did put a picture in the on the RC Racing TV Instagram.
Huh.
There we are. So you can see.
Nice.
Whoops.
I've got a video of my dad driving around with them. Oh, he's crashed.
So that's the view.
Oh yeah, it isn't great.
It's impossible.
It is not great. Right, I'm going to shoot off and enjoy the last 10 minutes of my team. And thank you.
Don't spray too much champagne.
No. Thank you for your commentary today.
Yeah.
It's been a pleasure.
It's been good.
And hopefully you've enjoyed it.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you very much, Darren. There's Darren, team driver and team manager of Team J5 Racing, enjoying the pass for the lead from Team Juiced Up, ready to roll. Right, so let's see if we can find for this last few minutes. How much time is left? 3 minutes. Team 5 of Juiced Up. Let's see where they're at real quick. Try and give everybody just a little bit less. Oh, there we go. Just going down the main straight, Jim. Past the pits. That's Team Juiced Up, car 5. I'm pretty sure we didn't really follow them around too much. But I don't know. So we're just under 3 minutes remaining.
Racing.
2.5 minutes left.
You all right?
All right.
Been told to come over.
Oh, okay.
Team
For
5.
the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, just a quick chat. Sorry, someone's just told me.
Oh, no worries. No worries. Sorry, we've got.
We're leading, so I can give you.
Oh yeah, you're back in the lead.
Team 5, yeah.
Okay. Sorry, there you go.
Yeah, we're leading.
Yeah, because J5 must have had to come in for the last stint or something.
Yeah, they've just come in. Yeah.
All right. So sorry, what's your name?
Steve Bisco.
Steve. All right. So, Steve from actually, I think we're following your car right now. Is that?
Yeah, that's George.
So Juiced Up. So you are leading at the moment in this half of the race, but you're just a few laps down, I think, from
Overall,
J5.
yeah.
Is that right?
We've just had to do a stint on the roll the
Yeah,
dice
on
the pink wheels.
We had Darren here commentating on it as well. Was it actually this car?
No, it was Gavin's car. He went out.
Okay.
He went out. We chose the wet car.
Okay.
So we put the wet car out and we put the pink wheels on. it was painful, but he adapted quite well.
Yeah, he adapted fairly quickly. I thought. I mean, I would take forever to. So how long were you supposed to do on it? Was it
5 minutes?
5. Oh, okay, so
yeah,
full,
painful.
almost
5.
A full.
Yeah, but he done well. He done really well.
Yeah.
So we just got the last stint to do now with George.
Yeah. So it's just literally just a minute left in this one. So looks like you are going to take the overall. Well, take this win.
This win, yeah.
For the second half. But Jim, if we can find the car. Well, no, we'll stick with the car 5 because they are winning this one. I'm not sure who that is that's battling with you. It's very hard to see the numbers from.
Yeah, it is hard. And if you can see the numbers at all. Let's have a look. Oh.
That's why I was wondering. I was suggesting to Harrison maybe at least running the same color rear wing for everybody.
Yeah.
That way everybody has the same
see,
wing at least. But.
Oh, what a great day.
Yeah, it's turned out really nice and really super close racing as well.
Over 6 hours. And we've got like a lap in between.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it was great.
What did everybody think of the different forfeits?
Fantastic. Yeah, I think we've all had wingless cars.
Yeah, we saw a few of them going around, but they adapted pretty well.
But
pretty quick.
You can notice quite a lot of the performance on the jumps. It just doesn't want to know. It does. It's painful. And the tyres, obviously, just now, that was painful. Everyone thinks it's great. At the start, we were all like, oh, this is not going to be good. But, yeah, it's made it a lot more fun and interesting.
Yeah. And it's not enough to actually, like, just kill the race.
No.
It just changes things up
does,
a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. It does.
So I think we're past time now, so everybody's actually completed.
Okay, so we didn't call it out, which is not very ceremonious, but that is the end. Everyone has finished.
There we go. So excellent,
well done,
very good run, and congratulations for
Thank you.
winning
Yeah,
at least the second half of the run.
Yeah. Don't know where we are.
6 hours of racing. So
be
fantastic.
That close. Yeah, no, thank you. And well done. Thanks for today. It's been brilliant.
Yeah, well,
great camera work.
We brought the sun.
You have, yeah. It's been brilliant. And thank you everyone for watching.
Yeah.
Cheers. Thank you.
All right.
They meant to tell me earlier. And they said, "Oh, you were out, Steve." And we forgot to tell you. I said, "Oh." And the tyres, and say like the tyres are shot. Like
Yeah. So there we are. There's our final results for the second half. Actually, on the same lap, 335 laps for the second half of the 6-hour endurance.
No, we won.
Huh? Yeah. That's the final. 335 laps. 332 for Team Marmite. 330 for Team Benz. 326 for Team Composite Kit Racing. And Team Mutts Nuts with 308 laps. 6 hours of electric two-wheel drive buggy racing here for the HNMC J5 Racing Memorial Meet to benefit the Carl Jackson Memorial Foundation. So thank you everybody for joining us for this, and come back tomorrow. We're going to have nitro racing tomorrow here on the nitro racing track. So thank you very much for joining us. My name is Frank McKinney. We've had Jim on the camera and James in the production booth. So that's it. Signing off until tomorrow. Make sure and stay tuned, and be sure to swap back and forth between Buggyland and the HNMC Memorial Meet. Thank you very much for watching.
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be mental. 10 teams.
When we've finished as well, if you could give us a hand to take the tower down that has the camera on it, and we need to rebuild it near the 8th track. There's a cookie in it for the first two people that come